The man was just complaining about this game. He was suddenly teleported into the game world, and facing the sudden appearance of monsters. What exactly is going on? Just yesterday, a game called Pick Me Up was launched. The gameplay of this game is to conquer a giant tower by raising heroes. The goal is to conquer the 100-floor giant tower, and today, in order to obtain the legendary 7-star hero, the man decisively chose to participate in the event. Hero levels range from 1 star to a maximum of 7 stars, and the man, through thousands of gacha rolls, failed to obtain a hero of 5 stars or higher. It's imaginable how rare a 7-star hero is, but this game and other games have a fundamental difference. That is, once a hero dies, they can never be revived. Then the man entered the event dungeon, but the next second, the game actually sent a warning. Immediately all the members of the team were plunged into fear. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Then the man's dispatch team was wiped out. Immediately afterward, a black figure appeared before his eyes. It's actually level 999. Is this a bug? This is definitely a bug, and at this moment, the black figure actually gave the man an evil smile. Finally found you. Then the man blacked out. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was already in an unfamiliar environment, and in his ears, the sound of the game starting was constantly echoing. If you want to save the world, then climb the giant tower. Countless heroes will be with you. Immediately a message came. Tutorial task, kill the goblins invading the village. Weblin. Is this the game world? The goblins suddenly launched an attack on the man. The man swung his sword to block it. And at this moment, another message came, battles will be automatic. Please experience the A's, high-level combat. Immediately the man uncontrollably swung his sword. He immediately killed the goblin. After a moment, the man still couldn't believe everything that had happened before his eyes. This familiar scene seems to be from that game. At the same time, a message came, in order to proceed to the next battle, you can now summon once for free. And the man didn't realize what was happening. Immediately a golden light appeared. Super rare hero. Hero level 4 stars. Then the man rejoined the battle. And under Ciala's leadership, the man once again finished the battle safely. However, what happened next truly let the man experience what it means to have a close call. The last level of the tutorial, hero enhancement through synthesis. At this time, an elf is constantly urging the man to hurry up and go in. Are you a sayer? Yes, but how do you know my name? My name is Henrusian. How is that possible? Aren't you called Hen Yizalate? Could you be a human from Earth? Of course, do you think I'm from Mars? The elf, however, appeared to be very angry. How exactly is this going to be handled? Then he kicked the man into the synthesis room. Don't worry, it's just synthesis. You won't die. Immediately blue light started to emanate from the man's hands. Doesn't synthesis mean I'm going to become experience points? When a 1-star hero is synthesized with a 4-star hero, the 1-star man should become the nourishment. However, when the synthesis was over, the 4-star hero was discarded by the player. The man realized that he was about to become experience, because synthesis means 2 heroes merge into one. One hero is for the other hero's enhancement, a trap, but the problem is here. Because if it was a normal player, they would never give up a 4-star hero to enhance a 1-star hero. Am I going to die here? As the synthesis ended, the man only felt his whole body filled with power, and Ciela turned into light and was slowly disappearing. Why are you disappearing? I was just not chosen. The rest is up to you. Then only the man was left standing there, dumbfounded. The scene changes. The man passed the beginner tutorial and came to the outside, and outside there were others who had experienced the same thing as the man. They also didn't know where they were or why they had been teleported here. At this moment, the elf Sayer suddenly appeared. He said that he was the official here. If you don't want to die, don't mess around. And a swordsman nearby believed that he had teleported these people here. So he drew his sword towards him. I warned you. The next second, the swordsman was killed on the spot, and this is what you get for attacking me. At the same time, the operation to conquer the giant tower began. The first group joined the team one after another. Then the elf opened a time rift. Do you see that big door? If you don't want to die, go in there. And in front of them is me on the team. At this moment, the man suddenly called out to the elf. You want us to conquer the giant tower too, right? Then let the players give us weapons. We have no weapons, which means we're just sending ourselves to die. And just now, the precious 2-star hero has died. This level of request should be acceptable, right? At this moment, the elf pondered over this. Then he agreed to the man's request and uploaded it to the players. Immediately, the players provided them with some weapons. After they had chosen their suitable weapons, the elf ordered them to immediately enter the time rift. On the other side, the man chose a very inconspicuous wooden shield, and a woman was very curious. Why would you choose a shield at this time? But why do you know about the elves and why we need weapons? I only know that we need to enter battle and kill the enemy. The rest, you can figure out yourself. At the same time, news came that the first team ahead had been completely wiped out. How could they be all wiped out so quickly? Damn, how did they all die on the first floor? At this time, the second team is formed. Looks like it's our turn next. They walked straight to the tower. The main dungeon current challenge level is level 1. Conquer the giant tower. Save the world. At this moment, the gate in front emitted a burst of light. Everyone be careful. The battle is about to begin. When they came to their senses, they found themselves in a grassland. Floor 1 task: eliminate all monsters. Lan Ren is crossing over to a game world for the first time, yet he is familiar with all the rules and hidden information of this world, because he's not just a loyal fan of this game, but also the 5th ranked player in the world. They received the task for floor 1, eliminate all monsters. If you don't fight well, you'll die. So please everyone cheer up. However, the 3 people beside him started to flee in panic. Immediately afterward, they all fell into fear. They found that they could not leave this place at all, because a huge barrier was stopping them from moving forward. We just need to defeat the goblins, and we can leave here alive. Then the man gestured that he would block in front, and he would be responsible for shooting arrows to attack. Then what should they do? Don't worry about them, they can't help much anyway. At this time, the goblins launched an attack on them. Although the man had never used a sword and shield before, he faced the enemy's fierce offensive. He still chose to step forward and block. It seemed, I've entered a trash game that's all about luck. At this moment, news came that the fat guy had died, which made them flee even more frantically, while the man was glad he had survived, because he was able to survive the merge. It was all thanks to the player's stupid operations. At this moment, the surrounding scene distracted the man. The next second, his arm was chopped off by a goblin on the spot. You damn bastard. Although I don't know why I was summoned here, there is only one thing I am sure of, that is level 999 Bang once mocked me. He must have brought me here. After this moment, the man collapsed onto the ground. Is your arm okay? It'll be okay once we get back outside. And in this game, the chances of a player intervening in battle are very slim, because most heroes are automated. But despite this game is still popular all over the world. The main reason for this is that game players can observe this world like gods, and I am also a loyal fan of this game. I am very knowledgeable about hero training and some hidden information. I know it like the back of my hand, because I am the 5th ranked player in the world. The scene switches to Loki. At this moment, the man is frantically training himself, because he knows the game rules of this world well. There are 2 ways for a hero to disappear: die in battle or be merged. And as a 1-star hero, in this game world, he is meaningless, because 1 star is the lowest level consumable. The base stats and growth values are exceptionally low. If it continues like this, I will definitely not escape the fate of being merged. For this, I must give everything. Become stronger. I want revenge. Although I don't know what the future will hold, if I don't accept and adapt to all of this, then I'll be eliminated soon. Immediately afterward, the man began to train himself frantically. At this time, Jenna walked up to him. You know, we currently cannot leave this place, right? I thought about it all night yesterday. Even if I cry and what, the situation won't change at all. You know how to survive, right? The man was very curious. Is this your first real battle? Of course, at this time the man glanced at his information. Yesterday's growth value increased by 4 points. Although the growth value is relatively low, he has the leading skill of a 1-star hero. He is not like others. He has a clear goal. So the man decided to help him. Then I'm counting on you, brother. The player used a 4-star hero as material to defeat a 1-star hero, and the man escaped death because of this. You know, the summon probability of 4 stars is only 1%. But why would the player make such a low-level mistake? The man decided to help Jenna. Then I'm counting on you, brother. At this time, a message came. Jenna has a favorable impression of the man, received an intimacy bonus. When teamed up with an intimate hero, you will receive a stat bonus. The scene changes. The man is looking for an elf. Ye say, what's wrong with you again? I'm very busy. If you have a very curious question, then go conquer the giant tower, because the answer is inside. Can only I see your status window? I don't know what you're talking about. Isn't it written there? Level 257, why can you see that? Did something go wrong? However, he did do some annoying things. The elf's reaction made the man more certain. He can see the game information, even all of the player's operations. At this time, the man asked the elf, what happens if the player gives up and quits? Hopefully that won't happen. The player's merge accident merged a 4-star hero into a 1-star hero. You know, the probability of summoning a 4-star is only 1%, but he confusedly abandoned it. The game and the phone are linked, so it can't be restarted. And the last time I logged in, it has been a week since the first login. Could it be that the time here is different from Earth's? At this moment, Yezer appears very impatient. Don't ask me any questions. So the time is different, right? Thank you for the hint. Damn you, you single-minded fellow. At this time, the man discovers that the elf cannot move him at all, because only when self-defense is triggered, or when disobeying the player's orders, can he punish himself. And Zena, standing beside, asks the man curiously, "What were you two talking about just now?" "We need to conquer the 100-story giant tower in the future. A person called a player can use an elf to issue orders to us, and we need to complete these tasks. Perhaps after reaching the 100th floor, we will be liberated. But is it just the two of us? The player can summon Gaga's like. So, more humans will be transported here in the future, and our final lives will depend on the player's choice." The scene changes. The man who has finished training has discovered the rules of this world. The necessities of life will definitely be replenished the next day, and the things you want will immediately appear in front of you. Also, the rules of training have different patterns. Now I understand the thing about playing games that I didn't know. Often there are the same levels, but they show different combat abilities. Their commonality is that they all persevere in training. And although training doesn't raise levels, it will increase the proficiency of skills. A discerning player will divide heroes into 3 categories. First is mentality. Players don't care about those heroes who panic easily. Second is skills. When high-level heroes are summoned, they have already learned their skills, while low-level heroes need to be discovered by the players themselves. Lastly is the body. This is also the reason why I work hard to train my body. The scene changes. 3 days have passed since training began, and just today, the player has logged on. The gap between low stars and high stars is not only reflected in combat power, more of it is reflected in the combat instinct itself. If a newly summoned 1-star hero is thrown into battle, then they will fall into fear. While heroes above 3 stars are never afraid of these things, they can even immediately participate in battle right after being summoned. The game sent a message that the player had logged in. At the same time, the man looks at the 2 skills he has just acquired. Get ready quickly. The player is here, and a team is 5 slots. So the player needs to summon 3 more heroes. The next second, 3 heroes appear in front of their eyes. Now there's no time to explain. Please prepare for battle quickly. At this moment, the elf Yezer opens a time rift. While there's still time, quickly pick up your weapons. And the 3 people on the side complain to the elf about everything. Will they die like this? Let's not worry about them. Immediately after, they were reprimanded by the elf. Please listen properly, just like them. Then be careful on the road. The scene changes. They received a mission from the 2nd floor. Eliminate all monsters. And the 3 people at this time, due to the scene in front of them, were immediately terrified. Even Zena felt a trace of fear. So the man decisively woke her up. In an instant, she eliminated her fear. As expected, new recruits are useless. At this moment, a wolf suddenly launches an attack on the man. The man draws his longsword. He instantly freezes it through. Is it still not dead? Then the man suddenly exerts his strength and instantly slays the wolf. At this moment, another wolf launches an attack. So the man decisively raises his shield to defend. Then he swings his sword again, but it dodges easily. Immediately after, another sword strikes, instantly killing it. What about the goblin? The goblin has already been shot full of holes. Enough, they are already dead. Then they are teleported back to the interior. Congratulations on clearing the 2nd floor of the giant tower. Immediately after, a rumble is heard. Then they arrive at the 3rd floor. Does the player want to conquer the 3rd floor now? But what should we do in this situation? Along with the notification that the player logged off, the man puts down his worries. Is it 1 floor conquered per day? If the time here is 3 times different from Earth's, then the next time the player logs in will be in 3 days. The scene changes. The man looks at his status window. Vision has decreased a little, but strength has increased by 2 points. Although the overall improvement is still 4 points, the efficiency of leveling up has improved. This should be the proof that the constitution is strengthening. At the same time, the 3 people on the side are constantly complaining about everything, and the man finally understands why 1-star heroes have no sense of presence. That 2-star hero once said that he was a soldier. The more stars, the stronger the combat instinct. If a newly summoned 1-star hero is thrown into battle, then they will fall into fear. However, it's different with 3 stars or more. They can immediately start fighting, without even any fear. Were they summoned with prior knowledge? Or is there another reason? At this time, Zena signals the man to come and help. Those useless guys, why do I have to do this? Anyway, they will disappear soon. But this draws the dissatisfaction of a man. So, the man punches him to the ground. The guy who was just hiding behind shaking during the battle is not qualified to speak to me. The scene changes. The two are still undergoing training. During this time, their strength was greatly improved. At this moment, an arrow struck the man directly, but the man calmly pulled it out. The wound instantly healed completely, and he gained the pain tolerance skill. Immediately after, the man started training again. I will not give up here, because this is proof that I am still alive. At this moment, a message came through. Skill awakening. Lower level swordsmanship and lower level stealth are combined into one. Gain a new skill. Learn lower level sword and shield art, level 3, and 3 days later, the player has logged in. Quick, get to the square. As one-star heroes with no meaning of existence, when the two choose to fight for survival, they only hide behind trembling. They are unaware that all of this is being watched by the player, and what awaits them will be a judgment called synthesis. Due to the player's limit, the elf required everyone to immediately go to the square, and Xena was clearly ready for battle. The three people beside her are always complaining about everything here. Even Yasair felt that it was unbearable, so she lectured them on the spot. After that, they entered floor 3, and the mission was to eliminate all the monsters. We just need to do as we did during training. Then the man took the lead in attacking. A moment later, the two had already cleared all the monsters on floor 3, and the three behind them had no contribution to the battle. It's okay. If you don't participate in the battle, you can't gain experience points. At this moment, the man observed the player's next action. He wants to challenge floor 1 again. It seems the player wants us to run in circles. The next second, they were teleported back to floor 1. Although the number of monsters was large, they quickly captured this place. Then the player started the challenge again. It seems it was too easy to capture. The player won't let us rest easily. However, after countless repeated captures, the two finally collapsed on the ground. Now the player shouldn't choose to challenge again, right? A moment later, I'm really going crazy. How long are we going to take care of them? Don't worry. Today is the last day. A synthesis room was prominently standing in front of everyone. Then it slowly opened its doors. The player clearly gave them so many chances, but they didn't know how to cherish them. Now no one can save them. Because the player, from a god's perspective, can see at a glance who is slacking off and who is the most diligent. At this moment, the elf signaled Xena and Yersin to enter the synthesis room together, and the man said that he would be fine. Then what will happen if I enter? There your actions will be judged. How else do you want me to help you? Even if you had just pretended to fight, the result would have been different. I'm tired of taking care of you. Hurry up and go in. Then the player decisively pressed synthesize. Along with the uncle turning into a blue light, synthesis complete. Xena leveled up. Learned the eagle eye skill. And at this moment, Xena was curious. Why did the uncle disappear? Those who are useless will die as sacrifices. Next it's my turn. Who will it be with you guys this time? Next. And Toby still couldn't accept what was happening before him. I want to go back. Is that so? Just think that way. It ended with a scream. Synthesis completed. Hen leveled up and gained the calm skill. The man calmly walked out of the house. It seems you were lucky this time. If the player doesn't need us anymore, will we disappear from that room? Don't be so negative. Didn't you want to live until the end? He just couldn't accept everything that was happening in front of him. The higher we climb, the stronger the monsters we encounter will be. The people summoned will also become stronger, and we will either be killed by the enemy or die sacrifices. If we want to live, we must choose the right team. The game guide that the elf Yasair sent to the player was actually an article that Loki personally uploaded to the forum, and he is even a loyal fan of Loki's. But he doesn't know that the man in front of him is the legendary player Loki. The man warned Xena, if you want to live, you must choose the right team. The scene changes. The detective deeply bowed to the man. I want to try my best to live, so please take care of me from now on. As long as you keep up with your training, you won't die so easily. And at this time, the man next to him also expressed his desire to join their team. I've caused a lot of trouble for everyone before, and I only hid behind, trembling during battles. But now I want to make a change. But the man still didn't trust him. He threw a spear at the man. If you want to live, you must be prepared to fight. Although I'm not an expert, I heard that this spear is the easiest to master. I wonder if you've heard of the close, medium, and long-range principle, and Xena explained it. Close range uses swords, medium range uses spears, long range uses bows and arrows. What are you waiting for? Get ready to fight. But he was stunned and didn't know what to do. The man suddenly attacked him. Just watch and learn by yourself. At least you should be grateful there are opponents here. Because I used to train with scarecrows before. At this time, Yalan fearfully closed his eyes. He actually closed his eyes while fighting. The man suddenly kicked towards Yalan. If I were a monster, you would have died just now. While Zanin says it's only his first day. Isn't this a bit too much? I don't want to drag this burden around. If he can't keep up, then give up. Hey, do you have family? I have a younger sister waiting for me. So if you just die here like this, you know being killed by a monster is messy. It's better to be synthesized quickly. So can you actually hold on? Yalin's eyes instantly became much firmer. The scene changes. We see the player building a blacksmith shop. Now we can move freely. And the blacksmith shop is also open. At this time, the man calls ECR out. Let's talk about something else. You're the one sending out the guides to the players, so can you go online? Of course, surfing the internet is my hobby. The guides you send are from the forum. Right after summoning practice equipment, put the level 1 hero into the training area. Next is to open the blacksmith shop. But Yassiver looks curious. How did you know? This is a popular article from the Pick Me Up official website. It was uploaded by Loja. Do you know Loja? Of course, because I'm a player of this game. Then you're just an ant-like player in the game. Only Luja is the god of Pick Me Up. If he had a 7-star hero, he'd be the world's #1. So why do you like Luj? Because he is the kind of person who can turn the impossible into possible. Is that so? Then I'm really sorry, because I am Loja. The game world is actually a real world. Whether heroes or players, they are all humans living in different worlds. While players are having fun, they are also bringing fatal blows to those heroes. Just facing this elf who likes Luji so much, the man directly stated that he is Lujai, and Yassiver thinks he's. Then, the man gives out his account number. Because of some reason, the account is only known to the game owner and related personnel. If you don't believe me, you can confirm it yourself. At this time, Yassiver is quickly confirming it. Are you really Luji? Then can you give me your autograph? As long as I have this, I can become a Ragnar Luj member. What is that? It's a club founded by Luj fans. Only Luj's signature can make you a member. But the man knows nothing about this. So, have I always been so arrogant when talking to Luj? I'm just a 1-star hero now. I don't care about that at all. What would happen if you weren't in Niflheim? I'm not too sure either. Niflheim is the name of my account's resting room. The police substitute room has 13 floors. It can accommodate about 20,000 people. Although most of the facilities are 18, 22 level infrastructure, but it is the final appearance of the building. But the man has become a hero. Then what should happen to the 20,000 players? If you're not happy, you can send them away. But Yassifer says he can't do anything. I know you're just a mid-level manager here. In any case, the player in this resting room is an earthling, right? The summoned heroes are all humans as well. That's right, although they're in different worlds, they are all human. Players don't know we are all humans. They are just simply enjoying the game. But if I can climb the 100-story tower, can I go back to Earth? But Aciasir says he doesn't know about this. Then do you know who brought me here? But he cannot answer. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. It doesn't matter as long as I climb the tower. I'll know everything. Then next question. How far can you access players' permissions? Currently, closing facilities and providing heroes with free movement. Are the resting rooms of other players the same as here? They are basically the same. In other words, does such a world exist with multiple meanings? I didn't expect the world in the game to be real. Then the judgments I made unintentionally before will bring devastating blows to the heroes. The scene changes. Zun is a true genius. The speed of his strength growth is simply unimaginable. Although he hasn't used a short sword before, he can quickly master it. In comparison, Yelin is stagnating. If it continues like this, he will die sooner or later. At this time, the man signals Zana to follow him, and the elf argues with him about who is subordinate #1. So the man very decisively stops all of this. A moment later, they come to the warehouse. Yes, sir, you said you have opening permission, right? Please help me open the warehouse. Then the man takes the following materials. Next, we're going to the blacksmith shop. But Jana doesn't understand what the man is going to do. Of course, is to make a new weapon. The man is a different world hero, and actually has half of the player's game permissions. Not only can he take materials at will, but he can even create a weapon for himself. The man decides to create a completely new weapon, because in the conversation with her, the man realizes that he is half player. So is it possible that he can use areas that only players can use? And Yassir on the side curiously asks the man if he wants to make the sword of victory. In this place, at this time, a message came stating the materials were insufficient. There's no blacksmith, there's no blueprint, all will be punished. The success rate is extremely low. Combined, the man decisively chose to craft. Immediately afterward, another message came, please select the puzzle difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the higher the reward, so the man chose the ultra-low difficulty field. That's a triple penalty. Are you sure? This is a minigame designed for players, although most players don't play it, but its rewards are still pretty good. Then the minigame started. Limited time of 3 minutes. Just piece them together, right? Let's begin then. The man rapidly pieced together the blocks. Could this be the legendary hand of God? Accompanying a message that arrived. Crafting successful. Obtained a fine common C-grade item. A longsword appeared right in front of the man. A fine common C-grade item. Sturdy, light, and sharp. Although the materials are quite rough, but this was compensated by the technology. Next, the man made shields of the same grade. Bows and because of the materials. So they're all C-grade, right? Aren't you going to make more? That way the players will discover it. The scene changes. The players are now attempting floor 4, facing the hordes of monsters in front of them. The man can only remind Aaron to protect himself. At this moment, the monsters launched an attack on them. Aaron, however, was fearfully flailing around. Damn that guy. He's too scared. But the next second, Aaron was slapped awake by Jenna. Down. Do you want to die here? Then the three began to cooperate. Under their cooperation, the monsters were quickly wiped out. A moment later, Aaron felt very sorry for his performance. I didn't seem very active just now either. What kind of judgment will I face? At this time, the player registered Aaron in their favorites. Looks like the player likes you. You've escaped this time. Aaron, having escaped death, instantly felt much more relaxed. It seems your two subordinates are growing well. My subordinates? Strictly speaking, my number 1 subordinate should be Cirrus and Niflheim. There are 5 in one team. They are max level 6-star heroes, possessing 5 self-made divine artifacts and various ultimate skills. If I climb the tower, I should meet them, right? Because it's an idle-type game. Cirrus and Niflheim should handle it. If there's a sudden situation, there's also Yolnet, because the man feels that they are not A. At the same time, Cirrus, are you really going? Yolnet, you should know. The situation is very urgent right now. Then I'm counting on you. Then I leave Niflheim to you. I will definitely find the player's whereabouts. The scene changes. All buildings in the player's resting area have been upgraded. Jenna is shocked by everything in front of her. What exactly is going on? Looks like the player is starting to spend, because the game is becoming more and more interesting. Seeing the various reactions of the heroes and the real wars makes the players feel that the game is very realistic. In short, the higher you climb, the better the resting area becomes. But judging from the player's online time, he is likely an office worker. At this time, a message came. The player is starting a 10-roll summon. Then, a ray of light appeared in front of the man. The man has half of the player's game permissions. Not only can he forge weapons himself, he can even assign other people's positions. And the tower they are conquering will become even more difficult, because every 5 floors they pass, they will encounter a powerful boss. The player who just upgraded the resting area decided to start a 10-roll summon. Then, a ray of light appeared in front of the man. And there are 2 ways to summon. One is a normal summon using gold coins. The other is an advanced summon using gems. Of course, gems need to be obtained through spending money. Also, the quality of the heroes obtained is better. At this moment, a group of heroes slowly walked out of the gate. But the man immediately took out his longsword. You all be quiet. I don't want to explain too much to you right now. I will only tell those who survive in battle. Then Isel issued the order, carpenters, go that way. The next ones are blacksmiths. Then But Jenna didn't understand what the elf was doing. He is just assigning roles, because there are a lot of new facilities here. If those who died before are summoned again, then they can do things other than fighting. Then, the player starts to arrange the second team, and the man immediately understood the player's intention. He wants to use the dungeon to filter out and keep the useful heroes. Soon, the second team was left with only 2 people. Then there's the next team, but they were very afraid of this. At this time, Aaron volunteered, expressing that he wants to go with them, and the player agreed to his request. It's good that Aaron is helping others, but useful people must be kept. I understand. At this time, Jenna is complaining. We eat potatoes every day here. The player is always watching you. But don't worry, he can't hear everything. He can only see filtered information. A moment later, Aaron led the team back to the city, and Aaron only killed 1 goblin. I understand your intention. Then let's go back quickly. The scene changes. They arrived at the dining hall, and waiting for them was still only potatoes. But wasn't that guy a volunteer chef? His information appeared before the man's eyes. Turns out he's a guy without any cooking skills. At this moment, the man decides to appoint Kilui as the chef. Immediately, she prepared a lavish meal, and during dinner, the man told them everything about this place. He appointed Nino Kilua as carpenter and chef respectively. From now on, you must assist well. Although the survival rate of non-combat personnel is high, we can't be careless either, because there are limited spots on the team. If we summon someone with better skills, You will still need to fight in the end. The scene changes. The man's monotonous daily life began to change. 3 boys wanted to join the training. They are GD, Hansen, and Dika. And of course, the man trained them very strictly. At the same time, Zenna's summer archery skills have reached level 5. Even her summer short arrow skills have reached level 2. And Yelun's gun skills have reached level 2. But there's currently no progress. Even though they train from dawn till dusk, there's no effect. And the 3 in front of him each gained level 1 in swordsmanship. And a few days later, the player performed another 10 summon. There are really more and more people. Maybe it will increase even more in the future. But why doesn't the player go to the 5th floor? They seem to have been on the 4th floor for quite some time, because the difficulty of the 5th floor is different, and the player hasn't even finalized the team. Besides, every 5 floors, the difficulty will increase sharply. It's equivalent to a boss concept. Even I don't know if I can survive there. And how difficult will the future be? The man didn't dare tell Zenna. At the same time, the player has finalized the team. The man has the strength to conquer floor 4 alone, but he is helpless against the task on floor 5, because every 5 floors conquered, the difficulty will increase sharply, and now he will have to survive for 30 minutes under the siege of thousands of goblins. They came to Lukong Temple again. Now they will conduct team training, although everyone has their own fighting style, but compared to individuals, now it is more important to enhance the strength of the group, and the man is on the side, quietly watching everything, because if he intervenes, then they will not be able to train. After a while, through their collaborative efforts, they quickly conquered floor 4, although the man doesn't know what kind of task there will be on floor 5, but he is certain that it's definitely not something that can be done alone. The scene changes. The player's online time has obviously increased a lot, and in the second summoning, the equipment workshop has also begun to operate. The equipment they produce greatly improved the survival rate of the heroes. At the same time, it also provided more advanced equipment to the main team. During this period, the 3 who performed poorly were also synthesized. The scene changes. Ysir tells the man that they will go to the floor house today. This floor will be different. Everyone must be vigilant, but don't be too nervous. Accompanied by a blue light, they were teleported to the floor house. But why are there no monsters here? Don't be careless. Go to the city center first to observe the situation. The city is so empty, not even a soul in sight. Could this not be a monster elimination task? Then the man signaled Zhenna to climb that bell tower. But when she climbed the bell tower, she was stunned on the spot. Zhenna, what did you see? This is impossible. There are many goblins outside the city, and they are attacking the city. How many goblins are there? There are thousands of them. At this time, the task information is sent floor house. Task type survival. Survive the swarm of enemies. What exactly is going on? Don't be afraid. This task is not about eliminating monsters. It's about surviving. We just need to hold out here for a while. At this time, they wanted to hide in the house, but were prompted that entry is prohibited. Then how long do we need to hold out? About 10 minutes or so. Damn it, I really don't understand. However, the actual time is 30 minutes. It's very unfortunate to encounter a survival task in the lower levels, because the hero's survival rate is only 9%, and this kind of floor is also known as the Hero Crusher. At this time, they decided to defend in a small alley. Because the passage is narrow, it can effectively prevent the influx of goblins. Then the man assigned tasks to everyone. I'll take charge of the left. Yelun is responsible for the right. Jaidi and Hansen are responsible for the back, and the man repeatedly told Zenna to cherish her bow and arrows, not to shoot without his order. Now begin building barricades. 30 minutes. Maybe the dungeon's time is the same as Earth's, not like the rest room. The time. We'll start counting down when the battle with the goblins begins. At the same time, a goblin smelled the scent of humans, and then launched an attack on the man. Damn it, I'm not ready yet. When a new hero faces thousands of goblins, the time to conquer is supposed to be 30 minutes, but the man said it was 10 minutes, because he knows well that when he says the correct time, his teammates will perish due to excessive fear. Goblins suddenly launched an attack on the man, and the next second they were instantly killed by the man. Immediately following, countless goblins rushed in frantically. It's truly endless. At this moment, the man is constantly slaughtering the goblins in front of him. If you feel tired, just tell me. Under these circumstances, there can't be the slightest mistake. And the goblins in front of them are rushing towards them frantically. Do we really only need to hold out for 10 minutes? Of course, when have I ever lied to you? At the same time, the time left is already 26 minutes. And looking at the countless goblins in front of us, we absolutely cannot die in this place. At this moment, a goblin rushes towards the man head-on, but is pierced through on the spot by the man's sword. Subsequently, the man instructs Shi, Jide, and Hansen to switch shifts. Damn it, my stamina is also starting to run low. And they are not only low level, their skills are also very poor. They wasted too much stamina in the battle. We just need to make sure that one sword kills one goblin. And we can generate the greatest efficiency with the least amount of stamina. These goblins should all be monsters from the first floor, but there are too many of them, and facing death, they don't show the slightest fear. Immediately after, the man signals to change shifts again. Jenna, go help. Jide, retrieve all the arrows that have been shot. Jenna is seen suddenly firing an arrow, instantly killing a goblin on the spot, and Aaron on the side asks, weren't we supposed to hold out for 10 minutes? It's only been 5 minutes. At this time, another goblin attacks Jenna, but she kicks it away. At the same time, Jide's arm is severed on the spot, and he is in a bleeding state. The man instructs them to ignore him for now, and change shifts immediately to stop the goblins. As long as we go back alive, we'll be fine. Then Jide falls into fear. Damn it, these goblins are truly endless. You wake up quickly. Do you want us all to die here? You have to remember, if you don't change shifts, Hansen will die here. At this moment, the man is desperately slaughtering the goblins, but the goblins on the side are mocking them. Then Hansen says that his weapon is damaged. Jide, with his injured body, starts fighting again. This is something that was expected. Although it is an F-grade iron sword, it is still just a common iron sword after all. If the sword doesn't work, then use the shield. Jenna quickly switches with Aaron, but Aaron says he can still... Shut up. Rest when you're supposed to rest. At this time, the man reminds them that there are 3 minutes left. Damn it, 30 minutes is actually this long. Then they are switching shifts back and forth. Jenna, quickly use your bow and arrows to help Hansen. But the bow and arrows on her body are already old and dilapidated. Use the remaining arrows to stop them. Otherwise we will all die here. Jenna is seen shooting several arrows in succession, directly hitting the goblins in front of them. But they didn't cause any damage to them. And in the next second, a goblin is seen piercing through Jide on the spot. Then he falls to the ground with a groan. Jide falls into a near-death state. The man, with his own strength, is able to slaughter thousands of goblins. And before this, he was just a guy on the verge of death. Jide, who was seriously injured, immediately fell into a near-death state. At the same time, the man is desperately slaughtering the goblins in front of him, and Jenna, faced with the situation before her, doesn't know what to do. Hansen on the side apparently hasn't realized that Jide is seriously injured. At this moment, facing the hordes of goblins, the man blocks them all with his own strength. After a moment, Hansen, I'll take care of this. You quickly go to the passage on the left, and at this time, news of Jide's death comes from the front. Jenna, come help me quickly. Jide is already dead. At this time, the man is using his shield to block the goblin's attack, and Jenna's skill is awakened at this moment. Brother, how much time is left now? Don't ask about time. Quickly kill the goblins. At this time, under extreme conditions, the souls of the heroes are awakened. All of the man's skills have been upgraded. Damon, awakened now, is completely useless. And in the next second, Hansen is seriously injured and falls into a bleeding state, craving the goblins in front of him. Hansen can only tremble in fear on the spot. Then he is buried in the monster nest. At the same time, the man takes Jenna and Aaron to flee this place. Then they arrive at an alleyway. Are we going to die here? Don't say such ominous things. Quickly climb over that wall behind you. At this time, the goblins have already caught up with them. The man can only fight back desperately. Then Jenna says that she has already gotten up. You guys hurry up too. So the man takes a leap and reaches the wall. Aaron, you come up quickly too. But at this time, Aaron is grabbed by a goblin. And then the man leaps down again, jumping down again. Immediately following, he decisively cuts off its hand. Quickly pull him up. At the same time, Aaron falls into a near-death state. And the goblins on the side are slowly piling up. There are actually such clever goblins. Don't think about that now. Quickly stop them. We absolutely can't let them get up here. How much time is left approximately? I can't hold on much longer. 30 seconds, only 30 seconds left. Hold on, and at this moment, a goblin grabs the railing with both hands, just as the man is about to swing his sword down, but was stabbed in the abdomen by a goblin on the spot. Damn. Accompanied by the goblin withdrawing its weapon with a squelch, the man let out a painful cry. At the same time, Jenna, like the man, was also bleeding. Am I going to end here? Just on the 5th floor. Just the 5th floor. At this moment, a red light flashed in the man's eyes, and the next second, the man was as if possessed by a god of war. Don't be ridiculous. It's only the 5th floor now. How could I possibly die in a place like this? At this moment, the goblin launched a fierce attack, only to see a figure. On the spot, all the goblins in front of him were killed. Skill awakened, obtained the berserk skill. Kamami goblins. Calm and berserk were skills that shouldn't coexist, yet they both appeared on the man's body. On this, could it be? Is it related to his constitution that possesses half the authority of a player? Just the man obtained a new skill, Berserk. Although he was having trouble breathing at this time, his muscles were etching uncontrollably. But he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. All of you come at me. Damn. Then the man began a very frantic slaughter. Each strike could instantly kill the goblins in front of him. Even if the weapon in his hand broke, he would absolutely not stop because of it. Just as the battle between the two sides was about to start, the dungeon countdown ended. In an instant, everything was in a state of stillness. With the information of the dungeon's completion coming in, they obtained the dungeon reward. Immediately after, they were teleported to the floor outside the dungeon. 5th floor weekly cleared. Dungeon open, materials can be collected. Enhance rest area and heroes. At this time, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Did we finally survive? The man gave an affirmative answer to this. Are all the missions after the 5th floor like this? This time we just encountered a special mission. If even one person didn't play their part, then we would have been completely annihilated. We could have trained Hansen and Jide for a while longer. We wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Survival missions are not as difficult as imagined. It's just that the timing was not right for us. The scene changes. They return to the town. Big brother, you guys worked hard. But where are Jide and Hansen? They're dead. Hearing this, Dika instantly froze on the spot. Only them continued to walk towards the center of the town. A moment later, the man lay in bed. I don't want to be sad because someone died. Because for the front lines, death is an unavoidable thing. But I actually obtained the Berserk skill. But the Calm skill and the Berserk skill should not be able to coexist. Is this probably a but? Could it be related to my constitution? Forget it, I won't think about these things. I should get some rest now. Because there are many things to do tomorrow. The scene changes. Arriving at the training ground. At this time, Jenna is working hard to train herself. Why are you working harder than before today? Because I don't want to die yet. Jenna gained loneliness in yesterday's battle. She has talent and also works hard. In comparison, Aaron endured so much pain, but didn't get any skills. And my growth value is fixed. This is the growth value that a 3-star hero should be able to show. At this time, the man has already reached level 9. He is already close to the limit level of a 1-star hero. At level 10, he should be promoted to a 2-star hero. But why didn't brother Aaron come to train today? He's probably blaming himself in his room. But normally, they would have come by now, because they are very dedicated to training. Unlike those guys, they only pretend to train when the players are online. Hansen and Jide were both people with potential, and those guys should have died in their place. At this time, Aaron hurriedly arrived at the training ground. What's with that expression of yours? If I were a little stronger, they wouldn't have died. You have to remember, they died because of their own weakness. That's all. The man has been living in this world for over a month. And through observation during this time, it's concluded that the time difference between the rest area and Earth is about 3 times. Players go online 3 times a day, in the morning, noon, and evening respectively. And one point is during the dungeon. The time is consistent with Earth's. The scene changes. The player created a new team, and they are about to enter the weekly dungeon. This attribute stone can be used to create various props and increase the hero star rating. He needs to obtain it from rare monsters in the weekly dungeon. They are about to enter the weekly dungeon. Weekly dungeon to collect various rare materials. Cannon Forest, remaining time 11 hours. I didn't expect the dungeon to actually open. Do we need to fight? Don't worry, we don't need to fight. Then they were teleported to the dungeon, and Jenna looked around very vigilantly. Will a special mission appear here like on the 5th floor? This is called a weekly dungeon. It's a place to collect materials. At this moment, a teleportation portal appeared beside them. As long as you throw the collected items into that portal, then it will appear in the warehouse. Really don't need to fight. Jenna, you're different. Come hunt with me. Then Jenna followed the man's pace. The scene changed, only to see a deer appear in front of them. Then an arrow came flying. Killed it on the spot. Can you butcher a deer? Of course, I've learned by watching my father. Then butcher it on the spot. Remember to put the materials in that hole. I'll go hunting first. A moment later, the man arrived at a river. At this time, there are only 30 minutes left. Will we be automatically teleported out when time is up? Meanwhile, 3 deer suddenly appeared in front of the man, and the most beautiful one is the legendary Forest Queen. She's a rare monster that only appears in the Forest Weekly Dungeon. Her lower level attributes can be used as materials for the man to level up. At this time, the man instantly slays the deer in front of him. Then he kills another deer on the spot. And at this time, the Forest Queen is clearly very angry. Your companions are all killed by me. Are you upset? Come at me then. The scene changes. The man returns to the original location with the Forest Queen. Quickly help me process it. How many did you catch? 2. 1 bull. At this time, Jenna successfully collects the queen's blood, but this doe actually grew horns. Can you distinguish them just by looking at their heads? Of course, I have been in the forest for a long time, and at this time, news of Jenna awakening the forest hunter skill is heard. She actually awakened a skill again, but with this, my leveling should be easier. Lower level wind attribute stone, level ground. Used to make various items and upgrade hero star ratings. The scene changes weekly, depending on the day of the week dispatched. The location of the dungeon will also change, and today is the Ximir Plateau. In order to obtain other attribute stones, the man and Jenna secretly enter the dungeon, and here the man discovers the grass of life. They are key materials for making healing potions. I will collect them all in the future. A moment later, they discover a plateau wolf, and then they kill it on the spot. Then Jenna butchers it, and the man obtains the materials he wanted. It's really peaceful here. How wonderful it would be if it could always be like this. I wish players would never go online. Don't those kids in Niflheim think so too? Do you hate fighting? You don't necessarily have to fight on the front lines. At least now you shouldn't have to worry about being synthesized. So, you want to find me a good position? It wouldn't be bad if things were better than they are now. And the man responds with a smile. The scene changes. They arrived at the Floor 6 mission. Explore unfamiliar places. When players perform a summon, there is an extremely low probability of summoning heroes who are in tune with each other. And when they are in the same team, they can exert combat abilities beyond their own. They were teleported to the Floor 6 mission. Explore unfamiliar places. Meanwhile, it seems that today is not a weekly dungeon. This is another rare mission. At this time, the man signals everyone to lower their heads, but they all lie down on the ground. I just asked you to lower your heads, now lie down. There's nothing here. As long as we meet the conditions, we can clear the level safely. At this time, they discover 3 level 8 goblins not far away. Can we kill them? Wait, he has a battle horn. This means there are companions nearby. Jenna, what do you see? There is a goblin tribe nearby. There are about 100 goblins. Is this a trap mode? At this time, the man signals Jenna to kill the goblin on the far right. Another one will be killed by Yalin. I'll be responsible for the goblin with the horn, and you stay where you are. If there is a situation, then you come to help us. At this time, Jenna shoots an arrow, killing the goblin on the spot. Meanwhile, Yalin uses a spear to instantly pierce the goblin, and the goblin on the side just wanted to summon his companions, but was killed by the man with a sword on the spot. Is it over already? No, I'll go check it out. Since an exploration has appeared, it can't be a single mission. At least it should give a hint for the next dungeon. A moment later, the man arrives at a tribe. Is this the goblin's habitat? At this time, the goblin seems to have noticed something strange, but when he looks back, the man has already been teleported back outside the dungeon. Where did you just run off to? I was just looking around. Main dungeons have more hints. Such explorations are called streams. As for whether you can analyze a stream, it depends on the player's ability. I wonder if what I saw was conveyed to the player. Although the stream appeared earlier than I expected. At this time, Kahlua reports that something big happened in the town. Strange people have come to the city. What's so surprising about that? Those people seem unusual. They are all wearing weapons. What's coming will come, and they are high-level heroes summoned. The Bristle Wolf Soldier Corps is born. You can feel from them that the 5 of them have a deep connection. During continuous draws, there is an extremely low probability of summoning heroes who are in tune with each other. And when they are on the same team, the combat power they exert will be higher than their own. Could it be that the player spent money? Yeezer gives an affirmative answer. Then the man disbands the team. Even if a special newcomer arrives, there won't be any changes here. After a moment, Jenna is talking to a woman. Hello, my name is Jenna. What's your name, sister? My name is Edisi Cullen. Then Jenna introduces the man to her, but the man is looking at his status information. As expected of a 3-star hero, strength and stamina are relatively low, but agility is very high. This is a typical professional thief, and they primarily use short blades. At this moment, the man says he wants to have a good talk with Yidisi. The scene changes. You know this place, some know, and some don't. Do you remember how you came here? I only remember being summoned for battle. Do you know anything about synthesis? Synthesis is using others as sacrifice to strengthen oneself. Indeed, the difference in summoning level determines how much they know. He is also at a very high level among the 3-star auxiliaries. Although the previous 2-star hero was also an auxiliary, he is much stronger than him. At the same time, Yezer delivers an order. The main Wolf Soldier Corps will come out to meet. Are 3-star heroes that can only be obtained through spending, but in the eyes of the 1-star man, they are like ants. He even publicly challenges them to a duel. The request was just made. Yizer asked the main wolf soldier corps to come and meet. The scene changes. The player created a team called the main wolf, and set a Fant as the captain of the main wolf team. And now the player wants to see their strength. At the same time, Jenna, what do you think of them? Sister EDC seems pretty good. I don't know about the others. And the humans nearby, facing the upcoming synthesis judgment, beg the man to save them. But the man refuses. What were you doing during training? Now you want to seek help? Is your way of survival just to curry favor with the strong? Not to mention Aaron, with your current level, you can't even reach Daika's level. You're just pretending to work hard every day, aren't you? Pretending to work hard just to avoid synthesis judgment. Get out of my sight, you guys. After a moment, they left the place. Aaron, don't sympathize with them. Don't forget, when you were bleeding in the dungeon, they were all enjoying life. After a moment, the main wolf soldier corps finished the battle and returned to town. Who are you? Are you referring to me? You don't need to know. And the blonde uncle scolds angrily. Why are you speaking so arrogantly? You were the ones who were impolite first. At the same time, the captain states his identity. I'm a Fant. Dezake is the leader of the main wolf soldier corps. What about you? I'm Han Yizalate. Are you also a soldier? No, I'm just a farmer. He's actually a farmer. At this time, the player begins a 10 consecutive summon. Then the player begins synthesis. Yizer orders the 3 people in front of him to go to the synthesis facility, and the blonde uncle grabs Dimon. Is the player going to start synthesizing? But they just arrived here. Then the uncle grabs the 2 and heads straight. At least they should be given a chance at the synthesis facility. The player made a huge mistake. Although 1-stars are indeed useless, there are many talents worth nurturing. But without verifying their abilities, he is throwing them into the synthesis facility, which is a huge mistake. At the same time, the members of the main wolf soldier corps are stopping them from escaping, and the man on the side signals Yizer to give the player some hints. If the player doesn't try using 1-star heroes, you won't be able to determine their value. It is recommended to understand them before synthesizing. But Jaken expresses his dissatisfaction. Why are you interfering with me? I just gave a little hint. What, you don't think it's okay? At this time, Zaken suddenly launches an attack on him, but he was stopped on the spot by an arrow. This time I deliberately missed. Are you going to go against our team? And Yedisi on the side still wants to persuade the captain, but she is stopped on the spot. Do you know who we are? Of course I do. Aren't you just a bunch of trash? When a 1-star hero faces a 3-star hero, what kind of sparks will it create? The man thought they were all trash, but it caused dissatisfaction from everyone, and formed a hostile relationship with the main wolf team. Pay attention to the relationship between the heroes. At this time, Yizer said that fighting between heroes is forbidden. It shouldn't be a clear ban on fighting. That's right. To be honest, you're not a soldier team, right? What nonsense are you talking about? We are a genuine soldier team. Stop fooling around. You're clearly a band of thieves. You're getting more and more out of line. A guy like that will only hinder us. Regardless of level, there are heroes with bad personalities. We'll be the culprits for disrupting the order of the rest area. We should get rid of them. That's also true. So let's have a duel. At this time, he also initiates a duel against a Fank. Request a duel. It is one of the ways to resolve conflicts between heroes. The winner can make a special request to the loser. You're really a madman. Are you scared? I know the habits of people like you very well. You asked me for information about the town. Isn't it just to find out if there are powerful people in the city? And the actions you just took, that is the conclusion you have come to. In the end, you're just a bunch of cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. But Zena didn't understand what the man was saying. It's simple. He will become the material for my synthesis. Conversely, I will become the material for his synthesis. This is really interesting. Afterward, a fan accepted the duel. The condition proposed by the 2 heroes for the duel was synthesis. Does the player agree? Immediately afterward, the player gave a negative answer. It seems the player is a coward. Zena, take them back to the dormitory first. But are you okay alone? Do you think I will lose? No, I don't. Afterward, a fan issued another duel request. This time he chose to agree. As long as one side surrenders, that represents victory or defeat. He said, keep an eye on the others. Don't let anyone interfere. At this moment, a fan is suddenly launched an attack. Judging by his pure ability, he is indeed a good talent to nurture. His level is 2, and his strength is close to 20. His next stage of swordsmanship has also entered the 3rd phase. But you picked the wrong opponent. A fan swung his sword with all his might, but he easily dodged it. Then the man grabbed his hand and immediately pinned him to the ground. Then he drew his long sword and plunged it into his shoulder. It will hurt more if you struggle. Tell me you are willing to surrender. Louder, I can't hear you. Enough, stop it. We lost. What are you talking about? You tell me to stop, so I stop. Besides, this is an agreement between the two sides. It's a duel. Why are you interfering? Whether to surrender or not is up to the people involved. And just when Fant was about to surrender, he was stopped by the man. As long as he doesn't say it, the surrender will not end. This guy is my prey. Do you really want to hang out with this kind of guy? Or choose to come over to my side? They are just trash. Come here. I just need a person. After a moment of thought, Yeetus finally chose to leave the team. Thus, the Bristle Wolf soldier group disbanded, and the three on the side were already furious. Looking at their group leader surrendering, they decisively launched an attack on the man, but they were stopped by Yesayer. If you interfere with me, I will kill you. It seems the rule has been triggered. Have a good journey. Yesayer's gaze instantly became a lot sharper. The next second, they actually exploded on the spot. Then news of their death came. The 3-star high-level hero that the player obtained through first recharge was actually used by the man as material for synthesis, and the player couldn't express his anger. He could only vent his anger on those low-star heroes. Just because they launched an attack on Yesayer, they triggered the rules. Therefore, the Bristle Wolf soldier group died on the spot. Then the captain immediately expressed his surrender. Immediately after that, the man deactivated his berserk state. At this moment, he only felt a splitting headache. Could this be the effect of using berserk mode? He also won the duel with Fant, and Fant is about to be synthesized. At the same time, the player is frantically clicking on the screen. What is the player doing? He should be trying to cancel the synthesis, right? If that's the case, he shouldn't have agreed to the duel in the first place. But it seems he doesn't know about the duel gameplay. Then the man went through synthesis and upgraded. His next stage of sword escape technique and pain tolerance were upgraded. At this time, a prompt came up. The hero has reached the maximum level. If you want to improve his level, please increase his star rating. Prompt promote. You can use attribute stones or 1-star heroes to complete it. The maximum level can be increased to 7 stars. To nurture them, he even did a 10 summon. But unfortunately, they have all died. But you will know later that what I am doing is correct. My current level is 10. My overall value is close to that of a 3-star hero. If he is stupid enough to use me as synthesis material, then he will never be able to climb that giant tower. So what are you planning to do? If you dare to synthesize me, the scene changes. The crowd is thanking the man for his help. Don't get me wrong, I only saved those newly summoned star clouds. It has nothing to do with you, because the player is very angry right now. At this moment, Yesayer gave an order. 6 people came forward. Don't worry, everyone. We should go hunt goblins as usual. If it's a normal task, only 5 people are needed. But why are 6 people called out now? What else could it be? Of course, it's for synthesis. And the people present were very surprised. What nonsense are you talking about? We have tried our best. Olen, in your opinion, did they really try their best? When you are training all day, sweating, what were they doing? Really, have they ever helped you hunt properly? Have they helped me carry meat and butts? Livestock can also carry things. Do they only have the value of livestock? And the bald man on the side was about to step forward to argue, but he was knocked to the ground by the man. At this moment, Yesayer is urging everyone to hurry to the square. Who will they synthesize with? It should be a DC. After all, he was just summoned, and his level is relatively low. This is also a reasonable measure. Then, through a series of syntheses, DC gained a level and learned the disarm trap skill. I don't care about your identities before you came here, but since you have come here, if you want to survive here, you have to prove that you have a useful value. But we don't have any talent. What should we do? You can learn the skills of the people behind me. But skills aren't that easy to learn. If they have enough motivation, they will study hard. If you want to learn combat, I will accompany you to the end. Hunting or carpentry, there are many paths that can help you survive. It depends on what you choose. At the same time, a notice of the player going offline came. Brother, you are so kind. I'm just telling them how to survive. If they do as I say, at least they won't die so absurdly. Just now was just the player venting their anger. If they don't work hard to survive, one day they will be synthesized into experience. But the floor stone is getting closer and closer. It seems it's time to prepare a second team. Faced with a dual invitation from the 1-star Jenna, a 3-star should have had a sure win. But the result was the opposite. The man realized that maybe he should prepare a second team. The scene switches. The man gestured for Yidisi to follow him to the training ground. After a moment, they arrived at the training ground. Jenna, please practice with Yidisi. Only short swords can be used, but I'm best with bows and arrows. Then Jenna practiced with her. Jenna launched a very fierce offensive, attacking her. This is unbelievable. This young person is so strong. Then the two used all their strength, attacking each other. After a moment, EDC exhausted fell to the ground. Are you two soldiers? Why is it such a coincidence? No, I'm just an ordinary hunter, and you... We weren't so coincidental at the beginning. It's 'cause we train here that we became like this. EDC, although your current state is weaker than ours, you have better skills and growth values. As long as your level is higher, the gap between us will become smaller, but Aaron complained that it was a lie, because no matter how hard he tries, he can't catch up with him. You will get as much as you put in. I will keep that in mind. At this time, there are more and more people in the training ground. Is it because of the synthesis yesterday? But there are still too few people training. Each facility only has 2 people in each profession. Then the rest of the people should all be synthesized, right? At the same time, a man who was training caught his attention. What's your name? My name is Yezer Ludwig. I have heard of this place. It's said that there is a being called Player. We were summoned here by the Player to fight. Your fighting stance just now was good. What did you do before? I was just a porter for various corps. Does doing that kind of thing involve fighting? Because I want to become a soldier. Then let me confirm. Let's see if you're up to the task. From that day on, the elimination of newcomers began. Although Aaron had also participated in battles, he was not selected for synthesis. The one who was selected was Yezer. In successive syntheses, he became level 3, while the others entered the weekly event as usual. The mine dungeon where fire attribute stones can be obtained hasn't opened yet. The scene switches. Zena is complaining about why they have to come out at dawn. Does anyone know why they called you here? Could it be to choose teamers? But isn't the team decided by the player? I can make suggestions to the player, and maybe the player won't refuse. So from now on, we'll draw lots to decide. We will form teams based on the results of the lottery. Since there are 6 people, each team will have 3 people. And there are 2 captains. One and the other one is Edisi. But isn't Zena more suitable than me? He can't. But why divide into 2 teams? Because the probability of a team being wiped out is high. And if you put all the high potential talents that are growing into the same team, it will be dangerous. Floor 5 is an example. The gap in strength between the members is too large, which will put the entire team in danger. In the future, the number of teams required for tasks will increase. If the personnel do not all grow evenly, then conquering floors will become very difficult. Red, blue to see. It's the same no matter which team you go to. Let's draw now. An inexperienced princess and a resourceful soldier. Captain, who will you choose as your teammate? And they all decisively chose the princess, because she's a super rare job mage. You know, this is a super rare job that only has a very low probability of appearing through paid summons. The man used a lottery to divide the team into 2. After a moment, the results came out. Zena and Aaron are on the red team, and the rest are on the blue team. Looking at everyone's expressions, am I really that unreliable? But that is indeed the case. I haven't been here for long, and I have little practical experience. Objectively speaking, the gap between their strength is relatively large, but there's nothing we can do about it. EDC, if you can't keep up with me, you'll be abandoned. Don't worry, I don't want to die yet. Then the man proposed a team strategy to the player. The specifics are as follows. As for whether to accept it, it depends on the player's judgment. The scene changes. They arrived at floor. Task: eliminate all goblins. Great, big brother. Now I can go all out. But the man said he would take care of these. Then he activated his berserk mode. With just a horizontal slash, he killed all the goblins in front of him. Immediately after a person's influence, the goblin army instantly collapsed. At this moment, only 1 goblin was left. This mission is likely related to the next dungeon mission. We can't just end it like this. Do you need me to do the cleanup work? Just ignore him. Anyway, what harm can 1 goblin do to us? Let's start exploring first. The first thing to note is that it's currently raining. Second, there is a river. And lastly, there is a giant water tower. A moment later, they finished the mission and returned to the town. And just at this time, the man suddenly noticed something. Immediately after, he gestured for Aaron not to leave. The player purchased the new player pack. Please go and bring the lottery box from my room. Aaron, go bring Edisi here. At the same time, the player started 2 advanced summons. This was what the man had expected, because once players start spending, they will never stop. And whether it's combat or synthesis, the reactions that the heroes generate all bring different pleasures to the players. They can even give commands and instructions to the heroes. Each time a floor is conquered, the lounge will be upgraded accordingly, and the content will also increase, and the heroes' modes of action will also become more diverse. This way, the players will be attracted by these pleasures. At the same time, 2 3-star heroes were seen walking towards them. They were Yayaurka and Ludwig. And the next second, Yayaurka fell in front of the man. What's this person doing lying here? Just ignore him, he'll get up by himself. And Yidisi next to them said he was a noble, because he had lived in the soldier group for a while, so he knew more. But how would a girl as ignorant as her come to this place? The scene changes. After talking, they found out that Ludwig knew about the concepts of player summoning and merging, etc., but didn't know about the concepts of skills and levels, and he always felt he needed to do something. Is it to fight unknown enemies here? That's right, but I'll tell you the specifics after the lottery, and the lottery will be done by me and Yidisi, an ignorant girl and a seasoned guard captain. It's obvious who is the better choice. At this time, Jenna brought the lottery box in front of them, and the man saw their specific colors. Yidisi also saw it. Then, Jenna announced the start of the lottery. The two of them actually grabbed the red tag at the same time. Why did you choose him? Then why did you? Of course it's because I saw it. At this time, Yayarka's information was displayed. Type Mage has the skill Ultimate Fire Magic. And both of them wanted a mage in their team, because in Pick Me Up, warriors or thieves can be improved by cultivating one-star characters, but mages are rare talents only obtainable through spending, and their appearance rate itself is also quite low. The probability of their appearance itself is very low. At this time, Jenna said that everyone should draw again. This time, no matter what anyone draws, they cannot refuse. Of course, the two were seen drawing tags respectively. Looks like the mage is mine. You're a member of our team. At this time, the man sent him a team invitation. Yayarka joined Team 1, and Ludwig joined 2. At the same time, Isai was pulling a human toward the synthesis lab. You said if we worked hard, we could live. Turns out you're a guy who hasn't even learned any auxiliary skills. You go in too. If you don't want to die too early. The man used the advanced heroes obtained by the player's spending as materials for synthesis. But he was tragically retaliated against by the player, and when they were unprepared, they were sent to Floor Barry. The man instructed Yayarka to go to the synthesis lab. With a round of synthesis, Yayarka was upgraded. That's how people without value end up. If you don't want to become a material to be synthesized, then you can only become more diligent. This is too terrifying. You're next. They will become your synthesis materials. With a painful scream, it ended. Ludwig was upgraded. At the same time, Isai opened the space-time rift. It looks like this is to test the newbies. Yidisi gestured for the uncle to enter the rift, because this battle's protagonist is you, uncle. And at this moment, the man curiously asked Yayarka, what magic can you use? Why should I tell you? Don't you want to fight? Answer my question. Why would I come to this place, coming to this unfamiliar place, and having to fight without even knowing the reason? Reason for fighting? If you don't fight, your end will be the same as those guys just now. I'll ask one more time, what magic are you capable of using? At this moment, Yayarka collapsed to the side, stating that he can use level 3 fire magic. Do you not have any support magic? I disdain using those third-rate magics. If you see my fire magic, you would definitely be shocked. That's a bit of a pity, because the practicality of support magic will be much higher than attack magic. At the same time, the second team completed their mission and returned to the town. Looking at how relaxed they look, they must have gone to a lower level for testing. Judging from Yidis's expression, it seems Roderick is stronger than expected. But now it should be my turn. Once the team entered the time rift, the scene changed. The man looked at the level tree in front of him, lost in thought. We should be going to level 4, right? Because the monsters on level 4 are more suitable for testing the magic type of the mage. Once the battle starts, we'll retreat to the back, because we need to properly see your magic's power. Level 4 is very easy. As long as one person from our team steps up, we can clear it. Do you not have confidence yet? Didn't you say you'd use magic? That would amaze me. That's true. At the same time, Issei stated that the dungeon is about to start. Then he looked worried. The floor level in front of the man suddenly unlocked that old schemer of a player. Then they were teleported to level 8. This is level 8. Everyone take out your weapons and focus to the utmost. Damn it, are you angry because of what happened last time? At this time, an arrow flew towards Yayarka. The man immediately pressed him to the ground. Immediately afterward, the task information came level 8, eliminate all goblin cavalry, 27 in total. Damn it, why them of all things? And it's not just 1 or 2, but almost 30 of them. Hurry, kill them with arrows. Aaron attacked them from the side, and the man was about to give instructions to Yayarka, but was interrupted by the goblins. At this time, another goblin attacked the man. The man bent down to dodge, then immediately killed it with one slash. Then he launched an attack on a group of goblins. At this moment, a wolf pounced on the man head-on, so he raised his shield to block it. Aaron, it's your turn. Aaron's spear pierced through it immediately. Yayarka, it's your turn now. But at this time, he looked completely panicked. Aren't you a mage? Use your magic quickly. But he said he needed a little time. How long? About a minute. Then start quickly. Iorka closed his eyes tightly, then began chanting a magic spell. Ariansili. Focus on protecting Iorka. At this time the goblins rushed towards Iorka like a tide. Damn it, are mages really the first ones they want to rig it of? When you cast a skill, can't you use a shield magic to protect yourself? But at this time he was focused on chanting. Standing there is very dangerous. Damn it, when that guy is casting a skill, let alone shield magic, can he not even move? The super rare class only obtainable through spending is actually a good for nothing who only knows fire magic. Not only does it take over a minute to chant and cast, he almost killed the entire team because of it. The man realized that when Iorka casts a skill, he actually can't even move. At the same time, a goblin suddenly launched an attack on the man, so the man raised his shield to block it. Immediately afterward, the goblin swung with all its might. The man dodged to the side, and then the man killed it with a backhand. At the same time, a goblin launched an attack on Iorka. The man quickly saved him. What are you doing? You almost died. Do you even know? You dared to cast magic without any protection. Let's change places. Let's change places. Do you see that forest? It's safer there. At this time the man signaled Iorka that after entering the forest, use your magic to attack that area. And at this moment, the remaining goblin army launched an attack on them. The man kicked and sent Iorka into the forest in front of him. Immediately afterward, he activated his berserk state again. And this is the second time he has gone berserk today. Although he already felt very tired, he needed to buy time for his team. At this time, a goblin suddenly shot an arrow. The man raised his hand to block. Then, a goblin riding a wolf came running at him. They're too fast. Then it swung a blade at the man. The man bent down to dodge, and then came a few more arrows, which the man barely managed to evade. Damn it, they are so annoying. At the same time, the goblin had already arrived in front of him. A figure flashed and instantly killed the goblin in front of him, and the next second, the man was attacked by a goblin. Then he recovered his state. Damn it, my stamina is all used up. At this time, a spear was stabbed at the man, and the man did everything he could to counter-kill him, but this attracted more enemies. At this time, Aaron said he wanted to help the man, but was refused by him. I'll lure them away. You just focus on the monsters in front of you. But Iorka is not ready with the magic yet. At the same time, Jenna signals to the man that the magic is ready, and the man is running towards the forest. At this time, a sharp slash attacks, but it is dodged by the man on the spot. Then, using the goblins behind him, he pushes off strongly, and instantly escapes from the group of monsters. Along with Iorka's chanting, countless flames rise around. At this moment, the man thrusts forward forcefully, and he raises both his hands, muttering ignite. Sure enough, consumption can make people stronger. I thought the mage would be a useless battle trash, but I didn't expect him to be able to release a large O skill. Just by raising both his hands, he can instantly wipe out an entire monster army. The man jumped forward forcefully. At the same time, Iorka was already prepared to release magic. An incredibly fierce flame attacked the monsters. Its power is such that even the man had to give way. A fire tornado is sweeping across the entire forest. This is truly an unbelievable power. And the two on the side also looked very surprised by this. Just then, the man signals to the two to take care of the remaining goblins. Then he begins fighting with the goblins. However, because of excessive use of berserk, the man was already severely exhausted. Since his strength is depleted, then use skills to defeat the enemy. The man turns around and throws his shield into the goblin's face. At the same time, the two had already taken care of the monsters in front of them. If you feel tired, I can still protect you. When did you become so arrogant? At this moment, another group of goblins suddenly attacked. Jenna dodged sideways, then drew her short sword and killed the goblin on the spot. At the same time, a wild wolf attacked Iorka, but it was killed by an arrow on the spot. That was really dangerous just now. And looking at Iorka, who is still chanting a spell, Jenna quickly realized that something was not right. Immediately she signaled to the man and Aaron to leave the place quickly. At the same time, Iorka suddenly opened his eyes. Along with a shout, a huge magic circle suddenly lit up among the monster group. Then it burst open with a sound in the monster group. The power was so great that it even affected the entire forest. At this rate, we will be injured sooner or later. And the next second, just as the man thought the crisis was over, a goblin cavalryman charged out of the flames. At the same time, Iorka slightly raised both hands. An incredibly fierce fire tornado appeared out of nowhere and swept across the entire land on the spot. After a moment, only a huge fire pit remained in place. The scene changed. They were teleported back outside of the dungeon after finishing the task. Actually, he was able to simultaneously eliminate more than 20 goblin cavalry. Is this the power of a mage? Of course, this is the power of the Great Fire. So, my strength will surely surprise you all. But then he spurted blood from his nose. What's wrong with him? It seems his magic power must have been completely exhausted. But on the other hand, during the minute he was casting spells, he couldn't do anything at all. We can only protect him as much as possible during that time. And he not only cannot use support magic, but even other attributes besides magic are lower than that of a one-star hero. This is something the man never encountered when he was still a player. He is simply a hero created for the sake of battle. Although even so, his strength is still impressive. I think maybe I will no longer be the most important one in the team. The man puts his right hand into a 12,000-degree fire pit. He even goes so far as to take a knife and pierce himself, and this is to prevent his teammates' skills from accidentally hurting him. Just the players built a magic hall. At the same time, Yerka is undergoing physical training. Why should a talent like me do this kind of ignorant training? Then you'll only be able to eat potatoes in the future, because the meat is all left for those who participate in training. But this outfit of yours looks much better than that dress of yours. That was a magic item specially made by our family. It is a tool to enhance the power of fire magic. You're already this tired just from this little bit of training. It seems you want to eat potatoes. And even if players don't understand anything, they will find it very interesting. However, the addition of the mage is really just right. Even the magic hall was opened at the same time. Thanks to the Ralda mine dungeon that opened yesterday, they can collect materials from 3 weekly dungeons. And there are many previously collected materials in the warehouse. It seems it's time to start making consumables. At the same time, news came that the player went offline. Then the man signals to the detective to monitor Yerka well, and not to let him slack off in the training room. The production of potions originally required high-level pharmacists and alchemists to make. If we can use mini-games like when making equipment, then even without the skills, the man would be able to make them. After a moment, the man came to the magic hall. Let's start with making something first. I remember the potion-making mini-game. It seems to be a rhythm game. Along with the man's rapid tapping, he successfully created lower-grade life potions and lower-grade mana potions. Truly you are worthy of being Loki. Although excessive consumption of materials will arouse the player's suspicion, it is still better than dying in battle. At the same time, the man called the two to the magic hall. Do you know why I put the brazier in front of me? The man suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it directly onto the brazier, and they were stunned in place. If we don't want to be accidentally injured by Yayaurka's flames, we must get used to the temperature of the flames. As the 10-second countdown ended, the man suddenly pulled his right hand out of the brazier. Don't worry. Anyway, we'll recover quickly in the resting room. When we fight near Yayaurka, it's inevitable that we'll be accidentally injured by the flames, so we must quickly get used to the temperature of the flames. Is this what we need to do now? But what level should we reach? Until we learn the fire resistance skill. And when Aaron was about to put his right hand into the brazier, he was stopped by the man on the spot. I was just demonstrating for you. You should practice in places I can't see, because I don't want to see you miserably struggling. And you have another important task. The man stabbed a knife into his right hand. That is to master pain tolerance. Now you just watch and learn. Although life potions can heal wounds, they are also accompanied by intense pain. To survive, you must master pain tolerance. And Xena needs to learn weapon switching. Let her switch between the bow and short sword in the shortest possible time. Be able to change the combat distance at any time. And from now on, the close mid-far rules will be disbanded. From now on, form a triangle formation centered on Yayaurka. For this, you must be responsible for the defense of one direction. After a moment, the player may send a second team to conquer floor 9. And judging from the currently known information, there will be at least 2 teams working together on a task. Because it's a cooperative task, the level of danger is incomparable to the past. So we can't let our guard down. Accompanied by screams of agony, the flame resistance skill is learned. The scene of floor 10 felt so familiar to the man, and he suddenly remembered, this is the destroyed city in floor 5. Could this task be related to the city? The man, through painful training, finally learned the fire resistance skill. The scene switches. You need to reduce the power of the magic, and thereby increase the casting speed, and reduce the consumption of magic power. You're simply insulting me. Do you think this is an insult to you? I know, so I'll continue training. Yayaurka's flame skill has 3 layers of magic. The first layer is the ignition stage, the second layer is the burst, and the third layer is the rise. As the layers increase, the consumption of magic power will also increase. In order to effectively use his magic, he must improve his own abilities. and facing the approaching floor 10, the man increased the intensity of his usual training. Even the usual arrow dodging training no longer required using Bruh, you are getting stronger and stronger. After high-intensity training, the man obtained the throwing defense skill. His lowered shot skill was upgraded to level 6. At the same time, Jenna, holding a dagger, suddenly launched an attack on the man. The man dodged sideways, and the next second, Jenna instantly switched her weapon to a bow. It's actually a swap. Although he is a 1-star hero, he has great potential. Even his learning speed is extraordinary. If the man didn't know about the game, his strength would probably be far behind. In comparison, Aaron is considered a relatively normal existence. His lowered gun skill is stuck at level 3, and he still hasn't mastered pain tolerance. And Yawarka is in the magic hall, training in my way. Reduce the power of his magic skills. Except in special circumstances, it is best to only use the first stage of his magic. Although there are some training staff in the training grounds, they still haven't found a usable one. It seems that the player does not intend to continue to draw new heroes. Does he want those guys to join the team? The next day, EDC's team finished conquering Floor 9. Looks like your limbs have been cut off. Did you encounter any special tasks? It was to conquer a goblin tribe. There were about 50 of them. Did you notice anything special? The ground was muddy, like it had just rained heavily. Other than that, I'm not too sure. Then, information came that the player summoned Team 1. Looks like it's our turn. Accompanied by a burst of fire, Team 1 successfully conquered the floor. Currently, the overall levels of the team have improved quite a bit. Even their equipment has been greatly strengthened. The 2 people in the training ground joined 2 teams respectively. Looks like floor 10 is getting closer. The scene switches. How is Loki's mission prediction going? If I could predict it, I'd be a god. Loki is already a god. Although I broke through floor 100 a long time ago, that was after experiencing many failures to reach the top. In Pick Me Up, players grow through failure. And the player has not yet experienced failure. If it continues like this, the moment he experiences failure will be his death. After a moment, everyone arrived outside the dungeon. At the same time, information came that the player was about to challenge floor 10. It really is floor 10. The man was thinking about training a bit more, because the last member of the team had not been decided. And although he was already at his limit level, the player had not promoted him to a higher star. If he could train once more, his skill level would also reach its limit. Then it would be easier to conquer floor 10. But clearly the players don't have such a test. Then Yasayer opened the space-time rift. For the players, this is just a game. If we wipe them out, they just need to draw heroes again. At this time, a message prompt appears. Pay attention, this task is a task that requires 2 teams to complete together. If the team has insufficient members, please supplement them in the following way. Hint: use tactical locks to give tactical instructions to the heroes participating in the task. It's actually a tactical lock, but it seems like the players don't know how to use it much. Then the man gestured for Yasayer to tell the players to take out the items from the warehouse. After a moment, both teams obtained 3 life potions each. Itis, we will each land in different places. In that case, we need to meet in the center as soon as possible. If you underhand, I will never let you go. Don't worry. I will definitely conquer the floor. As a blue light appeared, an uncle was seen murmuring in fear. We absolutely can't win. We're all going to die. The man tentatively greeted him, but he couldn't see anyone. Is this Uncle an? There are many cases of NPCs appearing in missions, so this is what the co-op mission refers to. This city looks very familiar. And Aaron also said that he had been here before. The next second, the man suddenly realized that this is the abandoned city on floor 5. But if there is a difference, it's that it hasn't been destroyed yet. These twin goddess statues are items that appear in special missions. And if the statues are broken, that means they will all die here. Facing the goblins, which outnumber them by more than 10 times, how should they conquer the floor? They came to the floor stone. It looks like this is the abandoned city on floor 5. But if there is a difference, it's that it hasn't been destroyed yet. At the same time, Zen9 felt that everything in front of her was not normal. Let's discuss these issues later. The most important thing now is how we should survive here. While the task has not started yet, the man gestured to the crowd to go to the city to gather enough information. The scene changes. The man is standing in the clock tower overlooking the entire city. It seems the soldiers' morale has been completely lost. And outside the city, thousands of goblins are swarming towards the city. In contrast, the soldiers standing outside the city are the only remaining forces of the city, but their numbers don't even reach 1/10 of the goblins. Although from the current situation, it is quite despairing. If it is a survival task, then the man's survival rate will significantly increase, because there are enough imps to act as bait, not to mention a very powerful magician. After a moment, Ida's team and the man's team met, and just as the man was about to ask Idas what the task this time would be, an alarm sounded, and the man was shocked, because this is a triple warning prompt of high difficulty. The task prompt came, defend the city to prevent its collapse. Damn it, this is actually a defense mission. You know, 2 teams plus 315 MP soldiers, only 360 troops, to stop thousands of goblins. This is simply harder than climbing the sky. It seems everyone is here. Let's summarize the information and establish a detailed battle plan. At this time, Snake89 stated that we can interfere with their actions, but we cannot communicate with them. Aaron also told everyone the information he had learned. Currently, refugees are concentrated in the center of the city. In the north and east of the city, a large number of goblins are approaching step by step. No escape routes were found in the south and west. And at this moment, Idas asked the man if he knew the information about this task. This mission is defense. We need to protect this city from the invasion of goblins. That is to say, we need to eliminate all the enemies. This is impossible. And the uncle on the side put forward his view. I wonder if we can use the empty fort strategy and then strike behind the enemies. But the man refused on the spot. I speculate that the condition for clearing is to eliminate all the enemies. Have you noticed the statue in front of the clock tower? That is an item that often appears in special tasks. If that statue is destroyed, that will also mean that we will fail to clear. This is really outrageous. If this mission fails, we will all die here. Can't we escape the city? When a task is deemed a failure, no matter where we are, we will die on the spot. Although this condition seems very unreasonable, since this is a game, then it must be possible to clear it. There are a lot of goblins. But only the Northern Legion has siege equipment. That is to say, as long as we can contain the Northern Legion, we will have a chance to survive. Then the man gestured for Idas's team to go to the north to defend, but he was puzzled by this. According to the current information, no matter what action we take, this task is impossible to complete. I understand your thoughts. Even if both teams are together, we will eventually face a breakthrough. Because from common sense, this is a battle that we absolutely cannot win. But there must be a hint here. In floor 7, we learned that the dam collapsed. From the 5th floor to the 9th floor, all the hints point to the dam. These messages must have some special meaning. But what is the relationship between the collapsed dam and conquering the floors? What does it have to do with conquering the floors? And at this moment, Shannan suddenly remembered some important details. Now that you mention it, I seem to have heard something there before. I heard from the other side of the river, horses running. And the man was suddenly shocked. Why are you only mentioning such an important detail now? Then the man assigned the tasks. No matter what it takes, you must hold the city gate until we return. Understood? We'll do our best to hold on. Isn't this too rash? Don't we need to make any battle plans? Idas is different from you. He understands very quickly. Quickly bring your weapon. We're going to the east, and Aaron is confused. There are thousands of goblins outside. Why do we have to go out? That's true. But we still have to choose to go out. If we all stay here, we'll definitely be wiped out. On floor 7, the dam has already collapsed. If the sound of horses' hooves Jenna heard is from the Yuan army, then it means the Yuan army cannot participate in the healing in time because of the collapsed dam, cannot participate in the treatment in time. That is to say, what we need to do is go to the east gate, break through the goblins, and stop the water from the river from splashing. Are we supposed to? That's right, we need to eliminate those goblins. Facing the vast goblin army outside the city, the man actually chose to open the city gate in this moment of crisis. Even the MP soldiers who came to stop him were kicked and punched by him. What exactly is going on? The man decided to eliminate the goblins in the east of the city. At the same time, a large number of refugees are pouring into the city, while the man and others are running out of the city. At this time, the man signaled Jenna to climb up the city wall to observe the situation outside the city. Aaron will get ready to open the city gate. Then let Oka release the second stage of fire magic at the moment the gate opens. Release the second stage of fire magic. At the same time, Aaron is slowly opening the city gate, and the soldiers beside him are very shocked, because in their eyes, the city gate is rotating on its own. At this time, Jenna reported on the situation outside the city. A large number of goblins have gathered outside the city. If the gate is opened, then these goblins will flood in at the same time. And in order to prevent the soldiers from disrupting their plan, the man kicked and punched them. At the same time, Oka is condensing magic. Suddenly an arrow came flying, but it was caught by the man on the spot. It seems that the goblin army is about to pour into the city, and Jenna is helping to deal with those soldiers on the side. Then the sky began to drizzle. This shouldn't affect his magic, right? At this moment, Aaron suddenly opened the city gate. Countless goblins rushed toward Oka. With a burst of flames, the goblins in front of them were all eliminated. Then Aaron and Jenna took the opportunity to run out of the city, and the man handed Oka a bottle of mana potion. Remember to replenish mana after every use of magic. Can you keep up with us? Of course, who do you think I am? And Shuan at this time was already too scared to speak. Do you still plan to go out with us? At this time he was already in a state of fear. Then the man signaled him to go help Itis. If you can survive in that battle, I will remember you. At the same time, the soldiers in the city are slowly closing the city gate. It seems that the only way now is to move forward, and under Oka's magic, they successfully opened a path forward. Next, just use the first stage. It can reduce your fire power and make the flame cover as much area as possible. However, Oka needs a certain chanting time to release magic. For this reason, they must defend for more than 20 seconds under the goblin attack. After a moment of fighting, a fierce flame soared into the sky, instantly destroying all the goblins in front of them, and they took the opportunity to rush to the dam. Although the fire temperature is very high, they can still endure it with their armor. They are very fortunate that Oka joined their team. At the same time, another group of goblin army launched an attack. Because of the rain, the flames were quickly extinguished. The man signaled Oka to release the skill again. Immediately after, another 20-second attack and defense battle began. As the countdown ended, a flame tornado rose from the ground, instantly defeating the goblin army. Let's use the flames as a shield and keep moving forward. We must break through to the dam like this, and not far away, the endless goblin army is slowly advancing toward them. Facing such a fierce monster army, Oka, who is a 3-star hero, has no choice. Even though they possess very powerful fire magic, they are not afraid of this at all. Just the endless goblin army is slowly advancing toward them, and the Goblin King is eagerly drawing his sword. At the same time, the two sides are engaged in a fierce battle. The goblins suddenly launched an attack. The man dodged to the side, then killed it with one slash. But the man was very surprised, because the goblins' attack pattern has actually changed. Even in the face of such fierce fire magic, they still rushed in without hesitation. Damn it, why is this happening? And at this time, the man seemed to notice something. Looks like it's because of that guy, because Ilka's magic has a delay. So they are desperately attacking us. Damn it, he has seen through our plan. That guy is smarter than a typical goblin, and now Jenna and Aaron can't hold on for much longer, because the oxygen around us is running out. So the man made a decision. A figure flashed by. The man instantly cleared a path. You guys come here quickly. I'll only say this once, so you have to listen carefully. There's only one chance. What are you talking about? We have to kill that monster wearing a mask. At the same time, another wave of monster legions attacked. The man's team fought hard to resist. With a shout, it's now. A wave of extremely fierce flames surged towards the enemy. In an instant, it pierced through the monster legion on the spot. While the monsters were stunned, the flames exploded from within the monster group. This is the second stage of fire magic explosion. This scene stunned the monsters. And Jenna seized the opportunity to shoot an arrow, directly piercing the Goblin King's eye. At the same time, Wyalka fainted to the ground because she ran out of magic power. So the man picked her up. Even with such powerful magic, is it impossible to completely eliminate all the monsters? If they continue to attack us, then we will surely be annihilated. However, their ultimate goal isn't me, but the castle. But their leader is no longer around. Then what will they do? The next second, the monster legion headed straight for the castle. Looks like they chose the castle. The scene changes. They finally got past the monster legion and arrived at the dam. The reason we survived is because we killed that monster. If he were still alive, then I would have been the one to die. Then they used healing potions to heal themselves. Now the northern gate is being breached, and Edith's team is defending desperately. But we also need to start our mission. This time a group of goblins was slowly approaching. Damn it, just leave us alone. Everyone prepare for battle. And Aaron was extremely shocked. What's going on? Looks like they brought a big fella this time. The dam that the man was desperately protecting was shattered by a single punch from a giant beast, and what awaits them next will be death. The monster legion was slowly walking towards them. Then the man started assigning tasks. Wyalka used fire to block their attack, and Aaron will be responsible for protecting Wyalka. At the same time, the monster legion suddenly launched an attack. A giant beast swung its hammer down heavily towards the man. If this hit the man, then he would die on the spot, and facing such a fierce attack, the only way to defeat him is to slowly exhaust him. And at this moment, a wall of fire was formed around them. Faced with the giant beast's hand attacking, the man swung his sword to block it. Jenna on the side also took the opportunity to shoot a few arrows. Although they all hit him, they did not cause any damage to him. Then the man signaled Jenna not to waste her arrows, because to deal with this kind of monster, you need to find his weakness. But does he really have a weakness? At the same time, another giant beast rushed toward them. And the current situation is very grim, because Aaron is protecting Ilka over there, plus another giant beast has appeared. If this continues, then the risks they will have to bear will be greater. And at this time, an attack from the monster almost caught the man off guard. Then the man took a quick step to the top of his head, and then stabbed the long sword in his hand into its neck. But because the stab was too shallow, it did not cause any effective damage. So the man raised his shield and flew towards the monster. The next second, the long sword had pierced through the giant beast. Then the man swung his sword and killed it. Next is the other giant beast. At this time, the other giant beast was already close to him, so Jenna shot arrows to stop him, but it had no effect. Seeing the giant beast Bigfoot about to step on Yalka, and just at this moment, the monster actually ran past him. But the man quickly realized that guy's target is the dam, so they used all their strength to attack it. After a fierce attack, the giant beast finally fell into the river. Just when the man thought things were over, a giant snake suddenly emerged from the river. Immediately afterward, it shattered the dam with one punch, and at this time, Aaron had already taken care of all the gods, and asked the man what to do next. But the man just said indifferently, if our guess is correct, the supporting soldiers should have come to this city through the dam, but now that the dam has been destroyed, they have no way to cross this river. But with these remaining forces, how exactly are they going to conquer the remaining monsters? When the bridge of life is destroyed by monsters, humanity loses the chance to survive. Since the world has lost hope, then I will create hope. Everybody's got... I didn't expect you to be able to do this, of course, because psychokinesis is the foundation of magic. Then the man expressed his gratitude to him, because if it wasn't for him, then they would definitely have died here. At the same time, another wave of goblin legions attacked, so they tried their best to resist. But now, it's been a long time since the floor battle started, but reinforcements have yet to appear. Did the man miscalculate? Maybe there were never any reinforcements to begin with. And at this moment, Yirka was replenishing her magic. A goblin seized an opportunity, and then pounced on Yirka. At this critical moment, a soldier suddenly appeared, and killed the goblin on the spot. And at this time, the goblins looked panicked, because their reinforcements had arrived. The next second, the goblin legion launched an attack. The soldier captain raised his longsword. Soldiers, offer up your hearts. In an instant, countless soldiers surged toward the battlefield from all directions. Then a message appeared in front. Our Nebusitizi soldier corps has joined the battle. At the same time, the man signaled Jenna to come and meet him. The soldier corps has about 500 people. Although there is no numerical advantage, the man could clearly feel that these soldiers were completely different from the city guards. This battle can definitely be won. After a moment, TZ Soldier Corps has 458 remaining soldiers. At this time, the battle had ended, and in order to keep up with the soldier corps in front, they had to learn to ride horses. Although the player cannot interfere in battle, they can influence battle. That is by giving heroes auxiliary skills to learn. This is one of the skill books provided in the battle shop, so the man learned the riding skill. Although he cannot directly learn skills related to combat, he can master auxiliary skills like this. Then they joined the soldier corps. Now we have more troops. Now it's time to fight back. The man was dragged into the game world by a bug. Now enemies meet and their eyes are burning with rage. What kind of sparks will fly between them? The man obtained a large number of troops. Next, they will sound the horn of counterattack. Before the city gate is breached, the goblins gathered in the east of the city did not pose much of a threat. Now their biggest threat is the north of the city, because that is already surrounded by siege ladders. And the soldier corps knows this very well, which is why they are moving towards the north. But the man quickly realized that things were not as simple as they seemed, so he signaled the team to move toward both sides. They had to stay away from the battle, but Aaron was very confused by this, because shouldn't they be protecting the north of the city? Do you really think that this is the end? Now, we should head to the northern forest. As the team moved forward rapidly, it was exactly as the man had guessed. A group of goblin cavalry were hiding in the forest, waiting for an opportunity to act. At the same time, large monsters launched an attack on the city. If this group of cavalry joins the battle, then the consequences will be disastrous. Then the man asked Gaiarka how he was feeling. He said he could barely use magic, but the magic power would be greatly reduced. Rather than power, they should pay more attention to the range now. Next, they will cross the northern forest, and what Yayorka needs to do is burn the entire forest. On the other side, the north of the city was already engulfed in smoke, with only the Itis team holding out. And just at this time, the Taizi soldier corps arrived in time. In an instant, the drums sounded and the battle began. War immediately catching the Goblin Legion off guard, and Itis also realized that they were the long-awaited reinforcements. They only need to hold on for a while longer. At the same time, with Iorka's chanting, an incomparably fierce flame instantly engulfed the entire forest. Thus Iorka completed his task. Although this will burn the entire forest down, that's even better, because that was originally the goblins' habitat. On the other hand, the city defense battle is still ongoing. Although many city guards were sacrificed, fortunately the soldiers who joined later were of high quality. They have very strong abilities. Even in the face of an overwhelming numerical advantage, they were not at all at a disadvantage in the fight. In the end, the soldier corps won the battle, and that also meant that they had completed their mission. Although this was a very difficult mission to complete, fortunately no heroes died. Just when everyone was happy, Jenna felt very confused. Why, although they completed the task, they were not teleported back? In an instant, the man's eyes widened. At this moment, he realized that something was wrong, because they eliminated all the monsters, helped the reinforcements cross the dam, and eliminated the ambush hidden in the northern forest, and finally won this battle. But why didn't the stage settlement information pop up just when the man was struggling to understand? In an instant, space went into a static state. All the characters were frozen in place. At this time, a voice signaled the man to look back. A black figure appeared in front of him. It was actually that level 999 black figure. The next second, all the experiences before the man entered the game floated in front of him. Damn, it's you. The limit level for heroes below 7 stars is 99, but the black figure in front of him has a level of 999, and he is under the command of a level 15 Dark Disciple. What kind of sparks will fly between them? The man recognized at a glance that the black figure in front of him was the culprit who had dragged him into the game world. But his level of 999 made the man feel very confused. For heroes below 7 stars, the limit level is only 99. Then he found that, beside the black figure, there was actually another figure, a level 15 Dark Disciple. He was staring at the man with a wicked smile. I will be waiting for you. Then he turned and disappeared from his sight. At the same time, the game world restored its network connection. Just as everyone was puzzled, the man shouted to everyone, "Quick, flee back to the city." Then he hurried towards the castle. Because of the appearance of the Dark Disciple, the man immediately felt that things were far from over, and at this time, the soldiers behind him started to mutate. Immediately afterward, the surroundings fell into chaos. But the man only instructed everyone to return to the city as soon as possible, because he recognized at a glance that these were the legendary reanimated dead. They would turn suitable corpses into living corpses, and if their brains weren't destroyed, their attacks could not be stopped. But these aren't monsters that should appear at this level. With the help of Yetis, they escaped back to the city, and at this time, the man suddenly put down Yaurka and instructed them after meeting with Yetis to jointly protect the goddess statue in the city center. Please hold on until I get back, but we can't win against those monsters. Alun, you must pull yourself together. Do you want to become food for those monsters? Encouraged, Alun instantly cheered up, and facing the worries of Zena and Yayorka, the man said that he would definitely return, as the door slowly closed. Next, he would single-handedly traverse this monster market. Although they are very disgusting, as long as their brains are cut off, then defeating them is still very easy. But at this moment, a giant beast raised a hammer and slammed it fiercely against the city gate. I didn't expect even this kind of monster to be resurrected. At this rate, the city gate won't last long. At the same time, the monsters beside him were rushing at him, and at this critical moment, two arrows came swiftly and killed them on the spot. It turned out that Jenna was helping the man not far away. On the other side, the city gate was under a fierce monster attack and was ultimately forced open, and what awaits them will be an endless massacre. I didn't expect the gate to be opened so quickly, but if the man can just eliminate that Dark Disciple, all of this should come to an end, and he once said that he would be waiting for the man in that burning forest. Then I'm coming. Death. The man desperately killed the Dark Disciple, but he couldn't change anything. The screams of his teammates were still endless, and he had reached his final moment of exhaustion. Is there really no way? The man was heading towards that forest, and there are two reasons for these monsters' actions. The first is to destroy the goddess statue, and the second is a strong aggressiveness towards living beings. They were so powerful before they were alive, and they are so difficult to deal with after being resurrected. These damn guys. Unexpectedly, Yeti's leadership ability is much better than expected. Although the current situation is not optimistic, their most urgent task is to protect the goddess statue. If the city walls are breached by monsters, then they need to set up roadblocks to stop the monsters from advancing, and with Xena and Alun defending, they should be able to hold them off for a while. They should be able to hold for quite a while. At the same time, the people inside the city are being ravaged by monsters. On the other side, the man had already arrived in that forest, and what he needs to do now is to kill the Dark Disciple as soon as possible. He slowly walked towards the depths of the forest, but the next second, two monsters rushed at him head-on. So he raised his knife and instantly killed them on the spot. Then he drank a healing potion and immediately arrived at the edge of the area, because he knew that guy was here. And at this moment, news came from ahead that two members had fallen into a state of fear. Then the member Majin died. Even Yetis had fallen into a bleeding state. At the same time, an attack flew toward him. The man immediately used his shield to block it, but the next second the attack shattered the shield and pierced his arm on the spot. It seems that the Dark Disciple's melee abilities are relatively weak, but he is still a monster that only appears at higher levels. So he is still a more powerful existence than the man. At the same time, multiple attacks came again. The man swung his sword and fought hard to resist, but unfortunately there were too many. The man was frozen through his body. If not for his powerful defense ability, he would have died from this long ago. And at this time he had also fallen into a bleeding state. If this keeps dragging on, then he will surely die. And he must kill the Dark Disciple before all his teammates die. The Dark Disciple, at this moment, said he wanted to have a good talk with the man, because he noticed that the man was different from them. But the next second, the man threw his long sword with all his strength. The sword in his hand pierced his chest on the spot. At the same time, faced with the enemy's attack, the man instantly activated his berserk state. But the next second, his arm was cut off by magic on the spot. And at this time he could only withstand the physical pain and swing his short knife at the enemy. Faced with the multiple magics released by the enemy, even if they pierced his body, he would not back down. With a loud cry, the short knife in his hand cut the enemy's throat and killed him on the spot. And at this time the man finally collapsed on the ground exhausted. But hasn't the settlement information appeared yet? Hasn't this battle ended yet? If that's the case, everyone is finished. It seems before the goddess statue is destroyed. He will die here. With the news of Sheen's death arriving, the man felt that he was going to die here for no reason, and he felt very sorry for his teammates, because he had failed their expectations, and couldn't lead them to success in conquering the floor. But just at this moment, the goddess statue emitted a golden light, and then a blue light appeared. Then they were teleported back to the town. At this time, the settlement information that everyone had been waiting for was received, and then a prompt came. After collecting the relevant materials, the man can be promoted to a higher star rank. Congratulations to the player. When conquering the floor, the repair room has been renamed to Tanir. When the limit level 999 high meets the man with only level 10, what kind of sparks will fly between them? The man slowly opened his eyes. At this time he realized that he had survived. After a moment, the man found Aaron. He had a worried and sad look on his face. Why are you looking like this? And he said that he was thinking about the reason for arguing with the man. Ever since the man left, a horde of corpses rushed into the town. Countless humans fell before his eyes. At this moment the man realized that Aaron was under tremendous pressure. Are you still going to have this look on your face tomorrow? Aaron gave a negative answer to this, and then slowly left the place. The scene changed. At this moment, they were enjoying the joy of surviving a close call. In the man's eyes, everyone's emotions were quite stable, except for Dika. He needed some time to recover. At the same time, in order to promote the man's level, the player upgraded the synthesis facility. Next is to synthesize all the attribute stones into a summer promotion stone, accompanied by a colorful light appearing. Isair appeared in front of him, holding the promotion stone, and then encouraged the man to advance to 7-star level like this. Although the man had no confidence in this at all, Isair felt that only he could reach the 7-star level. If that was the case, then Celici should have reached the 7-star level a long time ago. But the man had tried everything and had never obtained a 7-star hero. Then the man went to the synthesis facility to advance. As long as he entered this place, he would become a 2-star hero. And this is one of the areas that the player cannot see. After placing the materials and hero in the advancement room, the advancement began. Even the player doesn't know what exactly will happen here. Then he placed the advancement stone on the platform. Immediately afterward, a blinding beam of light shot straight into the sky. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was surrounded by unfamiliar scenes, and as he went into guard, he realized that there was an impassable barrier in front of him. But then from the woman's words, he found out that this child was called Hanyizalate. He was originally supposed to come here instead of the man, but because he didn't understand the situation, the man decided to leave the place, and everything in front of him shocked him greatly, because this was clearly a rest room, but not a single building could be seen. At the same time, a time rift slowly opened, and then Ysayer came into view, but he soon discovered that he was much smaller than the usual Ysayer, and he looked in the direction the elf was pointing at. Descent dungeon, prove your power. Difficulty extremely difficult. At this moment, the man realized that something was wrong. Isn't the Descent dungeon the new event that was launched that day? But then a series of alarms went off, and he was plunged into a state of fear. Even the man couldn't react. What exactly happened? Under the powerful pressure, the man instantly activated a berserk mode to resist. After a moment of respite, a voice came, finally we meet. And in front of him was the level 999 black figure. How are you here? Although it was a case of enemies meeting with red eyes, his level as high as 999 made the man hesitate, because this guy took only 10 seconds to eliminate 5-star and 6-star heroes on the spot. Then he mocked the man for not attacking him. But the man was very rational. With his current strength, he was not able to compete with him. If he didn't have good self-control, maybe he would have been eliminated by the black figure. Do you show up every time a hero advances a level? The black figure denied this, because the man was a special existence, and he also brought the man a beautiful gift. A figure slowly walked into the man's view. But the man was shocked. Who exactly are you? When the mastermind behind the scenes with a limit level of 999 is up against a different world man with only level 10, a thrilling battle should have happened. But the woman's words made him freeze on the spot, because he was a loyal fan of Loki, and this time meeting Loki was to tell him the truth behind this incident. Just a figure slowly appeared in front of the man. Felt a strange sense of familiarity welling up in his heart, because he looked very similar to Ysayer. But at this moment the woman didn't know how to introduce herself. Will Ysayer look like this in the future too? But the man didn't care who she was at all. He only knew that she was a damn bat. But these words made the woman very unhappy. Then she corrected the man on his mistake. It's not that he looked like Ysayer, but rather that Ysayer looked like him. Ysayer is just his 479th imitation. Immediately she threw a business card at the man, and she was actually the boss of Mobius. At this moment, the man only felt that he had been tricked. Then he went straight to the point and questioned her. Is it you who brought me to this world? But she says that this was not her intention, because she also didn't expect that the man would be drawn into Mobius. And now this scene is completely an accident. But the man will not believe her one-sided story. Immediately, he threatens the woman to let him leave this place. But how could she fear just a mere heteromorphic hero? Although he is a heteromorphic hero, the man is an existence that will grow stronger with time. And if that's the case, then here, killing the man will be the best option. Then an attack came rushing towards the man, pierced the man's armor on the spot, and then stopped directly in front of the man's chest. It turned out this was just a test from the woman. So the man asked her curiously what she wanted. But her next words made the man tremble. Because she is a loyal fan of Loki. She was extremely shocked by Loki's performance when conquering dungeons. He was extremely shocked by his performance when conquering dungeons, and her reason for coming here is to tell the man the truth about this world. But she is curious, what does Loki think about the game's plot? In her impression, players only care about content and not the plot. Even her own thoughts are like that. There is no so-called worldview here. Players just don't care whether this world is real or not. Then she slowly snapped her fingers. Then the scenery behind her changed. This is the Haim Peninsula in the Tanir continent. Although it's a city the man saw in the floor clock, it is now in this state. Ruins of cities were displayed before the man. These are the current state of all regions in Tanir. Do you think that Niflheim will be any different? All continents connected to Mobius will become like this. Over 100 million planets were destroyed almost at the same time. This world has long been destined for destruction. All things will eventually vanish into smoke, and the characters in this world hope to get a different ending. For this, they only need to do one very simple thing. That is, bring humans from outside this world here. Then rewrite the plot and direction of this world. Because outsiders are beings in a higher dimension. Simply observing can change the course of the future, and this is also the reason why Loki was brought into this game world. Therefore the man gave a scornful laugh. So, what's the point of telling me all this? She said she wanted to save this world together with the man. But before she could finish speaking, the man directly hit her head with a flying knife, because he doesn't believe what the woman said at all, and he now only wants to leave this place as soon as possible. They pulled him into this world in the first place, making him suffer countless torments. Now they want to seek cooperation. This is just a fool's dream. Although the man very much wants to kill her, the current level difference is too great. After weighing the pros and cons, the man chose to leave here as soon as possible, but the woman refused, because she had spent a great deal of effort to bring him. She elaborated on why she favored Loki so much. He achieved accomplishments that other players could not. A familiar phrase appeared in front of him. This is one of the notifications in the beginner's tutorial, and Loki is the only human who understands this phrase, and is the one of a kind among hundreds of millions of players. Then the scenery behind them changed again. This is the scene of floor 80. Among 100 million players, only Loki and 4 other people are allowed to challenge here. At the same time, this is also the most difficult floor. Do you want to show me this? The woman gave a positive answer to this, and prepared a chair for him. Then please have a seat. King Sword Nia Kugastafer. King Spear Mutiny Kida. King Sword Lady Jun. King's Iuna said. King Siliciate Haim. Next will be the moment of their bloody battles. And before that, the woman is inviting the man to watch the scene of Loki conquering floor 80 at that time. Then please have a seat. And she is very curious. How will Lan Ren feel while watching his own gameplay? How will he feel about his own gameplay? Floor 80 is different from previous floors. It does not clearly tell you the task type, because its tasks appear randomly. Although luck determines the difficulty of the challenge floor, most players fail when challenging this floor. Most players fail when challenging this floor. But the man clearly remembers the strategy for conquering floor 80. Then what is the purpose of watching this video? You'll know if you watch further. And in the man's impression, when he was conquering floor 80, besides the main force, the rest of the teams were almost all wiped out. It was a place where no creature could survive. Countless monsters live here. It was a hellish existence. And the man recognized at a glance that these were Fragment series monsters. This is also, floor 80 is known as the Wailing Wall. But the woman's words made the man tremble. In the game, the difficulty of different accounts can vary. Even the summon probability is the same, and Loki from the beginning to end has never been able to obtain a 5-star hero through summoning. This is not a random occurrence. It's not that Loki is unlucky, but that there are no heroes left in Niflheim. Even the difficulty is the same. Niflheim's account is internally judged as one of the few with an S-grade rating. But she is curious, how did Loki conquer floor 88? At the same time, a blue light appeared. The strongest hero in Niflheim is slowly making his appearance. In an instant, the top 5 strongest heroes gathered together. Next is the moment for them to fight a bloody battle. Loki slowly dragged the heroes, placing them in suitable positions. The woman at this moment only felt that Loki's tactics were very interesting. Although the process was very complex, the purpose was very pure. Cut off the enemy's resource supply before ambushing them. Next, let's observe their actions carefully. See what kind of existence you will be for them, and this is why Loki is unique. At the same time, the heroes who received the mission began to fight. The task must succeed. No failure allowed. This is not just for us, but for Loki as well. Immediately afterward is the moment for the heroes to shine. King Sword Niha Kugas to feel. King Spear Mutant Nike Deek. King Sword Ridiculous Gian. King's Flame Yonasaid. King's Flame Sarasa Tahaim. As the mission began, a burst of fire appeared. In an instant, all the monsters were wiped out. This is the strength of the strongest heroes. It seems they are truly loyal to Loki. They are known as the strongest 6-star heroes in the game. Apart from the 7-star heroes, no one can deal with them. But the most important thing is not ability, but how they view their master. The heroes realized when climbing the tower that the players just treat them like pets to play with. But the man is different. He is a true master. Loki, he is the king of Niflheim. Until now, the heroes of Niflheim are still searching for the man's whereabouts, but only the woman clearly knows of Loki's existence. From this, it's not hard to see that Loki in the hearts of Niflheim heroes holds an extremely high position, and his way of playing the game is very unique. He has never used the synthesis function. Under normal circumstances, players would use synthesis to turn disobedient heroes into materials, feeding them to high-level heroes, even low-star heroes with potential. players would not hesitate to feed them to high stars, and Loki has never gotten a 5-star hero from start to finish. Even Ceres was only a 4-star level hero. Others have advised him that this is a failed account, but even so, Loki did not choose to give up because of it, because he was used to injustice. Loki stated that it wasn't that he hasn't used synthesis before, it's just that he used it very rarely. Then that's basically the same as not using it, and it's the same in other aspects. Other players treat heroes as toys to play with, and they will discard them when they get tired of playing. But Loki won't do that. As long as they show their potential, then even if their level is too low, he won't give up easily, reward heroes who have contributed, and punish those who haven't. Then he curiously asked the man, "You know that the heroes here are humans, right?" Although he doesn't know how the man found out, but that is the conclusion he has drawn. Facing the doomed Tunir district, only the man has the hope of turning the tide. Then what kind of choice will he make? The woman reached a conclusion. That is, Loki is familiar with everything here. All the heroes here are humans. However, in fact, these game characters are very realistic, so much so that it's hard to believe. They are designed by programs, because each person has their own unique way of training, so Loki still can't believe that they are living humans. But is this why he likes the man? The woman gave an affirmative answer, even expressing that she had wanted to talk to him for a while, but unfortunately, he was still on Earth at that time. That's such a pity. If Loki had met him on Earth, he would have buried him alive on the spot, and he already has a deep hatred for the woman before him, because whether it's Tunir or Niflheim, he believes that it has nothing to do with him. He's just an ordinary person from Earth, but the woman imposed his situation on the man, and Loki clearly knows the woman called him here is definitely not just to get him to climb the tower. At the beginning, Loki was planning to lead the Niflheim team to conquer Floor 90 when he was dragged into this game world, so the current man will absolutely not agree to cooperate with her, and he now only wants to make the woman completely disappear before him. Faced with Loki's such a decisive refusal, the woman had no choice but to give up cooperation, but she hopes the man can live and come to the place where she is. But the man was very curious whether the dark disciples that appeared on Floor 10 were her doing. The woman gave an affirmative answer, but she stated that she won't interfere after the Floor 10 mishap, because Tunir, where Loki is located, will definitely bring her huge troubles. Her difficulty is the same as dying and destroying a country. Both are legendary rank. No matter how well Loki does, the player's chance of failure is at least 90%. But if he has his help, the result will be completely different. Then the woman said to him, if Loki can climb to the top floor, then she will send Loki back to Earth and give him half of Mobius' shares. But the man is not interested in this at all, because he doesn't believe this woman in front of him from the beginning to the end. Then a short sword struck the woman on the spot. When the man reaches the top floor, all the truth will come to light, and he doesn't need the woman's help. That is his answer. However, the woman showed no concern for Loki's behavior and gave him a piece of advice. When he starts to climb the tower, that's when the curtain truly rises on Pygmium, Tunir, a place where humans and different races coexist, and over this prosperous land will be invaded by a large number of monsters. The reason why Pick Me Up is so difficult is because it's a situation with virtually no chance of winning. But if it's Loki, then there is still hope to change this situation. If Loki wants to save the world, he must climb this tower. All heroes will be with him through the difficulties, and the future of the world is in the hands of the player and Loki. Powerful enemies will come one after another. Climb the tower. Loki, we will be waiting for your arrival. I hope we will never meet again here. At the same time, congratulations information is transmitted. The hero awakened forgotten memories, hence successfully promoted to 2 stars. Hero level and skills have been improved. It seems that the promotion process is finally over, and in response to Aaron's question, the man just tells him that he will also experience this in the future. But has anything happened recently? Aaron said that nothing had happened. At this moment, the man suddenly realizes the reason why Aaron wants to go back is his younger sister Nina, and the man's goal has never changed. That is to climb the tower and return to Earth. If there are any other thoughts, then it is to make that woman pay a painful price for this. After a moment, an apology message was sent. Because of the game network crash, some compensation will be made to the players, and the specific compensation is as follows. At the same time, Yssair congratulated Loki for being promoted to 2 stars. But the man had no reaction to this, because he learned about Yssair's true prototype. Unexpectedly, it would actually be the CEO of Mobius Corporation. Although the man was very shocked, knowing this won't help matters either. Then the man expressed his inner thoughts. He wanted to climb the tower and return to Earth. For this, he needs Yssair's help. Then Ysayer decisively agreed to his request and took out a gift certificate and gave it to the man. Although the gift certificate can be redeemed for various props and equipment, but the man showed no concern for this, because he knows a gift certificate of this denomination can't buy anything good. Ysayer exchanged the gift certificate for a warhorse statue. This is a reward from the players, but the man just threw it away. If the rewards are only given to one hero, then the other heroes will complain, and each hero has its own unique. The scene switches, the space-time rift is slowly opening. And now the man's biggest concern is the enemy within. That is, the players who are called enemies. Now, because of the repeated training and the experience on the floors, is already physically and mentally exhausted. Under this situation, it's impossible to go to floor 11. But the scene that follows made the man feel very confused. A player was preparing to challenge floor 11, so I signaled Jenna and the others to get ready, and the experience of conquering the floors made the player mistakenly believe that it was his own credit, so he became a little conceited. Under this situation, conquering floor 11 is clearly the wrong decision. So can I climb to floor 100 with a guy like that? When a 1-star hero is synthesized with a 4-star hero, the 1-star man should have become the nourishment. However, when the synthesis ended, the 4-star hero was discarded by the player. Even those 3-star heroes have become his stepping stones to climb the tower, and now the man refuses the player's orders. Just before this, the player, without any preparation, actually chose to conquer floor 11. Even the man did not expect he would have such a brainless operation. The scene switches, the group came to a cemetery, and what awaits them will be an endless army of skeletons. Then they quickly prepared for battle. The reason why Pick Me Up is called a luck-based online game is largely because of the appearance of the gacha mechanism, because the stronger the hero you draw, the smoother your climb up the tower will be. But the man's situation was different. The player fed the 4-star hero to the man. Then there were 5 3-star heroes, now only one is left. To say that the player's luck is bad, it's not entirely true. At the beginning of the climb, the player constantly expanded the facilities, trained heroes and made items. Then, according to the man's strategy, climbed up step by step. But after floor 5, everything changed. After the man did his best to complete the task, the development of the situation has changed. Under the conditions that they did not have the ability to train their heroes, the player performed 5 paid gacha rolls, and even without any training, threw a member into the floor pool, and also repeatedly made low-level mistakes, attributing all the hero's merits to his own operations. At the same time, after completing the task, the man finally leveled up. His stats were improved in every aspect. The scene switches. At this moment, the man was talking with Ysayer, and he was very curious about the true identity of Ysayer's prototype. Although in principle, Ysayer cannot reveal this, but under the man's questioning, Ysayer decided to answer his question. And Rish has different identities in each world. If you have to say one, int, he is an existence named Tella. If that's the case, then there must also be his figure in Nifim. After conquering a floor, each player will give their rest area, and this rest area is called Tanir. The man's is Niflim. If Kella's explanation is correct, then it means that each player holds the fate of a world in their hands. Then the man asked a second question. So what is Mobius? It's just the name of our company. But the man did not agree with his statement. He believes that Mobius is the existence that connects all worlds. And because of this, each player has different tasks, and no duplicate heroes appear. At this moment, he roughly figured out the woman's true identity. But are only ordinary people like this? Of course, only Earthlings can become players. But the man said he didn't want to know that. But will Terra play tricks on players? Hearing this, Ysayer looked extremely shocked. Then he said he would go and inquire about it. After a moment, Ysayer said that the man did not need to worry. Terra did not play any tricks on this player. The scene changed. The man learned that the current game is an existence that will not be interfered with. Then this means that the man's guess is correct. Players mistakenly believe that conquering floors is their own merit, thus becoming extremely arrogant. If things continue to develop like this, then there will definitely be big problems. And in order to cope with unexpected situations in the future, they must become stronger through training. While things haven't become more serious yet, the man must take the correct measures to bring the player back to how they were before. If you want to solve this problem, you need to eliminate the hero that the player is completely reliant on, and that person is Loki. The scene changes. The group will enter the dungeon again to proceed with the conquest. As the space-time rift slowly opens, this time they will be conquering floor 12. Hearing this, the man immediately refused. This scared Ysayer on the side quite a bit, but if that's the case, what should the rest of them do? At the same time, Ysayer is desperately trying to persuade the man. This is very dangerous. Is it not dangerous to randomly conquer dungeons? Although it is possible to refuse the dungeon hero, there is no way to refuse merging. But the man has already stated his position. As for the remaining few, they need to make their own choices. Hearing this, everyone refused. But what should they do next? Then let's see how the player will react. All the humans in the city are being watched by these eyes. Their every move needs to be approved by the eyes. But now, the man refused the instructions issued by the eyes. Immediately afterward, the first team also refused his orders, and if he had watched the beginner tutorial, he would know this kind of situation would happen. But obviously, he didn't watch it carefully. At the same time, Ysayer on the side is summoning Itis and others over, but he has a look of surprise on his face. He thought it would be the first team to conquer the floor, but the man said he refused the player's orders. Although it is very dangerous to disobey the player's orders, in order to survive, he has no choice but to do so. If they blindly follow the player's orders without their own opinions, then they will definitely head towards destruction in the end. However, Itis still chose to follow the player's orders, because he wants to increase his strength by conquering the floors, and he does not want to be grabbed for merging by the player. Then they walked straight towards the floor dungeon. Immediately after, the man gave some advice to Jenna and the others. If he gets caught by the player for merging because of this, then they need to immediately stop disobeying the player's orders. This way they won't die because of it. But they said they would not retreat either. This made the man feel gratified. At the same time, news came from the front that the second team had entered a bleeding state. Looks like floor 12 is much harder than 11. After a short while, the group emerged from the dungeon with numerous injuries. Itis at this moment had a look of displeasure. He urgently wanted to know how to refuse the players. Then the man told him the method. The next second, the second team also refused the player's orders. At this time, Ysayer had a look of panic on his face, because he never thought things would turn out this way. Now both teams are unable to operate. Although they refused the player's orders, they would not stop training. They would freely enter the weekly dungeon to obtain materials and improve themselves. But Ysayer expressed great concern about this. What if the player doesn't log in again in the future? That depends on what the player chooses. If the player can't even handle this small matter, then how should they climb upward? But what if he wants to merge you? I would rather die without pain than exhaust myself here. Although throwing him into the synthesis facility is the most convenient and effective method, this will cause the heroes to no longer trust the players. Then they left straight away. The scene changed. Through their efforts, they obtained the lower-level fire element insight from the dungeon, and the man has also improved in his training. The lower-level sword escape technique has reached level 6. The man now needs higher intensity training to improve. Immediately after, he issued a mission to Yalka, which is to fully master telepathy magic. But from that day on, the player never logged into the game again. A few days passed. The player logged back into the game. Itis at this time thought that the player had seen reason, but the man determined that it was not that easy. In this situation, there is only one way left. That is to perform a gacha draw and build a new team. As the player began summoning, 3 3-star heroes appeared out of thin air. However, they immediately developed a very strong hostility towards each other. At this moment, a soldier beside them was asking the man to help him. But the next second, a casual remark from the woman instantly angered him. Just as the situation was about to escalate, Ysayer's appearance stopped them in time. Then the player formed them into the third team. Then they started to conquer the floor dungeon. And at this time, the man also chose to leave slowly, because he knew that those people would never return. The scene changed. The man who was resting constantly heard the message notifications coming from ahead. Indeed, just as he had expected, the third team was wiped out in no time. Just summoned 3 3-star heroes, and the player sent them to conquer the floor and failed. And this scene before them had a feeling of a vu. Just before this, the man who was resting constantly heard the message notifications coming from ahead. Indeed, just as he had expected, the third team was wiped out in no time. Then the notification came that the player went offline. Immediately afterward, Ysayer, looking aggrieved, complained to Loki. At this moment he was very afraid that the player would give up on the game, because if the player does not log in for more than 6 months, the account will be forcibly deleted. But Loki didn't seem flustered at all. 6 months in the real world is equivalent to 1 year and 6 months in the game. But if the lobby is not managed by the player, then Ysayer will be useless. This means that he will disappear soon. But Loki comforted him not to worry. If the player's will is so weak, then he would have already given up. However, he was curious why Ysayer was so desperate. Would he die if the player did not climb the tower Unexpectedly, Ysayer actually confirmed this. If the player doesn't climb the tower for a long time, then he will lose his meaning of existence. And at this moment the man had already, because he had been away from Nifimu for a long time, which means that he had no time to waste in this place. The scene changed. The player logged in again, actually for the purpose of gacha drawing, as a purple light appeared. 3 3-star heroes appeared in front of everyone's eyes, but unexpectedly, they started pointing fingers at everyone as soon as they appeared, so the man decided to teach him a lesson. But before he finished speaking, Nujin suddenly launched an attack on the man. But he was knocked to the ground with one punch by the man, and the player only did 3 gacha draws. Did he want to form the third team with those 2 1-star heroes? In fact, this approach of forming a team with high-level heroes and low-level heroes would cause an imbalance in the team's strength to occur. News came that the player had formed the third team. Immediately afterward, the space-time rift was slowly opening. The group completed the quest and returned here. It seems that these 3 newcomers have decent strength. They clearly know what they should do. The scene changed. At this moment, Jenna had a worried look on her face, because she was afraid that the appearance of those people would threaten their place. But the man said not to worry about those teams. Although Team 3 doesn't have a mage class, the overall combination is still quite good. At this moment, they are growing at a rapid pace. Due to the players' excessive reliance, they are becoming increasingly arrogant. They even started to scheme against the mages. And from their conversation, it's not hard to see that they don't care about the deaths of 1-star heroes at all. They don't have a concept of teamwork. Although this team is not ideal in many ways, they still pass floor 14. Next they will face a more difficult floor. And once they successfully conquer it, then the first team will face the fate of being merged. At this moment, Yaoka beside them felt that the man should do something, because those guys will soon catch up with him. But the man was not in a hurry. We just need to wait for an opportunity. However, he was very curious about whether they have fully mastered telepathy. Of course, then they just gently waved their finger, and the next second the surrounding armor floated into the air. Looks like your progress is very significant. In comparison, the player is simply not making progress. As the floors rise, they should upgrade the facilities of the rest room, but the player doesn't seem to have this intention. Gradually, everyone's attention was focused on the third team. And because of the players' love for this team, they became more and more unscrupulous. If they conquer the floor food, then the consequences will be unimaginable. The scene changes. Today they are going to conquer floor 15. Everyone watched all this with concern. As the space-time rift slowly opened, Nujin said a harsh word at this moment. When he returns, it will be the day the man is captured for merging. At the same time, Aaron beside him was very curious. What will happen if they clear floor 15? Then we will need to start following the players' orders, or be used as materials for merging. And they still have a chance to clear floor 15. After all, unexpected things always happen. If they succeed in returning, we must unconditionally obey the players' orders. Of course, by then, the man may have already been captured for merging. Whether they succeed or not, this will be a thrilling game. The player sent 2 warhorse statues to Loki to express his love for this hero Loki. And he didn't know, all of this is within Loki's grasp. Just watching the third team heading towards floor 15, everyone had solemn expressions on their faces. They were all waiting for the result. At this moment, news came that the third team had been wiped out. In just a moment, the third team was tragically destroyed. At this moment, the man couldn't help but frown. It seems that floor 15 must be a special mission. At the same time, the town experienced a violent tremor. Immediately after, news came that the player had logged off. At this moment, Ysayer slowly explained. It turned out the player had thrown his phone away. Then the man and the others left. It seems that they haven't gotten any clues yet. They were just killed by their parents, and their sacrifice was meaningless. From then on, the player never logged into the game again. But they still hadn't given up on training. But Ysayer seemed very worried. And he hoped that Loki could do something. But the man as a hero can only train at the moment. Due to the player's inaction, many 1-star heroes started slacking off and being lazy, and according to calculations, only 3 days have passed in real life. While the two were talking, the player logged into the game again. However, it was only to take a screenshot of the game screen. Then he hastily logged out of the game. Unexpectedly, the player logged in without doing anything. He must be about to give up on the game now. But the man had a different view, because he just took a screenshot. Then the man asked what Ysayer's interests were. It turned out to be surfing the internet. If that's the case, this means that Ysayer can access the internet here, right? And he gave a positive reply to this. The man would need Ysayer's help. The scene changed. At this moment, Ysayer had a look of shock, because the man actually wanted to access the internet here, and interfering with another dimension's behavior will be punished. Moreover, if he engages in activities such as replying on forums, the duration of his stay will be greatly shortened. It seems that this is very difficult, and Ysayer affirmed this. But in order to achieve his goal, the man has to access the internet here. After a moment of ideological struggle, Ysayer finally made up his mind. As long as it's for Loki, then he will go all out. Accompanied by his shout, a virtual computer suddenly appeared in front of the man. Then he urged Loki to act quickly, because he couldn't hold on for too long, and it had been a long time since Loki last logged into the game forum. After searching for a moment, the man finally found the target. That was a request for help from a player, and Loki was very curious about the character illustration. Who exactly drew this? Who could have drawn this? At the same time, in the comments of the post, there was nothing but mockery of him. They even found it hard to believe that such a reckless player could conquer up to floor 14. And at this moment, Ysayer was clearly reaching his limit, so Loki quickly typed on the keyboard. Then he sent his many years of competition records and walkthroughs to the player, and urged him to read it carefully. At this moment, Ysayer finally collapsed on the ground exhausted, but the man had also achieved his goal. The rest was to see what the player would do, and at this moment, Ysayer's eyes were glowing. Could that be the legendary Heavenly Palace? The Book of Heaven, according to legend? The walkthroughs currently published on the forum are incomplete, and the complete walkthroughs are kept in Loki's possession. Then Loki acknowledged his statement. But he only got half of it right. The walkthrough he taught the player does not include all the walkthroughs in Piggly, but it contains everything about Loki. Although it cannot be guaranteed that the player will be able to fully understand it, if he can turn this knowledge into his own, then things will become very interesting. The next day, the player logged into the game again, and at this moment, the man had been waiting for a long time. He saw that the player once again gifted the Warhorse statue to Loki, but he didn't know that this was just a test from Loki, because he had secretly changed one thing at the end of the walkthrough, that is, to gift the Warhorse statue to his favorite hero, more than twice, and it was clear that the player had read that walkthrough to the end. If the player really wants to climb to the top, then he must become a being like the man, otherwise he will not be able to control Loki. Although he may not have understood all the walkthroughs, it's not difficult to see that he is transforming. If he really has this willpower, I will make him the best player. The first team has entered a controllable state. Only by satisfying certain special conditions can the man change his job and become the legendary hidden profession. But a hidden profession does not mean power. And just now, the changes made by the player made Loki and the others decide to trust him again. But Ysayer was very scared that the player had not made any changes at all. But the man thought that this would not happen, and he was very curious when the next game update would be. Then Ysayer explained it to him. It depends on the speed of collecting interference. Interference is what Mobius uses to disrupt causality and rules. When the player is online, it is collected. Every time a floor is conquered, the interference will also increase, and the gems are the carriers of the interference. They contain the power of infinite creation. However, Loki obviously showed no interest in this. After all, they had been resting for a long time, and next, they are going to start fighting again. But if you want to conquer floor 15, you need to have at least 5 people on the team. But Loki said that there is no need to worry about that. Then he sent a team invitation to Yidis, and he was very curious about it. Did Loki change his view on the player? After a moment of contemplation, Yidisi chose to join the team. They will conquer floor 15 at the fastest speed. Immediately afterward, the floor slowly opened. Then a blue light appeared. Is it actually floor 8? But this is just right to test the results of their training during this period. Faced with the onrushing monster legion, Yaoarka gently raised his right hand. Terrifyingly, all the land was, in just an instant, flipped over. Immediately after, Zena shot several arrows. The powerful force instantly killed many goblins. At the same time, Yaoarka could be seen slowly releasing magic. The next second, an incredibly fierce flame instantly swept across the entire monster legion. It seems that Yaoarka's improvement is very significant. The chanting time, which originally took 40 minutes, now only takes 10 seconds to complete. In a short while, they completed this conquest. Although Yidisi is not used to being in a team, judging by his comprehension, he should be able to adapt quickly. The man led Yaoarka to the research institute, and what he needs to do is to take those problems one by one and solve them, then throw them into the container next to it. After a moment of research, they obtained research points. However, Yaoarka's research efficiency is not very high, and this was completely within the man's expectations. because he doesn't have any research skills. At the same time, a message prompt came from the front. The daily research time limit is 3 hours. Please properly arrange the hero's working hours. And upon hearing that they had to research for 3 hours every day, Yayarka immediately expressed extreme dissatisfaction with this, because his schedule was already full. Now he has to take time out for research. Then, in order to appease Yayarka's emotions, the man suggested that the player buy a mink coat as a gift for him. Seeing this, Yayarka immediately looked extremely happy. The scene changed. The player's behavior slowly changed. He would arrange for the team to go to the weekly dungeon to collect materials and also start crafting equipment at the equipment manufacturing center. More importantly, during this time, he formed a third team. It seems that the player is indeed slowly growing. At the same time, the man and Yayarka were chatting, and he is very curious why a person as talented as the man would not learn magic. Although Yayarka alone cannot teach the man, these books are enough. And in this world, when a hero reaches 3-star level, they can choose a profession. If it continues to develop in this way, Luigi is very likely to become a warrior. But as long as the hidden conditions are met, then he may become a mage or a swordsman. And obtaining a hidden class is not necessarily a powerful existence. So the man decided to observe a little longer. At the same time, a lightning bolt fell. Then a blue energy ball was in the air. It seems it has already started. Ultimate effort. Is it really not as good as innate talent? Both are 1-star heroes, yet the two have vastly different growth paths. Xena can in battle continuously improve her skill levels and awaken all kinds of skills, but Yalan has stagnated on the path of skill improvement. No matter how hard he tries, the rewards he receives are negligible. Just before this, a blue energy ball was seen condensing in the air. It seems it has already started. Then a message came that the research was successful. Hero reactivity level is 1. Immediately after, a blessing from the goddess descended upon the entire lounge. At the same time, a blue energy flew straight towards Yayarka's body, and there are 3 types of research technology: hero reactivity research, dungeon deepening research, and world expansion research. Among them, Luigi chose to use 30 research points to unlock hero research. Then the man gestured for him to call up the status window. The next second, the status window appeared clearly before his eyes. On this window, all of Yayarka's current attributes and stats are displayed. And the fundamental reason why the third team was wiped out at the time was because they couldn't see the prompt window, so they couldn't know the final conditions for completing the task. Now, through hero reactivity research, this problem can be well resolved. And looking at the pile of attributes displayed on the window, at this moment Yayarka only felt it was very unbelievable. At the same time, the man motioned for Yayarka to follow him, because it was time to tell them about this. But the next second, Yalan could be seen being frightened by the blue energy ball. So the man grabbed him and gestured for him not to worry. The energy ball went straight into Yalan. At the same time, Xena, however, looked exceptionally calm. So this is what brother has been looking at. It seems that Xena is already used to this. The scene changes. The group was discussing the status window issue. Although they are very curious about this new thing, they want to know even more how exactly the man found out about this thing. But the man said that it was just something he discovered by chance. And obviously, Yayarka did not believe what he said. But since the man doesn't want to talk about it, then he won't delve into it either. The man's suggestions have indeed helped them a lot. Looking at the group who were discussing, the man secretly made a decision. If they can live to the end, then he will tell everyone everything he knows. But by that time, it's also time to say goodbye. After a moment, the message about the status window, it spread like wildfire. Although most people can see part of the window information, there are still a very few who can't see it. And this is very likely due to the low research level. Meanwhile, the man is training with Jenna. Jenna fired several arrows in a row, but the man blocked them all. So that's what they call a skill, right? He was actually able to defend against all of Jenna's attacks. And while Jenna was dazed, the man had already teleported behind her. Then he slashed without mercy. After all, if they don't increase the training difficulty, then their skill levels will not be able to improve, and next, their training will no longer have any rules, until one of them is killed. They began an unprecedented offensive and defensive battle. Even the spectators on the sidelines couldn't help but sigh. Is Han really a farmer? At the same time, Jenna at this moment was already panning heavily, and the man at this time was thinking whether he should train 2 people at the same time, but Aaron refused because he lost repeatedly. He currently has a record of 32 wins and 32 losses, and the next second, the man teleported and launched an attack on Jenna, but unexpectedly, a short sword appeared before his eyes. Just as the man was swinging his sword to defend, A red light flashed in Jenna's eyes at this moment. Then she shot 3 arrows straight at the man. Even the man found it very unbelievable. Jenna, in the midst of battle, learned a new skill. Looks like things are getting more and more interesting. At the same time, Jenna had already thought out her next attack route, using multiple arrows to make her dodge, then grab the gap in her defense, and shoot a fatal blow at her. Then the window sends a notification. Jenna's summer archery is now at level 6. Immediately after, 5 arrows went straight towards the man. It seems that this guy is getting stronger and stronger. I won't lose this time.
Right.
And Aaron at this time was in self-doubt. Looks like this is purely a matter of talent. Is it possible that extreme effort is really not as good as innate talent? Calmness and rage were supposed to be incompatible skills, but they appeared on the man at the same time. But this has also indirectly become the root cause of the man's decreased skill attack efficiency. And just now, Aaron at this moment was beginning to doubt himself. Is it possible that extreme effort is really not as good as innate talent? At the same time, Jenna is seen shooting multiple arrows at the man. Although Jenna's attacks were very fierce, it wasn't yet time to use the shield. After all, only under extremely dangerous circumstances can the man break through. And what he needs to do now is not only to dodge all the arrows, more importantly, is to discern the intent of all the arrows. Just as the arrow was a mere 0.01 cm from his eye, the man had a skill breakthrough. Shadow Sword Evasion reached level 7, and he also mastered Insight. And the next second, a figure flashed by. The man had already arrived in front of Jenna. Looks like I won this time. The scene changes. The people are discussing the skills they possess. Compared to Arthur, who only has 3 skills, Jenna, who possesses multiple skills, stands out. But having more skills doesn't mean you'll be stronger. This is greatly related to levels in teamwork and team cooperation. If you have 2 incompatible skills, it will become your own burden. Although the man's calm and rage are a good example of this, but there were some special circumstances. But now Jenna has 9 skills. She is indeed a gifted existence. A moment later, the player synthesized a lower grade promotion stone, and next it was Jenna's turn to increase her star rating. As the synthesis lock slowly opened, Jenna said she would be back soon, but the man looked a bit worried. After all, that kind of thing happened last time during a promotion, but that should have been a special case. At the same time, news came that Jenna successfully promoted to 2 stars. Then she looked lost, and she said that she had a strange dream. In the dream, the forest where she used to live was burning in flames, but the man comforted her and told her not to worry. But he was curious. Did nothing else happen besides that? Apart from feeling like my whole body was opened up, there was no other feeling. It seems that the promotion process awakened some forgotten memories, so that also means that these guys are currently in a state of amnesia. Only when they reach 4 or 5 stars will they know the truth, how they were summoned here, and what exactly happened to their world. The scene changes. Aaron has also been promoted. Although it is unknown what kind of memories he awakened, it can be seen that he has become more motivated than before. However, the man still advised her that she needs to take more rest. Then, in an instant, she entered a rage state. Immediately afterwards, she launched multiple attacks on the wooden stakes, but she quickly realized that something was wrong. Although her own strength has improved, she can't concentrate all her power on one part of her body. If she activates rage, while gaining power, she loses her calm skills. This will lead to a decrease in skill attack efficiency. If only it was like the way sword skills and shield skills combined to create sword and shield skills. At the same time, Yidis found the man, and he heard that all the members of the man's team were not from combat professions, so he was very curious whether the man had ever killed humans before. Because Yidis' team had previously cleared floor 12, so the man quickly realized that Yidis was testing his resolve. He then gave him a definite answer. After all, the man has been able to live until now. His body is already stained with blood, so no matter what happens in the future, just treat it as a monster and kill it. But Yidis was worried that Jenna and others might disagree. There's no need to worry about that at all, because the man understands them very well. The scene shifts. They arrived inside the dungeon. Before starting to conquer floor 12, the man specifically instructed them, no matter what the situation, we must complete the mission. Accompanied by a blue light, the group was teleported to floor 12. Mission: eliminate all enemies. Just as Jenna was about to prepare for combat, the next second he was stunned on the spot. A row of human soldiers appeared before the group. It's actually humans. I didn't expect the monsters on floor 12 to be humans. And when the group's opinions differ, what choices will Loki make? Just before this, the group didn't expect that the enemies this time would actually be humans. At the same time, Loki slowly drew the longsword from his back. The others also immediately prepared for battle, But then Aaron actually stated that they were not monsters, and believed that they could avoid conflict by simply communicating with them. Even Yalk agreed with Aaron's approach, but Jenna noticed something strange. Because they were different from other empaths, they could see Jenna and the others' existence. At this moment, Aaron was urging Loki to stop what he was doing, but Loki still went his own way. Do they want to stop me? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The surroundings fell into silence for a moment. After a short while, Loki slowly let out a long breath. Then he gestured to Aaron. Let's do it the way you want. The scene shifts. Aaron was seen walking slowly towards the enemy. Then he stated that he was willing to negotiate. Even the enemy had the same idea. But before negotiating, Aaron must agree to one of their requests, that is, to lay down their weapons. Then Aaron was seen slowly laying down his spear, but this was criticized by Loki. Do you do whatever others tell you? Make them lay down their weapons as well. Only then will they have the right to negotiate. Hearing this, they slowly lowered the weapons in their hands and walked towards the group. At the same time, a soldier was heard whispering. From beginning to end, there was an endless voice hovering around. That voice was constantly urging him to kill everyone in front of him. Just at this critical moment, Loki was seen kicking his longsword back into his hand. The next second, the longsword in his hand pierced through the enemy. Then Loki threw out a short knife, killing the enemy on the spot, and he was already familiar with the survival rules here. There is no such thing as compromise here. At the same time, accompanied by Adisi throwing the short knife in his hand, this battle also came to an end. So, even if you would have been killed by them, would you still want to talk to them? Seeing this, Aaron immediately stated that he would prepare for combat. And at this moment, Jenna was slowly drawing her bow, because she had already made a choice. The next second, several arrows were seen, piercing through the enemy's chest on the spot. Even Yalka was releasing fire magic. And at this moment, Edisi was still worried about the others, afraid that they wouldn't be able to accept the situation. But his worries were unnecessary. When Loki was choosing teammates, what he valued was not skills, but money, and the will to survive at all costs. The will to survive at all costs. So let's prepare to fight. Whether it's monsters or humans, as long as they appear in this place, then they will become Loki's enemy. At the same time, the others had already prepared for battle. Then the monsters were seen rushing towards them. The next second, the group's powerful offensive instantly shattered the monsters' ranks. At the same time, a powerful fire swept across the entire land. At the same time, Jenna also shot several arrows, while Aaron wielded his spear under Loki's leadership. Under Loki's leadership, the enemies were quickly wiped out. Although they were fully armed, they didn't have a unified front. Even in the face of the enemy's pleas, Loki still killed them with a swing of his sword, and Yidisi was very puzzled, because he had clearly killed them all last time. But why were these people appearing here again? Are they the same guys? Their blood is black and ugly, just like that guy. But we can't jump to conclusions now. The scene shifts. At this moment, Loki was reminding the others. We must get used to these things, because here, there is no difference between monsters and humans. Sure enough, floors 13 and 14 both contained humanoid monsters, and they all had one thing in common. That is, they are hostile towards us. But this is better. It allows us to kill the enemy without hesitation. But compared to monster-type enemies, humanoid enemies are more likely to cause stress to rise. So every time they clear a floor, they would take a day off. The team had reached the level requirements to conquer floor 15. The level requirements for floor 15. And thanks to the appearance of Pai Bao, the group can finally carry more consumables. Then Luoji distributed the potions to everyone. Next, they need to conquer floor 15. But Luoji is not clear. What kind of mission will there be on floor 15? Therefore, he also specially instructed everyone not to rely too much on him, and to learn to adapt to the situation. And according to the current status attributes, Luoji is equivalent to a 3-star hero. At the same time, a prompt came from the front. The player has used the recording function, and this is a very good habit. This will help improve insight and judgment. Even if the player cannot interfere with the mission now, but as the floors ascend, the situation will change. There are 2 things to note about this mission. First, this is a special mission. If the goddess statue is destroyed, then it will lead to the annihilation of the entire army, and there should be something similar on floor 15. In the previous Team 3, without knowing the situation, entered floor 15. The result was death. And now after we enter, what we need to do is to find out what the mission is as soon as possible, and to ensure that the mission does not fail. However, the time they have to carry out the mission is only 15 minutes. If they do nothing, the mission will automatically fail, and they will also face death. This is the second thing to note. The time flow in the waiting room and inside the floor is different, so according to the time of Team 3's death, they probably have 15 minutes of mission time. As the message of entering floor 15 came, Luigi reminded everyone, we must gather all the information within 3 minutes, and then start the mission. Then a blue light appeared, and the next second everyone was teleported to floor 15. It seems that floor 15 is also a city, and these humans are all in peace in the city, different from floor 10. This place looks very peaceful. At the same time, a mission prompt came from the front. Floor 15 mission type escort. Protect the designated person, damn it. Do we have to find the protected person in the crowd? I didn't expect the mission of floor 15 to actually be in the vast crowd. To find the person we need to protect. Floor 15 mission type escort. Protect a certain person. And the reason for Team 3's death is twofold. They mistook the mission for killing all humans here. The other is, the person they needed to protect was killed. Then Luigi said they need to find the person to protect as soon as possible, because he might be dying soon, but finding a person in this vast crowd is like finding a needle in a haystack, and Luigi wants to know if anyone knows about this place. Yellen gave an affirmative answer, because he had been here as a merchant. This place is called Adiert. It is a city with very developed trade. Then this city, is there anything worth paying attention to? In the city center, there is a temple that serves the goddess statue. It is one of the holy sites of the order. It is called the Silver Hall, one of the few great temples on the continent, and these people are all going to that temple. There should be something important happening in the temple. So they decided to go to the temple and asked Udisi to observe and keep watch. Then Udisi jumped onto the roof and then began to overlook the entire city. At the same time, Luigi led everyone to the entrance of the temple. Just when the soldiers were about to stop them, the next second the man knocked one of them unconscious, then pinned another person to the wall. And the reason why Luigi did this is because these soldiers can see them. This also means that the soldiers will be their enemies. Unlike the NP soldiers on the 10th floor, the soldiers here can see their existence. So just in case, Luigi dealt with them. The group followed the crowd and entered the Silver Hall. At the same time, a white-haired old man slowly walked out of the floor. Then he used a voice amplification magic to signal everyone to quiet down. It's actually amplification magic, just as Yurka was very surprised. Luigi reminded everyone to quickly enter the hall, because their time is running out. Since such a major event has happened in the floor, then that also means that their protected person will be the main character of this event, and the soldiers thought they were heretics, so they tried their best to stop them. Luigi slowly drew the long sword from his back, then kicked the goddess statue, shattering it on the spot. Is this the so-called heretical group you were talking about? Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately launched an attack on them, and next, they will eliminate all the enemies, because they firmly believe that the person they need to protect is inside the hall. The next second, Luigi led Lund to launch an attack first. Facing the enemy's attack, Luigi chose to block with his shield. Then he killed him with one sword strike. Immediately after, another attack came. Luigi dodged to the side, then swung his sword down. At the same time, Luigi used a flash step to come in front of the enemy, and then used the shield in his hand to knock them away. Faced with the enemy's encirclement, Luigi reminded everyone that they must act quickly, because they only have a few minutes left. If they cannot find him in the given time, we will all die here. Floor mission type escort. Protect a certain person. Luigi killed thousands of soldiers at all costs, just for a woman he has never met. And just now, Luigi kicked open the door of the hall. Then the mission prompt came again. Floor. The mission is to protect a certain target. At the same time, Loki quickly signaled Gyarka used telekinesis. The next second, all the tables and benches were blocking the door. Although the man beside him looked very flustered, Loki didn't see any changes in the window, so he can eliminate that possibility. Then the corridor would be the next place to go. Many soldiers attacked the man and his group, and Loki instructed them to clear this place, then catch up with him, so Loki decided to go to that corridor first. The scene changed. At this moment Loki was thinking, if that old man was not the protection target, then the sun successor he mentioned must be the goal of this mission. At the same time, the soldiers in the corridor were seriously introducing themselves, but Loki ignored them, because at this moment, he only wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible. After searching multiple rooms, he found that none of them were his protection target. Seeing that time was passing by, Loki locked his gaze on the last room. As Loki smashed open the door, a garden appeared in front of him, and he noticed that there was a figure behind the door in front. But just at this time, Many soldiers had already arrived in front of him. On the other side, the white-haired old man was urging the prince that the citizens were waiting for him in the square, but he was very worried about the activity in the garden. There is no need to worry at all, because he will handle this. At the same time, Loki was in the midst of a fierce battle, and he quickly realized that these soldiers were different from the ones downstairs. After a moment of fighting, Loki seized the opportunity and swung his sword, killing one of them on the spot. Then another attack came. Loki raised his sword to block it, then threw out his shield, stopping another enemy's attack. The next second, Loki thrust his sword and immediately pushed back the enemy in front of him. Then, wielding his dual swords, he fought the last enemy. However, their strength was evenly matched. Then Loki unleashed a full-force attack, wielding his dual swords to strike at the enemy. But just as his sword broke, Loki seized the opportunity and launched another attack. Then he killed the enemy on the spot. At the same time, the prince was giving a speech under everyone's gaze, and the next second, Loki slowly walked out of the room. At this moment, the old man looked shocked. Did he break through those soldiers? Then he slowly gathered his magic power, but Loki was in disbelief, because the old man's target was actually him. The frail girl in front of him was actually the one Loki and his group needed to protect. Yao Lun even entered a poisoned state because of this. Then, can she really make it to the end of the floor? Just before this, even the man did not expect that the white-haired old man's target would actually be him. At the same time, Loki suddenly launched an attack on him. In just an instant, the enemy's head was cut off by the eagle's cry, but the magic in his hands did not stop. The next second, a magic spell went straight through the opposite building, and the collapse that was caused scared everyone away. Although the man was curious why the old man did not try to stop him, but it seems that he should be the target that Loki and others need to protect. Just as Loki was about to explain to him, the next second he noticed that something was wrong. Then he immediately pinned him to the ground. Then he swung his sword, blocking the arrows fired by the enemy. And at this time he was feeling confused. The enemies were already standing in front of them. Then they launched an attack on Loki and his group. At the same time, 3 daggers were flying towards the girl. At this critical moment, Loki instantly blocked all of the attacks, and he could see at a glance that the daggers were covered in poison. At this moment, the enemy had already reached the girl. The next second, an arrow shot him down on the spot. It was actually Odysseus. Then Loki went through a fierce battle, and finally cleared all of the enemies in front of him. And at this moment, Odysseus also arrived at this place. But he was curious who this little guy was. Just as the girl was about to drive them away, an arrow came, and it scared him out of his wits. And Loki also took the opportunity to make an offer to him. If you want to live, you must come with us, or you can just die here. So what is your answer? After a moment of thinking, the girl finally chose to believe Loki. At the same time, a mission completion notification came from the front. The special NPC Fulia Xizilagina has joined the team. The mission has been changed. Escape this city together with the protection target. And Loki had expected that they would not complete the mission so easily. Then Loki slowly picked up the arrows on the ground. Odysseus, quickly get ready to descend. I will hold him back. At this moment, Xena and the others also rushed here, and they said that a large number of soldiers were pouring towards this place. Then Loki told everyone that this girl was the one they had to protect. The most important thing at the moment is that they will go down using the rope and find a suitable escape route. At the same time, Odysseus expressed his opinion. He said that there were the fewest soldiers on the left, and at the same time, the path also very complicated. It was the most suitable route for escape. So Loki, to make the left side the best escape route. Then he issued instructions to everyone to have Iarka release a wall of fire, block the enemy's advance. Then Aelin and Odysseus go down first. Lastly, it's Xena, accompanied by a burst of flames shooting into the sky. Aelin and Odysseus first go down the rope, followed by Loki and the girl. After sliding for a moment, the two safely landed on the ground. At the same time, Aelin is desperately stopping the enemy's attack, and the next second, a small knife silently pierced through him, in his abdomen. Then a prompt appears ahead. Aelin has entered a poisoned state. His AP will decrease over time. Therefore, Loki immediately froze in place. Then Loki asks him about his condition, but the reply he gets is that I'll be fine. When you are no longer useful, you will be discarded. This is the rule that Loki has set from the beginning, and facing Aelin on the verge of death, what choice will he make? Just a poisoned blade pierced Aelin's abdomen on the spot. At the same time, Xena also came downstairs via the rope. At this moment, Loki is calling for everyone to escape to the left, while the enemy is chasing them relentlessly, and stating that they must capture the witch and the heterosex. At this time, Fully is indeed looking confused. Which are they talking about me? The next second, the enemies suddenly appear before them. But in just an instant, they are killed on the spot by Loki and Eurydice. And at this time, many enemies are seen slowly approaching them. At this critical moment, Eurydice leads everyone to escape from here, and states that as long as they go in this direction, they will be able to go to the suburbs. At the same time, Oka uses telekinesis between his cards. The next second, a huge stone blocks the enemy's advance. The scene switches. At this moment, everyone is taking a brief rest, and Loki only plans to stay here for about 5 minutes, because the stone won't block the enemies for long. If they are surrounded, then the situation will become even worse, and Orca's magic, if it charges to the 3rd stage, then they will be able to complete their mission no matter what. Then Loki asks about the condition of Aelin's injury, but it doesn't look good. Even Loki says that he's helpless, because poisoning cannot be healed through healing potions. At this moment, Aelin's life has already entered a countdown. Isn't there any other way? Loki is seen asking Fully, do you have healing abilities? Because some Nipsis have special abilities. If he has healing abilities, then Aelin could be saved, but he says that he does not have any special abilities. Hearing this, everyone falls silent, and Loki knows that the poison state cannot be removed with hep potions. The time that Aelin can be active is about 10 minutes, but Aelin seems to have already made a choice, because he is very clear that Loki had previously stated that if they cannot keep up with Loki's pace, they will be left behind, and he believes that now is the time. So he decides to stay and hold off the enemies. Although Xena proposes to fight alongside Aelin, she is rejected by him, because he is clear that he has no talent. And now that he's poisoned, he's even less useful. Then Loki asks Orca for his opinion, but he says that this decision is up to Loki. If considering efficiency, leaving Aelin here is the most reasonable approach. After all, having to protect Aelin while protecting the target is tantamount to adding burden to the current team. After thinking for a moment, Loki is seen drinking half a bottle of healing potion. Then he throws it to Aelin and indicates for him to drink it. Although the healing potion won't do much, at least it will prevent Aelin's condition from worsening. Then Loki asks everyone to take out their remaining potions, and then hands it to Aelin, and instructs him to drink 1 bottle every 10 minutes. Although this is an extremely wasteful act, this is the decision that Loki has made. And next, Loki is going to divide the group into 2 teams. Loki and Eurydice are responsible for protecting the target, and leaving here, Xena and Orca are responsible for protecting Aelin until the mission is complete, because the enemies have targeted their objective, and Xena only needs to escape in the opposite direction, and she will find a relatively safe place. But if they do that, then it will be difficult for them to escape this place. But Loki says there's no need to worry about that, because he will take another approach, blend into the crowds in the city, and then escape from here. Although she is a princess from a foreign country, no one around her believes what she says, because she had a strange dream. In the dream, the entire continent was headed for destruction, and before that, Loki made a decision. They must escape from here tonight. Although dividing the team will lead to insufficient combat power, thus making it impossible to force a breakthrough, but its advantages are also very clear. Loki and others can quietly avoid the enemy's pursuit, and considering that Orca possesses large-scale magic, as well as Xena's diverse talents, it is believed that they will be able to better protect Yamu. Then the man indicates to the 2 that they need to take Aelin and run towards the outside of the city until the man and the others complete their mission. Of course, if the situation is very urgent, then they must decisively abandon Aelin. After all, rather than protecting the injured, they should be more concerned about their own lives. Then the 2 teams begin their respective missions, and through talking with Eurydice, it is learned that the roads here are complicated, and one can freely enter the buildings. It seems that the rules here are completely different from those in floor 5. After a moment, they arrived at an alley, and at this time, a homeless man is about to walk up to them. The next second, he is kicked to the ground by Eurydice. Then he states that although hiding, it's not a bad choice in the slums, but this place is like a maze, so it's still necessary to be vigilant. Then he began to look for a suitable hiding place. At the same time, a prompt came from ahead. When the task is not completed, even if the network is turned off, the hero will continue to act. It seems that the player has begun to feel bored. But speaking of which, although this guy in front looks very nervous, he remains calm at all times. If it were someone else, they would have refused Loki's proposal to escape together long ago. But he chose to believe the man without hesitation. The scene changes. Loki and the others found a building, and they will stay here until nightfall. At this moment, Fully finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Yeti said that he had to go out again. Loki will be responsible for guarding this place, because he is going to look for other escape routes. After a moment, only 2 people were left in the room, but Loki just felt very awkward. Because he is not good at communicating with people, maybe this task would be more suitable for Jenna. Just then, fully existing next to him, began to talk to the man. He stated that he was the second heir to the imperial throne, and he was curious where the man came from. But Loki said that he couldn't tell him, because even if he explained it, no one would believe him. Then are you the warriors who are saving Niersa? Niersa is the name of the city on floor 10. And Loki had heard the NPC of the inner layer mention this name. It seems everything is happening as it did in the dream. In Fulix's dream, the warriors were fighting to protect the city. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly, he was sure that those people were Loki and the others. The survivors of Niersa said that someone protected the city. If those people hadn't appeared, then the city would have ceased to exist long ago. And a year ago, Fulixis had a strange dream. In the dream, everything would cease to exist, whether it's all the empires, or the 4 famous cities, or the large and small cities and villages, all of this would be burned to ashes. And he is very sure that, if things continue to develop like this continent will eventually be destroyed. Strange things are happening all over the continent. Monsters are wantonly destroying the places where humans live, and Loki is curious why he would tell him all this. Because he needs power, the power to save this world. For this he needs Loki's help, but Loki just found it very ridiculous. Because as a princess, he can find a more suitable person than the man. Then he told the story slowly. He's just a figurehead. No one believes him, and no one chooses to follow him. Whenever he mentions the things in his dream, people always avoid him. Only Loki did not do so. That is why he wanted to seek help from the man. It seems that things have become troublesome. If what he said at that time was true, then everything that is happening now is 10 years past. Even if the man wants to help, it won't help, because he's just an NPC. As long as the mission is completed, he will disappear, and there's a reason why he can't help Fulixis. Actually, there's a reason. Maybe after listening to these things, he will laugh at the man instead, because they are not from the same world at all. Once the mission is completed, they will be teleported back to their original world. So even if Loki wants to help the princess, it's useless. And the princess looked completely into disbelief. Then Loki began to explain. They came here just to complete the mission. In this world, they are given various tasks. If they cannot complete them, then they will face death. And their mission this time is protect Fulixis. Although he has doubts about Loki's claims, in the end he chose to believe Loki. After all, Loki had never doubted him either. Then he stated that now they just need to do their respective tasks. He won't try to change Loki's mind anymore. And Loki is curious, what kind of mission does she, as a princess, have? That is to stop the dream from becoming reality. Are all those people in the square you summoned? The princess gave an affirmative answer, because he needs to make a speech, and all of this is to gain more influence. After all, he is still far behind his brother. Then Loki fell into contemplation. If it wasn't for Loki and the others appearing in time, he would probably already be lying in a pool of blood. If the mission that appeared in Pick Me Up has any meaning, it is to save valuable necks. Then Loki told him that his name is Han, and he was very grateful for Han's help. However, Loki is very curious. Why would those guys' target be him? But even the princess can't figure out this question. Then Loki threw a piece of clothing to him, because he was too conspicuous in his clothes. Does this mean he wants me to change into this outfit? Loki affirmed this. So he accepted Loki's suggestion. And in the corridor, Loki noticed that, at this moment, he was secretly crying. Although she is a princess, according to the estimates, she is at most 15 years old. Maybe it's difficult for her to accept her current situation. After a moment, the princess had changed her clothes, and also casually threw the previous clothes into a box. Then he informed the princess that the escape plan would be implemented in 3 hours. Before that, he could still rest for a while. If there were any issues with Yalin, he could receive a notification in time. It seems like they can last a little longer. A moment later, Edisi was seen hurrying back, and he had found the exit of this city, but 22 knights were guarding the exit. 2 people alone cannot handle them. If they were to look for another exit, it would only waste more time. And according to the mission, as long as the princess leaves the city gate, the mission would be considered complete. But there are level 21 knights at the exit. If they were to clash head-on, the probability of them walking out alive would be very low. Then Luigi gave instructions to Edisi. Go back to the place from before. After getting the princess's clothes, find Jenna and have her put them on. You mean? We need Jenna as bait. According to the information Edisi brought back, if they had enough time, they could absolutely find another exit. but Luigi considered that Yellen might not last much longer, and if Xena disguised herself as the princess, it would definitely attract a lot of soldiers to leave this place. After receiving the instructions, Yidisi hurriedly left this place, and next, Luigi instructed the princess that after hearing the signal later, she only needs to run towards the outside of the city. Even if you are injured, you must do this. Of course, even if I die, you must do this. Then it seems that this will be our last meeting. Maybe it is. Then Luigi began to act. On the other side, Yallen's remaining time is running out, and at this moment, Xena is anxiously waiting. At the same time, Yidisi also found the princess's clothes, so now they need to escape from here before dawn. It's over. It's over. Not only did Yellen enter a near-death state, but even Xena and Yayarka have also fallen into abnormal states. Even Luigi has also been poisoned, and this will be their last attempt to decide their fate. Just after Yidisi found the clothes, Luigi was hiding aside observing the enemy situation, and the reason he had Xena pretend to be the princess is because the two have similar builds. In this dark environment, it's difficult for the enemies to distinguish. Just then, a notification came from ahead that Yellen's poisoning had worsened. His life is hanging by a thread. Then Luigi began to act. The fake Princess Xena is discovered by the enemies, then the enemy forces will swarm over. At that time, everyone will be in great danger. While attracting the enemy's attention, they also have to protect Yair. Although it is very difficult, they can only go all out now. If Luigi cannot complete the mission quickly, then everyone will be buried here. And at this moment, Hanju woke up. He learned the skill forward. On the other side, Yallen's time is running out, and Yaoarka on the side looks lost and confused. Even Xena looks very anxious. At this moment, Edisi is rushing to the town, and told everyone about Luigi's plan. At the same time, Luigi was surprised by Xide's forward skill. After all, this skill can come in handy. At this moment, he is secretly observing the enemy situation. There are a total of 22 enemies here. Although he doesn't know how many enemies Xena can attract, he must prepare to fight all of them. And what he needs to do next is wait for the signal to appear. Just at this time, a flame tornado rose from the ground, instantly lighting up the entire city. And at this moment, they found their target. So, the captain ordered to go there immediately. As the soldiers hurried away, only 4 enemies remain here at this moment. But that guy doesn't look easy to deal with. But compared to the previous situation, it has improved. And the next second, Luigi suddenly launched an offensive. The soldiers guarding the side didn't have time to react, and were killed on the spot by Luigi. Even the soldier who was drawing his sword was beheaded by one strike. Then a small knife thrown out instantly pierced the enemy. In less than 4 seconds, Luigi completed a triple kill. Next, it's your turn. The long-haired soldier was slowly drawing the huge sword from his back, and Luigi knew that with his current strength, it is not enough to penetrate this armor, and he can only choose the gaps between the armor to break through. The next second, Luigi suddenly launched an attack on him. After all, he doesn't have extra time to waste here. He wanted to finish it with one move, but he didn't expect it to be blocked instantly. Immediately after, both sides engaged in a particularly fierce offensive and defensive battle, and during the battle, Luigi found something was not quite right. This guy actually won't attack. Although Luigi tried to show him an opening, he was indifferent to it. Could this guy know that he would win just by stalling for time? Then he would win. At the same time, Xena fell into a bleeding state. Yellen also entered his final moments. It seems that time is running out. Then Luigi entered a berserk state. The next second, Luigi instantly moved to the front of the enemy. And now his strength value has reached 40. Since he can't pierce his armor, then use force to destroy him. At the same time, a message came from ahead that Yaoarka had fallen into a magic power-controlled state. Loss of control mage, an abnormal state caused by excessive use of magic. Damn. Time is running out, so Luigi instructed the princess to escape from here as soon as possible. No matter what happens, don't look back, and just run straight out of the city. At this moment, the long-haired soldier found him. Just as he was about to swing his sword and kill him, he was blocked by Luigi's swift move. However, one wave had barely subsided when another rose. A killer threw a poisoned blade towards the Huang Nu. Just as it was about to reach her, Luigi pounced forward and intercepted it. He fell into a poisoned state. At this moment, Fuliak Sissy looked panicked. Luigi only urged him to run quickly. The team was about to be annihilated. All unfavorable situations in the world are caused by the lack of ability of the person involved. If you can't keep up, you will be abandoned. This saying has always been the truth. Just as Luigi signaled for the Huang Nu to escape quickly, she was already heavily poisoned. At the same time, the long-haired soldier suddenly launched an attack on him. Luigi barely managed to raise his sword to block, but the next second, he suddenly exerted force with his foot. In an instant, Logi was knocked into the wall. He then spat out a large mouthful of blood. If there hadn't been armor blocking his chest, Logi's ribs would probably have been shattered. But it seems that the enemy was not doing well either, because in an instant, Logi froze the poison knife, piercing the enemy's right eye, and at this time, Yidisi fell into a bleeding state. It seems that time is running out. At this moment, a black-clad assassin was launching a poisoned arrow at the Huang Nu. Logi quickly kicked away the enemy in front of him, and then pulled out the poisoned knife from his body. He then threw it out, and froze the assassin on the spot. Just then, the enemy had already teleported behind him. Logi jumped into the air, dodging this fatal blow. Then he mustered all his strength and kicked hard towards the enemy. The next second, the enemy was kicked dozens of meters away. At the same time, Logi snatched the great sword from his hands, and then teleported in front of the enemy. With Logi's shout, the enemy was killed on the spot. Then Logi collapsed onto the ground exhausted. He was now on the verge of death. Looking at the Huang Nu who had safely run out of the city gate, it seemed like it was time to say goodbye. This mission was really too tiring. On the other side, Yidisi was surrounded by enemies, and Zena was also relentlessly pursued by enemies. Even Aorka was out of control, and even Yalun was only left with his last breath. As the Huang Nu escaped from the city gate, a blue light appeared on everyone's bodies. The target has safely escaped the city. Then everyone was teleported back to the rest room. Immediately afterward, the settlement message appeared awarding Logi VP, and at this moment, Zena was complaining. It was my brother who made me wear that strange outfit. It seems you don't like it very much. Of course not, because all the soldiers were chasing after him. But you're still not dead, are you? At the same time, a prompt came up that the recording was complete. Players can use this recording to share experiences with other players. Then Logi said to everyone, "Everyone did a great job this time. The mission was completed without anyone dying, especially Disi. Without his help, they probably would have died in the level error. But he said that it was just a small effort. But now he should go back to his team." He believed that the player would bring new teammates to Logi as soon as possible. Without Yidisi's knowledge sharing, and without his help in implementing those plans, then it would have been impossible for them to pass the level error. So the real MIP should be Yidisi. At this moment, Yaya Arka said that she wanted to go back to rest first, because the battle had consumed too much energy, and Zena was encouraging Yalun not to take it too seriously. "You were just unlucky." Then she called out to Logi, and apologized for holding him back. But Logi was instructing him not to let such a thing happen again. After all, he couldn't save Yalun a second time. "Can you ensure it won't happen in the future? Do you plan to take me all the way to the end of the tower?" Yalun thought that this was impossible. The gap between him and Logi and the others was growing. No matter how hard Yalun tried, he would never be able to catch up with Logi and the others, whether it's Iorka or Zena or Yoji. Then Yalun went back to the city with his head down. Only Logi knew that what he said was not wrong at all. If Yalun hadn't been injured, then they wouldn't have taken such a big risk. It was Logi who chose to save Yalun, so it was Logi's misjudgment that led everyone into danger. Although Yalun's level was the same as Logi and others, the attribute points he gained were fundamentally different. When Logi and Zena leveled up, they could get 5-6 attribute points, but Yalun didn't get any. Speaking of skills, then the situation was even worse. Yalun not only had too few skills, but also low proficiency. Although he possessed good combat skills, he was not good at using them. Although he can cooperate with the team for a while, but as time goes on, this gap will get bigger and bigger. Eventually, he will be excluded for his lack of ability. If this continues, Yalun will die in a mission sooner or later. All unfavorable situations in the world are caused by the lack of ability of the person involved, and Logi and others do not have much time left to spend with Yalun, because he doesn't have enough talent. Although Logi was a little reluctant to leave Yalun, he wasn't so irrational as to keep a useless person in the team. If you can't keep up, you will be abandoned. This saying has always been the truth. In this world, everyone wants to survive. They must show their own value. Otherwise, they will face a judgment called synthesis. But now they were in a state of idleness. And this was all related to the neglected synthesis. Not long after completing floor 15, Yaiwark was now looking excited, because he could finally train freely. After all, they had just experienced a major battle. The player would definitely let them rest for at least 3 days, and the two of them stated that they needed to take this opportunity to train. Even Loki's thoughts were aligned with theirs. The scene changes. At this moment, Loki is doing physical training with a 10 kilograms weight, because his physical abilities have already surpassed human limits. Only this way can his stamina be depleted, and he believes that this must be related to the interference power that Ysayer spoke of. Ever since Loki handed over the strategy to the player, the atmosphere in the rest area has undergone a tremendous change. Initially, those alien heroes would work hard to survive, but gradually they began to get lazy, because they no longer had to worry about being captured and merged by the player. Just at this moment, two people from the third team are slowly walking towards Loki, and after arriving here, he heard an interesting story. It is said that to survive here, one must demonstrate their worth. Although fighting for one's life is very enjoyable, but what's the situation now? We are reckless. It seems natural in their eyes. Fio, two-star hero. When he first came here, he volunteered to join the training. He possesses strong willpower, and also has very outstanding talent. Even Lisa next to him is the same. But is it really okay to continue like this? Do I need to personally train them a bit? But Loki gestured for him not to meddle in other people's business. This is truly terrifying. However, he has a skeptical attitude towards everything Loki says. After all, in his view, it doesn't matter at all whether or not you show your worth here. It's simply not important. Although he heard about something called synthesis that could get rid of those useless heroes, he hasn't seen the player use it, and Loki gestured for him to just do his own part. As for whether these things are true, you will naturally know later. Then I look forward to that day coming. Then they turned around and left the place. And at this moment, Loki fell into deep thought. Not to abuse synthesis. This is the method Loki has been using since he came into contact with Pick Me Up. When he uploaded this method to the forum, many players began to use this method. But they all ended in failure. Fear is one of the most powerful motivators. Without synthesis, the heroes would not obey the player's orders at all. Then it would lead to lazy behavior from the heroes, or even refusal to obey orders, just like the situation now. At the same time, Loki is asking enough. Have you been to the weekly dungeon recently? Why are you the only one carrying materials? Because no one wants to work. The situation here has changed a lot. Those who acted like this before would only meet a dead end. It seems everything has become better. Looking at it this way, maybe the player already knew everything happening here, whether it's the weekly dungeon or the daily training. It's not satisfactory. The efficiency of the heroes is constantly declining, and there are only two ways to solve this problem. The first is to carry out a large amount of merging. In this situation, a large number of two-star heroes will be sacrificed as a result, but this will improve the work efficiency of the heroes. Of course, if handled improperly, it will lead to an even worse situation. Provide a motivating factor that is different from fear to stimulate the hero's motivation. At the same time, the player chose facility expansion research and then upgraded it to level. Then a prompt came. The facility customization function has been opened. Players can freely build facilities and change facility details. And at this moment, Loki is looking at the sky. It looks like the show is about to begin. At this moment, Aaron asks Loki if he can spar with him. But you just finished training with Itis. But he said that it was no big deal. Do you think that tirelessly training can make you stronger? Just at this moment, Ysayer reminded everyone to gather in the plaza. The scene changes. Ysayer gestured for everyone to go to the warehouse. Although everyone was very confused about this, Ysayer only explained that a big project is about to begin. The next second, a tremor came, and then the player upgraded the accommodation building and the training center, and Jenna appeared very calm. After all, the number of people has increased. It is necessary to increase the accommodation space, but it would be great to have a bathhouse with hot water. The player made changes according to Jenna's request, and Aaron was very curious. What new things will appear this time? Who knows? At the same time, a prompt came from the front that the plaza had been upgraded to level 3. It seems that things are not as good as we imagined. What does that mean? You'll find out later. The luxurious dormitory that can accommodate everyone can only be used by 13 people. The rest can only live on a floor that is empty of everything. And this is the class system created by the player. It is, apart from synthesis, the easiest way to stimulate the motivation of heroes. Just when Loki thought things were not that simple, at this moment, Jenna was comforting everyone not to worry, because the player is building new facilities for them. Hearing this, everyone immediately fell into endless reverie. Just at this moment, Ysayer gestured for everyone to exit the warehouse, and the next second, everyone was stunned by the scene before their eyes. They were so shocked they couldn't speak, because countless skyscrapers came into their view. At this moment, the player completed the transformation of the entire lounge, expanding the training center, improving the training efficiency of the heroes, and opening the bathhouse facilities, even more delicious food. Then they saw everyone rushing toward the building. But the second floor was empty. Even the previous furniture had disappeared. Just as Jenna was feeling puzzled, Loki signaled for her to look up. There was also a staircase leading to the second floor, and the second floor had undergone earth-shattering changes. Not only were there high-end furnishings, but the restaurant was also very luxurious. It even had a place to take a bath, but how should they be allocated became a topic of debate among the crowd at this moment. But Ysayer quickly stopped them and signaled the others to gather at the plaza, because regarding the issue of how to allocate them, the player had already given the answer. First, everyone in Team 1 could choose any room on the second floor. Next was Team 2, followed by those who had put in a lot of effort in logistics, and the rest of the people could only live on the empty first floor. At the same time, they saw Team 3 slowly walking towards them. He was curious about what exactly had happened here, and Jenna also felt very strange. Because only 13 people were assigned to the second floor, it seemed that Team 3 was also assigned to the first floor. The people at this moment were very dissatisfied with this arrangement. Up until now, everyone's growth and the effort they put in were different, but the rewards they received were the same. Without using synthesis, if you wanted all the heroes to be enhanced, then you had to use the principle of separation to create a class system, and this was like nobles and commoners, dividing the levels based on the effort they put in. Most of the ingredients here came from Jenna. Even in battle, she also put in a lot of effort, but these guys had done nothing. So compared to synthesis, this method of creating classes could better motivate the heroes, and the model that was just created was the A3 model that Loki used in the early stages of Niflheim. Although the model had some shortcomings, it was the easiest way to reduce synthesis. At the same time, Ysayer had already reached his limit of patience. He slammed his fist heavily into the ground. You got were all materials for synthesis a month ago. You should be grateful to still be alive. Hearing this, everyone immediately became speechless. But what should they eat? After all, the chef had already been assigned to the second floor, but Ysayer said to them nonchalantly, "From now on, eating meat is prohibited on the first floor." They only had potatoes to choose from. Hearing this, the uncle on the side immediately felt extremely dissatisfied and even drew the longsword from his back and fiercely attacked Ysayer. Just as Ysayer was about to deal with him, they saw a slash fall. The next second, the uncle's right hand was cut off by Ying Sheng, and Ysayer was very dissatisfied with this. "What are you doing? As long as he is still alive, it's fine. If you don't recognize your own value and status, and rashly refuse the player's orders, the consequences are very serious." Just after Bell, Kes cut off the uncle's arm with one strike. Ysayer was extremely dissatisfied with this, but he said, as long as he wasn't killed, it was fine. And when he first came here, he learned from others that if he wanted to survive here, he had to prove his worth, and not break the rules here, and not clash with Team 1 and Team 2, because they were like monsters. And he believed that if training could make them stronger, then he had a good chance of defeating Ya. However, as for hand strength and the matter of synthesis, the uncle did not know anything about it. After all, before he came here, the player had already stopped using synthesis. Finally, he organized the information he had obtained. Battle can promote the growth of heroes. The more they train, the more skills they would master. And the boss of this place, Shihan, back to the present time, although he knew that his predecessors had suffered a lot, in his whether or not he proved his own value was not important at all, and he had heard that there was something here called synthesis. But why wouldn't the player use it? Then he threw the severed hand back to the uncle, and told him that he could heal if he reattached it. So is there anyone else who wants to try? Just at that time, Loki questioned him why he had acted on his own. He then said that his body couldn't control itself and just acted, and Loki knew that if he hadn't stood up, then the uncle would have long died at Ysayer's hands. After learning that Team 3 could only live on the first floor, he left behind a harsh word, "Don't worry, they will go up soon." Ysayer announced the conditions to go to the second floor. That was to at least become a hero like Sang Han. Everyone must learn more from him. If you want to survive, you must show your worth in all aspects, because the player is watching you all the time. When he thinks you've worked hard enough, then you will be eligible to go to the second floor. But the others still complained about the current situation. This made Belkus very annoyed. He even wanted to draw his longsword, but he was deterred by a look from Loki. And there was nothing to complain about. After all, what they had experienced was much crueler. "Do you want us to fight like you?" Of course, after all, they do not need support roles as of now. And among the many combat roles, only a very few can go to the second floor. Half accepted and half did not. It seems the situation is much worse than imagined, because too many changes at once will inevitably cause someone to resist, just like now. And at this time, the fatty said, he already knew Loki's hidden secret. That is how to change the player's mind. Then he called on everyone to start a rebellion. Subsequently, many teams entered an unmanageable state, but at this moment, Loki was not flustered. This group of people really can't recognize their situation. Then Loki threw the long sword on his body to the fatty. Use that sword to chop off his arm. Just like him. Then you still have a chance to survive. Of course, you can also choose not to trust what I said, but you should regret it. And they thought Loki was just threatening them. Heroes do have the right to resist their master's orders, but their situation is completely different from Loki and the others. Since they don't trust us, then let them go. Just then, Ysayr called out to the two behind the fatty and asked them to go to Synthesis. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Is this the legendary Synthesis? Things are getting interesting. After all, Synthesis hasn't been used for a long time, so it's time to make an example. As the Synthesis room closed, a reminder came that the player was performing Synthesis. It's nice to see you again, Ira. But this should be the last time. Then a blue light appeared. Burkus leveled up and gained a new skill, Wildness. Then he slowly walked out of the Synthesis room. This feeling is great. They just failed to cut off their own arms, but they were synthesized on the spot, because those who don't have the resolve to cut off their own arms are not worth saving at all. After finishing the synthesis, Burkus looked very excited. He even hoped that players would use synthesis more often. Nelisa Oliver Walter. At this time they began to argue. After all, it was because they listened to the fatty's words. That's why this situation happened. Then two people let out a scream. The next second a blue light appeared. Nilissa was enhanced through synthesis. Just at this time, the fatty gave up resisting and opened his control state. Then he begged for mercy from Loki and the others, but it had no effect. And this is an inevitable outcome, because the player just wanted to show it to the other heroes. Although there are more secure ways than synthesis to deal with this problem, bringing fear to the heroes is still necessary. At the same time, the blonde man asked Loki for help, because he heard that Loki can communicate with the players, and he responded to this. If you are willing to cut off an arm, then I will relay it to the player for you. After all, I've said it before, this will be a lesson that you will never forget. However, the fatty on the side still thought that Loki was harming him. If you are unwilling to cut off your own arm, then you will only die. And Loki knew that he couldn't easily help them. But if they can have the determination to cut off their arms, then they deserve to live. But it seems this is not so simple for them. Because to cut off an arm, at least you need to use a skill related to swordsmanship. Otherwise, you can only saw it off hard. Until the very end, the fatty did not cut off his own arm, and next he will be synthesized with Loki. Although he felt extremely terrified about it, in the end he could not escape the fate of being synthesized. As the synthesis room slowly opened, the synthesis was over. Hans' experience points have been increased. Now there are only 25 people left, and at this time, the remaining people were still complaining about everything. Although Burkus wanted to step forward to give them some lessons, he was stopped by Loki. After all, Loki once said, he doesn't need to get involved in this matter at all. Looks like you care about them quite a bit. We'll meet again in the second floor of the dormitory next time. At the same time, with the players summoning, the heroes ranking system is also slowly emerging. People without ability will die quickly. Only a very small number of people can go to the second floor, and at this time Loki was reminding everyone, don't take it lightly just because you are on the second floor, because you can be downgraded at any time. And since the second floor has already appeared, then the appearance of the third floor is only a matter of time. The number of floors will become higher and higher. At the same time, it also means that the class division is becoming more obvious. The scene changes. Unexpectedly, today's breakfast is exceptionally rich, and after the reconstruction, Loki can now see most of the facilities clearly. At the same time, Loki slowly came to Aaron. It seems that you are very hardworking in training, and the training place has been upgraded to level 3. The biggest change is the appearance of individual training rooms and sparring grounds. Individual training rooms allow for solo training. Loki can finally freely practice his berserk skill, and in the sparring grounds, quick recovery is not effective. For this reason, if there are serious injuries during duels, then you must get him out of the sparring grounds as soon as possible. Although facilities and gatherings are improving, the biggest problem at the moment is who will fill the vacancies in the first and second teams. His personality is very barbaric, and he is fearless, but he is very talented, and even awake in wildness. This rare skill has only a 1% learning probability. Wildness can turn anger and fear into a passive for his own combat power. If paired with status abnormality skills, then it will achieve amazing synergy. And on the other hand, Nelissa, her personality is calm and collected. She is good at sneaking and collecting various information. If she is cultivated well, she should be able to become a good thief. As for the remaining heroes, it's just unbearable to watch. At the same time, Belkus gestured for Loki to come down and fight. You are indeed an arrogant fellow. Loki slowly walked towards the training arena. I wonder if I can ask the senior for some pointers. After all, everyone here is afraid of the sword in his hand, but Loki was very disdainful. Because in his eyes, they are just a group of beasts. If you don't have the ability, you can't even tame the beasts, then let's fight it out here. She just saved a country's princess, but it caused her become a criminal who destroyed a city. Not only was she falsely accused by everyone of being a witch using black magic, but they even blamed her for the appearance of the underground dungeon, just as the two were about to fight. The next second, the two collided with each other, facing Belkus' fierce attacks. Loki was calmly dodging them. Then he kicked him dozens of meters away. It seems you are indeed strong. At the same time, he immediately used his feral skill, and then launched an attack on Loki. Although there is no need to use the Berserk skill now, it might be needed later. The scene changes. Issei summoned the first team. While Yorka thought it was another floor conquest, Loki denied it. After all, if it was to conquer a floor, the current team is still missing one person. Then Issei gave the answer. This time they will be exploring. It's exploration. The dungeons that can be entered in this world are divided into three types: main floor dungeons, weekly dungeons, and exploration dungeons. Although exploration dungeons are unlocked after conquering a floor, they are only allowed to enter after conquering a floor with mistakes, are allowed to enter. At this moment, Issei told everyone that he has opened a time rift on the first floor, and Jenna was very curious. Can he use the door on the second floor? Issei confirmed this. At this time, Aaron also raised the question in his mind. Are exploration dungeons necessary? Not necessarily. However, exploration takes a lot of time, at least about 2 days. If converted into rest room time, it would be even longer. So what is the main purpose of the exploration? Loki said you'll find out soon. At the same time, the players gave Loki and the others some exploration chip. Then Loki signaled everyone that each person will hold 3 gold coins. Immediately afterward, a task prompt came. The first team begins exploration. Exploration location: Haim Peninsula. Exploration time: 48 hours remaining. Heroes can collect the items that players want. With the appearance of a blue light, the next second, everyone was teleported to their destination, Nursa, and Jenna looked very surprised at this moment. After all, compared to the scenes of the floor clock, this is completely different, but Yorka seemed to have already become accustomed to it. However, is this still just about finding and killing enemies? Loki denied this. After all they can do now is observe. Exploration dungeons are different from the usual main dungeons. Exploration has no clear goal. Sometimes heroes don't bring anything back, but sometimes they can also bring back some valuable, rare materials, and unlike before, the nags here can see Loki and the others. At this moment, a soldier on the side blocked Loki and the others' path and asked them to show their permit, but unexpectedly Loki threw him a gold coin. Then they were allowed to pass. After all here, gold coins are the most needed thing for them. During floor conquest, Nursa was about to fall before, but it seems very peaceful here. Then Loki gestured to the others. Everyone can move freely. But the others were very shocked at this moment. The gold coin should be enough for you to use. You can relax a little. I'll take care of the rest. Although Yorka was skeptical about this, Loki just told him to take a good rest. After all, before conquering floor 2, they will not have any more time to rest. Then he said he was going to see the sea outside the city. Of course, anyway, after 2 days, they will be automatically transported back to the rest room. Immediately afterward, everyone started to move freely, and at this moment, Loki noticed some things. Why are there so many mercenaries here? But when he saw the bulletin board on the side, he understood everything. Is it that child? It seems all the unbearable crimes have been placed on his shoulders. I didn't expect that his royal status was also revoked. At this moment, a child on the side interrupted his thinking. Are you also looking for this witch? Why is she called a witch? Because she used forbidden black magic to summon monsters that were not allowed to exist, and Loki wanted to know everything about the princess, so he immediately threw him a gold coin. This is the reward for telling Loki everything. According to the information he provided, the princess's wanted notice was issued a year ago, but Loki and the princess separated less than a week ago. Loki was very familiar with the symbol on the wanted notice, because he had seen it on the armor of those soldiers. That being the case, then it can be judged through this information that the princess is definitely still alive. However, Loki was very curious. Has this city been attacked by monsters? About 2 years ago, a large number of goblins poured into the city like crazy. Although humans eventually won, there were rumors that these monsters were summoned by the princess. After all, monsters would not appear in And there is another noteworthy point, that is dungeons appeared. Several years ago, a bunch of historical ruins appeared out of nowhere on the entire continent. We call them dungeons. But the strange thing is ordinary people can't enter at all. Could it be that only a specific group of people can enter? The boy gave an affirmative answer to this. It is rumored that, at the end of the dungeon, there is a strange stone. Possessing that stone, one can obtain a special power. And at this moment, Loki already had the answer in his heart. That is the time of descent, the source of the third ability that heroes gain. Then he concluded that there must be this stone nearby. Although the boy didn't know how he knew, but Loki quickly gave an explanation. After all, this place is full of mercenaries, and he believes that the value of this information is not even worth 1 gold coin, so you should lead the way for me. The man gave up the opportunity to obtain rare equipment, but turned around to peel off a pile of inconspicuous broken stones, because these are elemental stones. They are essential materials for heroes to level up. Just as Loki signaled for the boy to lead the way for him, the scene switches. Groups of injured people were seen passing in front of them. It seems the dungeon is in the city, and through the boy's narration, it is known that the dungeon is next to the temple in the center of the city. It only appeared after the Nirsa monster invasion event ended. It only appeared then. In a moment, the two arrived at the dungeon entrance. It is said that there are many treasures inside the dungeon. Gold coins, gems, and rare equipment. But the soldier corpse owns the dungeon. So if you want to enter the dungeon, you must have a pass to do so. Then the boy, seeing that there was nothing more to do here, said goodbye to the man and left. And at this moment, Loki fell into deep thought, because judging from the equipment they were carrying, they didn't seem to be in a hurry to conquer the dungeon, and these mercenaries had almost no activity. Then, after a long period of observation, he found that less than 1/10 of people can enter the dungeon. But if the leader can enter, then everyone in their team can also enter, and Loki thought that he definitely can enter. At the same time, a familiar voice rang in the man's ear. "Why are you still here?" It turned out to be the little boy again. He said he had someone appraise the gold coin. Its value even exceeded the boy's imagination. So to express his gratitude, the boy came back specially to tell Loki an important piece of information, because he noticed that Loki seemed very interested in the princess, and he heard that the princess was actually framed by the soldier corpse, but Loki said that he already knew this. Although the boy expressed that he could provide Loki with many convenient services, they were all rejected by Loki one by one. And when Loki asked him why he was doing this, he said, because Loki reminded him of a certain old friend. "You are also from the East, right?" Among the young people he had met, there was one person who looked very similar, also with black hair and black eyes, and the first time he spoke with Loki, it was also for this reason. Just as he was recalling the person's name, Loki abruptly stopped him, and signaled him not to continue. Then he told him to take him to a jewelry store. The scene switches. The two arrived at the store. Unexpectedly, Jenna happened to be here too. Then she was seen asking Loki if this longbow was any good, but after Loki carefully checked its attributes, he realized that it was just the lowest level of longbow. Rather than buying this kind of low-level equipment, it would be better to buy something more valuable. Elemental stones. If they bring these back, the players will definitely be very happy, because these are all materials needed for upgrades, and among these stones, there is also one thing worth paying attention to. That is the regeneration stone. It allows to experience the already conquered floors again. Although they cannot gain experience from the dungeons, they can accumulate practical experience by completing tasks. After buying these stones, Loki and others turned and left this place. And when the guide Jiaopsi caught up to him, Loki threw him a gold coin and said that he could leave now. The boy stared at the gold coin in his hand, lost in thought. Then he said to Loki that he would use this gold coin to create more wealth, and will surely repay him well in the future. But Loki rejected him on the spot, and said that if he has the opportunity, to please help the witch. Then the two disappeared into the crowd. The scene switches. Everyone was teleported back to the restroom. Iorka was seen complaining that he couldn't go to the beach outside the city, because it was blocked. It seemed their movements cannot exceed a certain range. Exploration dungeons open up an area after every 10 floors conquered. Only when they conquer 100 floors, they can explore freely. But only about a week has passed, yet suddenly there are so many unfamiliar faces. Even the second floor has several new guys. At the same time, Loki was seen signaling to the others that today they should take a good rest and start training tomorrow. At this time, Aaron wanted to start training immediately, but was rebuked by Loki. "Do you want to exhaust your body? Rest when you need to rest. Don't always go against me." And Loki knew well that in Niflheim, a similar situation had also occurred. Most of their results were not good. Not everything can be changed through hard work. If you put in a lot of hard work, but get no return, it means that you have no talent. Either find a path that suits you early, or die during a mission. This is an unchangeable fact. The scene switches, the second team is desperately training. But at this moment, Xena felt very shocked. After all, in her impression, they don't use real swords for training. And Loki on the side noticed a hint of something unusual. Roderick, EDC, and Arthur are all here, but Dika has disappeared. He was clearly the winner of this duel, yet Loki chose the defeated Nilisha as their teammate. After discovering that Dika wasn't here, Loki learned from Udisi that Dika had performed poorly and was therefore demoted to the first floor, and without one person, they were unable to complete the mission. That is why they decided to increase the intensity of their training, although they hoped that the player could draw another high-level hero, but it seems unlikely in the near future. The scene changes. News came that the third team ahead had disbanded on the spot, because Kabir, Jizit, and Yalisha were assigned to the second floor. Just as Loki and others were training, two people were seen slowly walking towards them. It seems it's time to replenish personnel. Xena asked Loki whether she should bring the lottery tube, but he indicated that she didn't need to rush. Welcome to the second floor, and the two went straight to the point. They were able to come here, presumably to fill the missing personnel from the first and second teams. At this moment, Nilisha immediately stated her thoughts. She wanted to join the first team, and stated that she would not hold everyone back. Don't you realize your own limitations? Strength is not the only standard for measuring a person. Apart from strength, he also has many practical skills. At this moment, Loki interrupted the conversation between the two. You can't decide which team you go to, and Loki's very curious about this. Why does Nilisha want to join the first team so much? Then he slowly explained. Although at the beginning, he didn't believe that Loki and others had made great contributions, but after using Time of Regeneration, he saw everything. Time of Regeneration allows a hero to redo a mission that has been completed, and to view the records of others passing the levels. It is usually used to re-clear missions. But it seems the players showed them the footage of Loki and others passing the level. So how much did you see? Everything? At this moment he realized how naive his previous thoughts were, and in order to survive, it is normal to want to be on the same team as the strong. This is the reason why he wanted to join the first team. Then what about the second team? Sorry, I don't have that idea. Although the second team is not bad, but who wouldn't want to choose a stronger team? At this moment, even Bayerjizit wanted to join the first team, and usually the team a hero belongs to is determined by lottery. But Delisha raised an objection to this. This method completely relies on luck. He believed that they needed a different method to decide. It's up to you to make the choice. Are you saying to let me decide? Because he doesn't want someone who inwardly rejects the second team to join. But if that's the case, your team won't be complete. And Xena said that, even if Loki makes a choice, there will surely be someone among them who is dissatisfied. If it weren't for Bayerjizit's rotten behavior, Loki would probably have chosen him a long time ago. Since you all want to join the first team, let's decide it by dueling. Show your abilities through combat. Duel. The damage you receive will not recover during the fight until one side falls. Then Loki will make a decision. That suits me perfectly. After all, it's been a long time since I've fought, but can I go all out? Of course, Loki confirmed this. As the two arrived at the training grounds, Nilisha immediately pulled out a vial of potion from her pocket and then applied it to her longsword. After all, there are no restrictions in a duel. This is a poison that can cause instant paralysis, and this is the first time he's used it on someone. At the same time, a prompt came up that the two had applied for a duel, so Loki immediately pressed confirm. The next second, Bayerjizit suddenly launched an attack on him, and Nilisha was blocking with fast sword strikes, but he easily dodged them. Then the two put on a show of attack and defense. At this moment, Arthur noticed that Bayerjizit had been hiding his strength all along. Loki on the side reminded everyone to watch closely, because this was a good learning opportunity. Although the two's combat levels are the same, their understanding of combat is different. Nilisha was constantly dodging, and Loki immediately saw that he was using the terrain advantage to fight. At this moment, Yarka also expressed her opinion. Clearly they had only just arrived on the second floor, yet they possessed such excellent combat abilities. Facing Bayerjizit's fierce attacks, Nilisha immediately pulled out a short knife from his pocket and then threw it straight at him. However, due to not being able to dodge in time, Bayerjizit's cheek was cut by the short knife. At this moment, he entered a poisoned state. Just as Nilisha thought she had the upper hand, they saw him dash in front of her in a flash, and then gave her a heavy blow to the abdomen, sending her crashing heavily against the railing. This should end the fight, right? The victor is me. You should have no meaning now, right? Of course, the result is obvious. The person to join the first team is Nilisha. What do you mean by that? Is hard work really worth nothing in the face of talent? One is Birgizit, a rising star, and the other is in the first team, a Mun who has been quietly working hard. In order to compete for a position in the first team, what kind of sparks will they create? After Birgizit won the duel, Loki chose Nelisha as a member of Team 1. Even Xena couldn't help but praise Nelisha. Perhaps only Xena, Ludic and Dissy could see what happened during their duel. During the duel, Nelisha deliberately squeezed herself into a corner, all to make Birgizit lower his guard, and the dual sword technique used earlier was just a smokescreen. This was all to make that attack go smoothly. Although Birgizit ultimately won the duel, most people failed to see the techniques Nelisha used in the battle. At this moment, Birgizit expressed great dissatisfaction with the outcome. I don't care how many times I have to repeat it. Nelisha will join the first team. What do you mean by that? Then Luigi began to explain it to him. Do you know the composition of the first team? Swordsman, archer, lancer, and mage? We are all purely combat heroes. So in order to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations, we need talents like Yelisha. Although you are very talented, our team doesn't need you. That's all. Or do you want to have a duel with me? If you can last for 1 minute, then I'll let you join the first team. At this moment, Birgizit suddenly had an idea. What about the other members of the team? Then he set his sights on Yalun. But Luigi refused him on the spot, because this is not about the power of strength, but the formation. But has he really fulfilled his lancer's duties? Birgizit had watched the combat replays of everyone, but he found that there seemed to be one person who didn't fit in. Does Luigi really need a lancer? To the point of ignoring his own weaknesses. At this moment, Jenna stopped his argument. After all, in his view, Yalunjij was already working very hard, but he was refuted. You have very outstanding talent yourself, so you can't understand his feelings at all. At the same time, Luigi immediately stopped the two from talking. Then he expressed his own views, just like Birgizit said. A lancer is not a must-have for the team. If a swordsman joins, we can change the formation. But the premise is that the swordsman must be stronger than the lancer. Do you think you can defeat Yalun? Of course, I have full confidence in this. If the duel fails, I will join without hesitation the second team. Then Yalun, what do you decide to do? It's also okay to refuse the challenge. And Luigi, that Yalun had recently been forcing himself harder than usual. If it continues like this, he will die because of it sooner or later. But from an efficiency standpoint, Yalun is still quite useful. After all, the team has been working together for a long time. Even if the gap between members is too large, he can still cooperate with the team for a while. At the same time, Yalun immediately accepted his challenge request. If you fail, you cannot return to the first team. The winner will join the first team. The scene switches. At this moment, the two are standing in the practice field. With Luigi's command, the two started their offense and defense battle in an instant. Although Jenna expressed incomprehension of Yalun's choice, Luigi simply told him, this is Yalun's own choice. But what if he loses? After all, Birgizit is so powerful. As long as he does what he normally trains, then there is a chance to win. Both sides' weapon levels are level 4. Although Birgizit has multiple skills, Yalun has a clear advantage. That is combat experience. Birgizit, as a newcomer, has only just arrived here not long ago. He is not even like Yalun, who has experienced battles large and small, as well as fights against powerful bosses. Moreover, he doesn't have experience fighting against lancers. Besides that, in their duel, Yalun's spear thrusts far exceeded his common sense. At this moment, facing Yalun's fierce attacks, Birgizit was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Lancers are always lucky. This saying still has some truth to it, and at this moment, the final choice of who will join the first team is about to be revealed. Faced with Yalun's attacks, even Birgizit felt a bit overwhelmed. The spear has been an essential weapon for hunting since ancient times. In the long course of history, the spear became longer and longer, but the facts prove that the spear has no effect in a one-on-one duel. The distance between the spear and the sword is 1 meter, but a single inch longer, a single inch of advantage. If approached by a close-range weapon, there's nothing that can be done. Whether compared with short swords or bows, it doesn't have any advantage. But people are always surpassing themselves, so this kind of logic doesn't work here. At the same time, Yalun was constantly thrusting at him. With a sweep, Birgizit jumped in the air. Although Birgizit was a very talented individual before he came here, the rules here are different from reality, from the moment he became a hero. And Yalun and Luigi have at least had hundreds of duels. He can skillfully deal with all kinds of monsters. And at this moment, Jenna on the side noticed something was off. Although Yalun is fighting very well, this is completely unlike what he was saying before. If this continues, won't Yelan win? But Jenna denied this, because he discovered that the number of times Bir Jizite is getting injured is decreasing significantly. Did you notice that too? Yelan has super combat skills, but his shortcomings are also obvious. His tactics are easy to see through. Moreover, Bir Jizite's vision is very sharp. Judging from his fight with Nilisha, he possesses very outstanding observation skills. Perhaps he will awaken the mind's eye skill soon. At the same time, Bir Jizite at this moment discovered that something was slightly off, because Alan didn't use his full strength against him, and he felt very dissatisfied with this. After all, he had the determination to die when he challenged Alan. Why aren't you going all out? Even Loki saw Alan's weakness. When did you start being considerate of your opponent's life? Could it be that you are strong enough to show mercy to your opponent? Show your full strength. Don't disappoint me. Hearing this, Alan made up his mind immediately. Even if I kill you, you shouldn't have any complaints. Of course, that's what I'm hoping for. At the same time, the two of them began to build momentum. The next second, the two of them suddenly launched attacks at each other. Facing Alan's thrust, Bir Jizite chose to block with his sword, and in the gap where he was blocking, Alan had already used a quick step to arrive in front of him. Then a thrust attacked him. After that, he launched a fierce attack on him, but they were all dodged one by one. The next second, Alan's heavy blow came straight for him. Bir Jizite dodged to the side. As the spear pierced through the wire mesh, everyone at the moment had a worried expression. With the drop of blood, this fierce battle came to an abrupt end, and the victor was Bir Jizite. Although Yasi felt this was unbelievable, facts speak louder than words, even everyone felt very puzzled. With just one strike, Alan lost the entire match. Bir Jizite is very insightful. As the battle time extended, he gradually grasped Alan's method of attack. He even found the opportunity to attack Alan. Although he had a good opportunity to attack once, he chose to continue waiting, all in order to wait for the best opportunity to appear, because he knew that he would win with just one attack. So he chose to silently endure Alan's attack. Then he found the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. He was able to calmly analyze the chances of victory and possessed outstanding observation skills. This guy is very patient. If you had gone all out from the start, it would have been more interesting. I agree with your opinion. Although Nilisha expressed dissatisfaction with this result, because she believed that Alan was not ready, but Loki stated that a promise is a promise. The one who was to join the first team was Bir Jizite. Alan was eliminated. Clever hard work is truly worthless in the face of talent. No matter how much effort Alan made, he was always unable to catch up with everyone's pace. Just as Alan was driven out of the first team, Loki at this moment expressed his incomprehension of it. You are responsible for the failure caused by your actions we cannot understand. The current situation is also caused by your own hand. But yet, believes that Alan just didn't want to hurt his teammates. Don't joke around. We didn't come here to make friends, but for survival. To defeat the enemy. Those who don't understand this won't have a good ending. Please remember that. Loki then indicated to everyone that it was already late. Everyone should go back to rest first. Immediately after, Loki then explained the important matters to the two of them. Don't think that just because you've joined the first team, that you'll get to relax a lot. In fact, the things that the first team has to do are the most dangerous. Of course, that's why I came here. I want to become stronger. Then everyone could be seen heading towards the rest area. Even if you sit there, you can't change anything. Why didn't you go all out when the duel began? Initially, you had the advantage, but why did you give Bir Jizite time to adapt? Because I didn't want to hurt my teammates. When did you start considering these things? I don't remember raising you to be so weak. He just changed his mind. He knew that he had no talent. He was able to win this duel without any suspense. What about the future? When Bir Jizite becomes even stronger, how will he face it? He cannot stifle a talented person here. After seeing their duel, realize that the ultimate effort is truly worthless in the face of talent. He is not as talented as Loki and Xena. No matter how hard he tries, he always feels like he is standing still. It seems he has lost confidence in himself. Loki then informed him that there was an instructor position on the first floor. They are responsible for the training of newcomers. I think that you and Dika are both very suitable for this job. You just need to stay in a safe place and train the newcomers. Although this type of job is very popular, I will do my best to recommend you two to the players. At this moment, Alan fell into a dilemma. What are you hesitating about? Do you want to become as strong as Bir Jizite? Didn't you want to return to your family after a period of internal struggle? Alan expressed that he would become an instructor. Since you are unwilling, why force yourself? I once knew a guy like you. His talent was even worse than yours. I had countless times when I wanted to give up on him. Alan, do you want to become stronger? At this moment, Aelin suddenly knelt on the ground. Immediately after, he started crying loudly. I want to become stronger. I don't want to continue being this weak. But do I really have a way to become stronger? Loki gave a definite affirmation. When that gate opens, I will take you to Niflheim, and that will be a good place. The scene changes. At this moment, Loki is emphasizing some important matters to everyone. Because our battles will all take place in a sea of fire, so you must master fire resistance. And the method used for it is to burn your own arm. Although this sounds ridiculous, it is very effective. So the two agreed. Then Loki began to assign tasks. Yalin's vacancy will be filled by Xena. So Xena needs to pick up a bow and fight. And Bir Jizya, like me, are both heroes who fight at close range. So we need to stay in the back, fighting within a range where we can provide support. If you choose to fight alone, then you are useless to the team. As for Alicia, she has a variety of skills. She can gather information, fight, and support teammates. So Loki placed her in the middle. Depending on the situation, she needs to fight or support teammates and carry out assassinations, and is also responsible for gathering information. Although Nilisha agreed nonchalantly, Loki was somewhat worried about it, because if she cannot accept her role, conflicts will inevitably occur. So what should I do? You just need to be responsible for running away. After adjusting the first team, the remaining task is for the second team. After all, the player did not perform a gacha pull, so the second team has not had suitable candidates. If you can't find anyone, go take a look on the first floor. As long as you observe carefully, there will definitely be a suitable guy. And from today, Dika will serve as an instructor. Let him concentrate on teaching those outstanding talents. In the hall now, there are more than 20 people training. Then at least one talented guy will appear. But even if you find that guy, don't make it too obvious, because it might lead to discrimination from others. After all, in this environment, those arrogant guys will appear. The two rising stars, when they joined forces, could not even defeat Jenna, a 2-star hero. After determining the final members of the first team, they came to the dueling arena again. To better integrate with the team, they must go through duels to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses, and this duel has no rules. They can even use real weapons. Just as the duel was about to begin, Logi reminded Bir Jizya, it's best to fight with Yilisha. Otherwise you'll lose miserably. Or do you want to have a one-on-one with me? Of course, that's exactly what I was thinking. The next second, Logi instantly entered a berserk state. And before that, it is said that several new heroes on the first floor went to challenge Bir Jizya. Were all eliminated by Bir Jizya during duels. But obviously, they were not his opponents. Even though they challenged everywhere, those candidates who could join the team, it doesn't seem to cause too much of a problem. Although currently, no one can beat the heroes on the second floor. But Logi knows well. He needs to let them understand that there are always stronger people. As Logi suddenly unleashed a blow, he instantly sent Bir Jizya's weapon flying away. Don't think you're something just because you defeated a few first-floor heroes. Got cocky. Just as expected, Logi is even stronger than he imagined, so he indicated that he wanted to challenge Logi together with Yilisha. Then Yilisha could be seen coating her arrows with poison. Now he has to deal with two people. It's not easy. How would I know without trying? After a moment of fighting, the two were ultimately defeated, because they couldn't cooperate with each other, and Logi concluded that they probably couldn't even defeat Jenna. Then he instructed Jenna to start training them. Although Xena wasn't very confident in her own strength, Logi told her not to worry, because she is much stronger than those two, and they must fight together until they defeat Jenna. But Bir Jizya thinks he won't lose to a woman, so he immediately stated that he can defeat Jenna on his own. If that's the case, then show all your strength. If you can defeat Jenna, then I will unconditionally accept your challenge. With Logi's command, it was seen that Xena quickly shot an arrow at Bir Jizya. Just as he swung his sword to block it, the next second multiple arrows came at him head-on, and before he could think, he quickly waved the longsword in his hand to block them. But there were still some that got through, almost taking his voice. I told you, Xena is stronger than you. It seems that I am just a frog in a well. Logi reiterated to defeat Jenna together with Nilisha. We will encounter many strong enemies in our mission, so we must learn to cooperate as a team, and Nilisha at this moment still wants to try it on her own. You're so stubborn. No. Nilisha was nailed to the wall on the spot, just as expected. You guys can't even last for 1 minute. Then the two decided to defeat Xena together. The next second, they suddenly launched an attack on her. But they really performed very poorly. Nilisha was busy defending against the arrows, and was then hit by Xena in an opening and knocked down. Even Bir Jizya performed very poorly. At this moment, He can't even completely defend against the arrows. What exactly are you doing? You perform even worse than when you fight alone. At the same time, the two immediately began to blame each other, and Loki knew that Fergister's pride had been severely hit. Xena grew up in the forest, so she is good at taming wild beasts. When dealing with intelligent beasts, you need to learn quickly. No matter how ferocious a beast is, in front of a well-trained hunter, it is just prey. As beasts, you should learn to hunt collectively. He only blocked the incoming arrows, but it shocked Xena, because in just a moment, he actually awakened the projectile resistance skill from it. Just after Xena started sparring with them, in less than a moment, the two quickly lost the match. Since you've been seriously injured, don't push yourselves. As long as you step out of the training ground, your bodies will quickly recover. At this moment, Olka is slowly appearing in front of everyone. Why are you here? You should be training your psionics right now. If you don't go back to training, I will tucklo. At the same time, Belgister demanded another rematch. But Loki stopped him. Let's call it a day today. You have taken up too much of Xena's time, causing her not to do her own training. If the two of you can't cooperate tomorrow to defeat Xena, Loki will reselect the members of the first team, and you will only have one chance to challenge tomorrow. Loki indicated that they should not disappoint him. Hearing this, even Xena found it hard to believe. Have you ever seen me lie? Just as Xena was about to explain, Loki stopped her on the spot. Although they are very talented, if they don't know how to cooperate, they won't be of any use. They cannot trust their teammates. But if they can change that, then the results will be different. The scene changes. At this moment, everyone is waiting for the two to arrive. At the same time, the two are seen slowly walking towards them. So, are you well prepared? Of course, they gave a positive answer. The rules are the same as yesterday. You can use real weapons. But today you only have one chance. Although they are not used to cooperating, there is no other way for the time being. With Xena's signal, the battle immediately broke out. Xena quickly shot multiple arrows at the two. But Nirisha did not react to it at all. The next second, Belgister appeared in time to block them. At the same time, Nirisha took the opportunity to throw a dagger, but Xena chose to roll to dodge and counterattack them urgently. Just at this time, Belgister suddenly awakened, projectile resistant. In an instant, he could see the trajectory of all the arrows. Immediately afterward, the two launched an extremely fierce attack on her. At this moment, Xena could only choose to counterattack them. Facing the incoming arrows, the two calmly knocked them away. Then they instantly appeared in front of Xena. Seeing that they were about to be attacked from both sides, Xena chose to jump into the air. But the next second, a short knife was seen flying towards her. Then Xena quickly adjusted her center of gravity and fell. At the same time, Belgister immediately activated his bloodlust state. Just as Xena was stunned, Belgister had already attacked her with his sword. In order to avoid his attack, Xena could only choose to retreat and dodge. But just at this time, a figure flashed from behind her. The next second, a short knife was held against Xena's throat. It should be over now, right? It doesn't seem as difficult as I thought. Of course, it's that simple. You guys actually took a whole day to adapt to this. Nirisha can hide her presence, and Belgister uses his bloodlust purposefully. When one's presence is too strong, people will forget the existence of the other. The power of a team is greater than that of an individual. As long as they have seen our mission, they will know these things. However, he is very curious whether they can defeat Loki now. But obviously, Loki is slightly better after activating Rage. The two even entered a near-death state. In any case, there is still some time before the next mission. The players haven't assigned them a mission, probably to let the two adapt to the new team. Thus, a complete team was determined. He's here. The first team's first battle is finally here. Just after finalizing the first team's lineup, Loki announced to everyone that Xena will participate in the next training, because they will form a team just like the two. Of course, this does not mean that they will be a fixed combination. After all, they are now in the same team. Therefore, in order to deal with various special situations, they need to cooperate with each other. And Belgister believes that the first team is mainly based on individual combat. After all, in important battles, Loki is the main focus. The performances of others are not so prominent, but Loki responded to this. He cannot do anything alone. No matter how strong an individual is, without the help of the team, the mission will eventually end in failure. Of course, if there is a strong person who can defeat 100 enemies alone, then that's another story. Even a weakling cannot reach such heights. And what they can do is adapt to the team's training. Until they get used to the whole team, they will resume individual training. The scene changes. At this moment, the two can already adapt to 2 versus 2 training. Whenever a team wins, they will change the team pairings. Although it is always Loki's side that wins, but they gradually adapted to this kind of cooperation. Not long after, Iarka also joined their training. Jenna and Yayo Arka needed to improve their weaknesses through training, to make up for their own shortcomings, and the two also learned a lot under Luoji's guidance. Just then, news came that the first team was gathering in the first floor square. Looks like we're finally about to start the conquest. The scene changes. Faced with the crowded scene in the square, Luoji looks somewhat puzzled at this moment. And these people are called the third generation. Since the division of classes, a strange rumor has been born. The members of the first and second teams are called the first generation, and those who have seen the walkthrough records, Bayergist, and Ilish are called the second generation. The rest are called the third generation. At this moment, someone expressed their dissatisfaction, but they were instantly scared off by a single glance from Bayergist. At the same time, an uncle claiming to be seriously ill asked Luoji to take him to live on the second floor, but he was rejected on the spot. After all, the hall is a place that can heal everything. Then Yasayer gestured to everyone, not to hinder the first team, because they are about to conquer floor 16. At this moment, Luoji told everyone that after entering the floor, they must listen to his command. Of course, they affirmed this. With the appearance of a blue light, the next second, they were teleported to floor 16. Task: investigate the unfamiliar location. Is it an exploration task? Even Bearja was encountering this kind of task for the first time. However, Jenna had experienced this kind of situation as early as floor 6, but Luoji still told everyone not to let their guard down. The task location this time is actually a residence, and apparently Nihilisha seemed a little familiar with this scene, but she wasn't sure. They can only be sure by investigating. So Luoji began to give instructions. These doors are all unable to be opened, and Nihilisha will first use stealth skill to investigate the surroundings. Report back immediately if there's anything unusual. As for us, we just need to get into formation and move forward. After some investigation, they found that all the doors here could not be opened. Moreover, the structural design here is very unreasonable, and it doesn't seem to have an end. At the same time, 3 directions appeared in front of everyone, and Luoji determined that this was a maze, because the passages here are twisted like a maze. For safety's sake, they decided to wait for Yalisha to come back first, before making a decision. Even Luoji thought they had encountered a difficult task, but Beer just said that it was extremely boring. He thought he could encounter some powerful enemies, but Luoji reminded them not to let their guard down. Maybe they just haven't appeared yet. He was sure that those enemies were definitely here. Nihilisha returned with the information. Go through the middle corridor. The fork seems to lead to a place, and the structure is not as complicated as imagined. Although she didn't find any enemies or traps, there is one thing that is very strange. Maybe you should go and find out for yourself. The enemy just threw out a shield, but he could clearly know that the enemy was about to attack. After learning about the special situation, Luoji and others quickly came to this place, but apparently he didn't seem to have any reaction to Luoji and others. Just when Bear just proposed to solve him, he was stopped by Luoji. After all, when something suspicious appears, it is best not to pay attention to it. Although he does seem to need help, Luoji and others still chose to ignore him, and slowly walked towards the front. After a moment of exploration, Luoji and others gradually figured out the structure of the maze. They found 3 identical halls, and the structure of the maze was not complex. It was just a straight line. But just as they were about to go to the 4th hall, Elisha brought some information. Enemies appeared ahead. The number was about 7 people. They were using various weapons. Hearing this, Luoji immediately formulated the following strategy. Jenna and Elisha are responsible for the archers, and the rest are responsible for the swordsmen and spearmen. With Luoji's command, 3 figures rushed out instantly. At this moment, before the enemy could react, Luoji slit their throats on the spot, and the remaining soldiers were killed by Bayergist with a single sword. Even the archers on the side were also killed by Jenna and others on the spot. The entire hall was cleaned up by everyone. And at this time, Luoji noticed something was not quite right. Then he picked up the shield behind him, and then threw it toward the stairwell ahead. The battle was not over. At this moment, he immediately instructed Yayo Urka to release fire magic towards the gate, because the enemies were slowly approaching them, with a burst of fierce flames erupting. The enemies were caught off guard instantly. At the same time, Luoji led everyone to launch an attack on the enemies. At this moment, everyone entered combat mode. They had cleaned up the enemies completely. It should be completely over this time, right? And Yayo Urka was very curious. How exactly did Luoji know that the battle was not over? The principle is very simple. If the battle was over, then the entrance to the stairs must be open. But the result was not. and this means that the battle is not over yet. Now that the enemies have been wiped out, the barrier leading to the second floor naturally opened. They just need to go up to complete the task, and Luigi said, the next time they enter a floor, they must make sufficient preparations. With the appearance of a blue light, everyone was teleported back to the hall. But will the scenery be like this even during the floor period? Then Loki disbanded the team. Everyone, you've worked hard. Let's get a good rest today. However, Nilisha stopped Loki. Is there something you want to say? Of course, it's about that place from earlier. The scene changes. Loki is seen making a cup of hot tea for Nilisha. So, what exactly do you want to say? After a moment of contemplation, Nilisha finally revealed that she was very familiar with the place they had just visited, because she had worked there. The storage room that was supposed to be used for storing items has now become a tomb for everyone. And how did this happen? Just as Nilisha stated, that she had worked there before. Loki is very curious at this moment. Why are you telling me all this? Because she believes this will increase the team's survival rate. That place is called the Golden Palace. It's the place where the Hanjuan family lives, and they are also one of the 4 great families of Tanir. According to Nilisha, the continent of Tanir is ruled by a nation called the Empire, and within the Empire, there are 4 families whose power is no less than the royal family. Even the Emperor cannot control the heads of the 4 great families. So what we explored earlier was the mansion of the Hanjuan family. Even Nilisha did not dare to draw conclusions. After all, other than the same entrance, its internal structure is completely different. Although he doesn't know what the meaning of the previous mission was, he is sure that it has something to do with the changes in the mansion, especially after observing the mission during the time of regeneration. He was even more sure of his thoughts. Do you mean the Golden Palace has 5 floors? That the blood of the 4 great families is mixed with monster blood? It's not a common monster. There's a rumor that it's dragon blood. That seems like the boss will be on floor 20. 20? It's the dividing line between beginners and ultimate players. Players who clear floor 20 are considered true experts, because there is a fixed boss on floor 20. But each account's boss is very different. They each have their own characteristics, and the first hurdle in Pick Me Up is floor 5. There, 1/3 of the players will be eliminated. Less than half of the players will be able to reach floor. Although Nilisha knew that Loki and the others made a mistake on the floor and saved the princess, she was very confused. Why did the Golden Palace appear on floor 2? At the same time, she also expressed her attitude. She will not leave the team because of this. After all, they are all a bunch of damn guys, and she hopes the information she provides can help Loki. Shortly after Nilisha left, Loki gestured to Ysayr, not to continue eavesdropping. Did you discover me long ago? Of course, after all, your presence is too dazzling. So is there something wrong? Ysayr responded that, although Loki is climbing the tower very smoothly, he always feels a little uneasy. And this is just the beginning, especially the upcoming floor 2. Now, as long as you open the forum, you will find that it is full of players unhappy with the floor 2 settings. Angry? This will be a difficult challenge. Counting the information provided by Nilisha, Loki at this time grasped all the time. A cult is targeting the life of the princess, and they are related to the Hanjuan family. After all, the donations they receive come from this family. Although Loki does not know the details of the cult, considering the situation on floor 15, he thinks these are all related to the goddess. Then do you think there is any connection between floor 20 and floor 15? Maybe there is some kind of connection. And from the conversation with Nilisha, 2 important pieces of information were gathered. First of all, the Golden Palace has a total of 5 floors. The number of floors matches the number of floors in the tower. That is floors 16 to 20. And that the blood of dragons flows in those families. In other words, the boss on floor 20 will be a giant dragon. But it is not pure bloodline. At least that's somewhat comforting. No matter what, all we can do is make ample preparations. And you just need to help me well when I need you. That will be enough. The scene changes. Loki leads everyone to floor 10. And the scene here is also a maze. Although Jenna looked very scared, Loki still reassured her not to worry. As long as you follow the rules, there won't be any problems. However, the problem is that the difficulty level of this account is very high. Then, with everyone's efforts, they quickly pass through each floor. Loki keeps track of the detailed information on each floor. Soon they reached floor 19. Although there were several dangerous situations, under Loki's leadership, they all survived safely. At the same time, the players surprisingly began to build facilities, and Yaya Orca was very curious. What exactly is the player building? Loki responded that it was a storage room. It's a place to store luggage. Although it has the same function as a storage room, it has a different meaning, because that place will become our grave. Here comes. The conquest of floor 20 has finally arrived. Right after the storage room was built, Loki announced to everyone at this moment that they each have their own arrangements next. Now the second team has reached floor 16, and in the near future, the third team will also climb to floor 16. This means that they will soon be conquering floor 20. Then he arranged the tasks for everyone. Jenna must focus on power attack training. The weapons she needs are entrusted to the manufacturing staff until she learns the power attack skill. Then they need to strengthen the power of their fire magic. It would be best to break through the fourth stage. At this moment, Nilishia stated that she would go to the weekly port. In order to cope with this battle, she needs to prepare some deadly while Beer just wanted to train with Loki and use real weapons. Of course, Loki readily agreed. After all, this guy never gets discouraged no matter how many times he loses. He and Aranyes, Dika and others have different mindsets. At this moment, even Yaoerka, who was nearby, was also clamoring to join the training, because he doesn't want to enter that strange storage room. After all, Loki had previously claimed that it was their final grave. It seems that the players also seem to be preparing for floor 2, but preparing a grave before a big battle, isn't that too ominous? Although Xena doesn't think it matters at all. After all, it also represents that the player is thinking of them, and as long as Loki is there, none of them will go in there. Even Yelishia praised Xena for being so strong. Of course, after all, Loki has a very good opinion of him. However, he believes that there must be difficult tasks on the second floor. Are you afraid? And he denied it. If he was afraid, he would have chosen to join the logistics work. But it's not too late to regret it now. Yelishia did not respond to this. The scene changes. At this moment, Yaoerka is working with Beer Gist to jointly attack Loki. Under such strenuous training, they have all made considerable improvements. Beer Gist's lower-level swordsmanship has been raised to level 5, and Loki's lower-level swordsmanship has been raised to level 8. Even Xena is constantly designing, and has comprehended the power attack skill. Unknown. Loki's physical fitness and skill levels have greatly improved a lot. He has even reached level 19 himself, and during this period, many talents have been added on the second floor. Among them is an outstanding pharmacist who was sent to the magic temple to work, and Dika, who became an instructor, also returned to the second floor with Loki's help. As the day to enter the second floor gets closer and closer, auxiliary occupations also play a very important role. Now more people have joined this work. They can already manufacture equipment above the DGA level. And the third team has also begun activities. The second floor requires 3 teams to be allowed to attack. It seems that after this attack is completed, they will enter the second floor as a complete team. Enter the second floor. At the same time, Loki is lost in thought at this moment. If the players had read his guide, they would know that when Loki was attacking the second floor, he experienced 3 team wipes. But the current situation does not allow him to fail, including all future tasks. The scene changes. Today they will attack the second floor. So are you all ready? If there are any guys who leave a will, I will tear up their envelopes, because we will definitely return safely. At this moment, a prompt came from ahead. This attack requires the participation of 3 teams. It seems that this will be a difficult boss battle. Players can choose the attack time of each team. When the advanced team reaches a certain condition, or time length, then the following teams can enter. Loki guessed right. This task requires 3 teams to participate together. But who is that guy? He is a sacrifice sent in to grasp the situation of the second floor. He will enter first to explore the situation, and then Loki and others will take the field. With Yssair's urging, in a moment, news of his death came from the front. Then it is time for the first team to take the field. Go ahead with peace of mind. We'll catch up to you soon. With the appearance of a blue light, they were teleported to the mission location, currently challenging, floor level 20. Loki and others finally reached the second floor, but the boss they encountered could be immune to all attacks. So what should they do? After the crowd entered the second floor, at this moment Loki indicated that as long as they open this door, then the task will begin, and they only need to treat it as if it was a normal training. As Loki pushed open the door, the next second, a prompt came from ahead. Floor 20 task: eliminate all enemies. And at this moment, Xena and Yaoerka had already entered combat preparation. At the moment the boss appeared, Xena decisively shot the arrow in her hand. Yaoerka also released fire magic. At this moment, the boss was immediately buried in the sea of fire, and at this time, Loki quickly gestured to the crowd. Xena and Yaoerka maintain ranged attacks, and they will attack from the side. At the same time, accompanied by a roar, the boss finally showed his true form, Black Dragon Paljaref. Level 4. And at this moment, Xena had already unleashed a full-strength attack, but she failed to cause any damage to it. because it was able to be immune to physical attacks. Even Zena found this unbelievable. At the same time, Bioarca immediately released a fierce flame. But what was unexpected was that it could even be immune to magical attacks. Loki tried to attack from different directions, but failed to achieve any effect. Even the joint attacks of Beargist and Nilishia could not cause any damage to it. At this moment, Loki signaled everyone to leave quickly, because the boss was about to counterattack. It rolled a few times, and then countless scales came rushing toward them. Although Loki relied on his agile movements to dodge this attack, but Nilishia entered a bleeding state because of this. At this moment, Zena shot an arrow at the boss's eyes. Shot an arrow. As expected, it had no effect. Even Belkis finds it very troublesome. After all, his scales are too hard. It's not for that reason. It's that all our attacks are ineffective against him. At the same time, the boss suddenly launched an attack on them. At this moment, everyone can only choose to face the challenge. The three surrounded the boss. Iolka is responsible for using magic to assist, but this is just in vain. Then Loki towards everyone, signaled everyone to scatter around. He will deal with the boss alone, because he will only attack one target. Just then, the scales on the ground suddenly turned into monsters. Fallen Shout. Level 14, it looks like you guys have your work cut out for you. So we just need to solve these monsters. Of course, I'll figure out the rest. Then everyone showed their full strength, fiercely resisting the invasion of the monsters, while Loki at this moment began to analyze. This guy can resist physical and magical attacks, and can launch scales and summon followers. However, his attack methods are only launching scales, swinging huge claws and tail, and summoning subordinates, 3 modes. Although not complicated, this is really terrible. The divine statue just emitted a golden light. It actually instantly broke the defense of the invincible Dragon King. Even when facing such powerful violence, at this moment Loki can only choose to face the challenge. And long-term consumption has already left him covered in injuries. In a short while, Loki fell into a bleeding state. Although Jenna expressed great concern about this, but there is no other way at the moment, because they are surrounded by a constant stream of enemies, and Loki is just reminding everyone to hold on a little longer. How long do we have to hold out? But even he is helpless, because he doesn't know when this stage will end. Able to be immune to all attacks, and even summon subordinates endlessly. It seems like a losing battle. Just then, the figure on the city wall caught his attention. A row of soldiers was standing on the city wall, not moving, and he was very confused. When did those guys appear? At the same time, the boss suddenly swung a punch. Loki barely dodged it. And at this time Belkist also noticed, those guys. Is some interesting mission about to appear? Then a notification sounded in front. The rear team is ready. The next second a blue light fell from the sky. Immediately the second team was teleported to the city wall. Although Aaron and others wanted to help the first team, they obviously had other tasks. Just then, the group of soldiers was slowly approaching everyone, and the goddess statue behind them was emitting bursts of red light. It seems our task is to occupy that statue. The advanced team is responsible for containing the boss. The rear team is responsible for occupying the goddess statue. Seeing that the first team was already covered in wounds, it had signaled down to deal with those archers first, and they were responsible for clearing the road. With everyone's efforts, they quickly cleared the entire road. At the same time, Loki signaled to immediately prepare the third stage fire magic, to eliminate those shadow monsters in one fell swoop. Of course, but I need some time to chant. After a moment of holding out, a fierce flame burst into the sky. Then a flame tornado swept the ground, instantly eliminating all the monsters. Complete. Now there is only the last boss left. Just then, the giant dragon suddenly launched an attack on Loki, so Loki immediately chose to swing his sword to block it. But the next second, he was stunned in place, because his attack actually worked. The giant dragon immediately cried out in pain. Then, because the second team occupied the altar, the power of the altar began to take effect. In an instant, a golden light shot straight into the sky. With the player pressing confirm, the altar bestowed the heroes with divine power. Immediately everyone's weapons were emitting a golden light. Then it's time to start the counterattack. When facing the vast dark army, and when teammates were once again on the verge of death, what choice would Loki make? When the horn of counterattack sounded, Loki decisively arranged everyone's respective task. He from the first squad was responsible for containing the boss. Nerissa and Belkis from the second squad would arrest. As for Jenna and Yalka from the third squad, they would be responsible for supporting them. Just then, the boss suddenly launched many scales around, but they were all easily dodged. Then the two ran towards the buff with their swords. The next second, two sharp strikes instantly severely damaged the enemy. Immediately Everyone launched a particularly fierce attack on him. At the same time, the scales that had been launched earlier changed. In a short while, a dense shadow legion appeared in front of everyone. And at this time, due to the long time alone against the boss, Loki at this moment was obviously somewhat physically exhausted. So he immediately signaled Jenna to cover his retreat. When his stamina recovers, he would deal with those shadows. Hearing this, Jenna immediately used her bow and arrows to break a path. But at this moment, the short bow arrows that Jenna was using were all used up. So Loki quickly used a short teleport to clear a path for her. Immediately Jenna, while rolling, picked up the bow and arrows and dealt with the surrounding enemies. Then Loki signaled Jenna to use a longbow against the boss to contain him. As for the remaining shadows, he would take care of them. Hearing this, Jenna immediately pointed the longbow at the boss. Accompanied by a sharp arrow shot out, it could be seen that the boss was immediately struck with a huge wound. At the same time, Bulka's sudden strike further aggravated the boss's injuries. Just then, Loki quickly requested to switch with the second team. At this moment, a short sword covered in poison directly pierced the enemy's eyes. The pain made him laugh loudly to the sky. At this time, Yidis told Loki that they couldn't hold on for long, because at some point in the future, that statue will definitely be occupied by the enemy again. At the same time, Arthur made everyone's mood tense instantly, and Yidis also decisively signaled Arthur to pull him back to a safe position. Even Oka felt very nervous at this moment, because the situation had suddenly become much more dangerous. Loki also understood this very well. Now they are at the end of their rope. As soon as the statue is lost, it means the arrival of destruction, and the second team at this moment can only hold out for about 5 minutes at most. Just then, a tremor suddenly caught everyone's attention. Then a blue light descended from the sky. Then a turret appeared in front of everyone. Now the third team has also joined the battle. As the player presses confirm, the third team was teleported to floor 2, room 2. At this moment, Loki quickly yelled at them to run towards that turret, run to use that giant crossbow to aim at this giant boss. Hearing this, the third team immediately moved into action. On the other side, due to everyone's continuous efforts, the boss seemed much weaker at this moment, and the poisoning of his eyes caused him to lose his sight. This is very beneficial for Loki and the others. Then Loki signaled to Jenna to aim all the longbows and arrows at the weak spot. They must, before the second team is broken, take down the fortress, because if the blessing of the statue disappears, then their success rate will drop to 1%. Just then, the third team finally reached the turret. The giant crossbow only needs one person to operate it, and the rest defend at the entrance. And the second team at this moment is clearly about to give up. Even Jenna shot the last arrow. But at this time he was so nervous that he was sweating. Looking at the huge boss in front of him, he hesitated to act. Damn, that guy's movements are too fast. It's over. Not only was the third team wiped out, but even the goddess statue was occupied by the enemy again. Faced with the Dragon King who has regained his invincible state, how should Loki deal with him? Just as the woman was at a loss, Loki immediately issued instructions. Elisa kissed together to restrain the boss. Just when the boss suddenly swung a claw at them, Loki had already teleported to his feet. Then he raised his longsword and froze his giant claw. The pain made him loudly to the sky on the spot. Just then, Loki quickly signaled the woman to take action, but he still appeared a bit flustered. After all, he had only just adapted to this environment not long ago. When he was still young, he and his sister depended on each other, but in the end his sister sold him to a dock. From then on, he began to engage in dangerous work. His life was like walking on thin ice, until a huge creature appeared. At that time, the crew was also urging him to run quickly. At this moment, his thoughts stopped abruptly. As he suddenly opened his eyes, a giant crossbow was immediately fired, directly piercing the enemy's chest. However, just when he was happy about this, Loki reminded him to quickly launch the next wave of attack, but then he was stunned on the spot, because Xian had died in battle. His head was pierced by a sudden arrow from the enemy. In an instant, the third team fell into a disadvantage. Just when Loki was directing them to use the giant crossbow, they were already terrified by everything in front of them, and entered a state of fear. Then their own attributes were reduced by 50%. Damn, it seems that things don't seem to be moving in a good direction. With the news of the third team's death coming from the front, Loki had no other choice at this moment. After all they could do was to try to inflict as much damage as possible to the boss. Then Loki signaled to Orca to quickly prepare fire magic, and signaled Neelisa and Belkis to leave quickly. At the same time, Arthur had already reached the brink of death. The second team also won't be able to hold on for much longer, and Loki only had one thought at this moment. That is to attack the boss's heart fiercely, at the place where the giant crossbow pierced it. it will definitely be easier to pierce his heart. On the other side, Dylan was telling Yetis to hold on one more time. But the next second, he was pierced through the chest by a blade on the spot, and then he was buried in the monster's nest. Even R had come to the final moment of life and death. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the mockery from his teammates in the past. Someone like you want to become a mercenary, you can't even hold a sword steadily. Then he tightly gripped the long sword. At this moment, he understood how to hold the sword. At the same time, Loki slashed down at the boss with a heavy blow, but then his long sword shattered on impact. Because the boss had recovered his physical attack immunity. After the second team lost the goddess statue, the goddess's blessing was also lifted. At this moment, news of Arthur's death came from the front, and the death of the third team also means that the giant crossbow is useless. According to the current situation, to recapture the goddess statue again is almost an impossible thing to happen. Even Loki was helpless about this. And can she, in such a predicament, find a way to solve everything? Defense. The invincible Dragon King's defense was broken by Loki again. Just when Loki was thinking of a way to break through, the boss suddenly launched an attack on him. Luckily, Loki managed to block it in time. At the same time, Jenna was asking Loki what to do next, whether they should first reclaim the statue, but Loki denied it. Then he gestured to Belkazet to throw the longsword in his hand to him. After receiving the longsword, Loki signaled Iorka to ignite the longsword. Your fire magic should be able to bless weapons, right? Of course, but he needs to try using telekinesis first. The next second, a purple flame instantly enveloped the longsword. Although he successfully blessed the weapon, the effect was too weak. He can enhance its effect by amplifying the magic, but that will take some time. Hearing this, Loki immediately said to let Yelishir and Belkazet protect him, while he will face the boss alone next. As Iorka began to chant magic, Loki also launched an attack on the boss. He dodged the enemy's attack with a swift movement. The next second, a slash instantly hit the monster's shield, but it didn't cause much damage to him. Loki originally thought that he could hold out until he died from blood loss, but judging from the current situation, that is clearly impossible. He doesn't have time to develop a detailed strategy. For this reason, he used all his strength, trying to find a way to kill the boss. Even Belkazet was startled by Loki's enthusiasm. Even in this situation, he's very calm and composed. At the same time, Loki swung his sword towards the boss's tail. The next second, his eyes widened, because his attack actually worked. It seems that attacks on the wound are effective. Then he ran under the boss's body. Immediately a sharp slash instantly struck his chest. Just as expected, the immunity message did not pop up, and what he needs to do next is to inflict a large amount of damage on the boss before the blessing disappears. And at this moment, the Dragon King with a bump instantly knocked off Loki's shield. And he also noticed Iorka, who was concentrating his magic. Then he fired many black scales at him, but all of them were blocked by Loki's sword. However, he also suffered considerable damage because of this. At this moment, he gestured to Jenna to protect Iorka and take care of his chair. Don't let him approach anything. Just then, the boss instantly entered a berserk state, and Loki also chose to activate berserk. The next second, two huge forces collided with each other. Then the boss raised its tail and swept towards Loki. Loki barely raised his sword to block it, but then the longsword shattered in response. There was no time to think. Loki immediately signaled to Nilasha to throw the longsword in her hand, and at the moment of receiving the longsword, Loki transferred the blessing to another sword through weapon contact. Then he unleashed countless slashes on the boss, but soon the longsword shattered again. Seeing that the boss was about to attack Iorka, Loki immediately took the short sword thrown by Jenna and quickly struck the boss with a lightning 5-hit combo. However, Loki was already exhausted, but if he gave up here, then everyone would die because of him. Just then, the shattering of the short sword pulled him back to reality, and he quickly changed to the short sword he was carrying. The next second, a blue flame blazed up. Immediately, Loki leaped into the air towards the boss. You damn thing! Disappear already. Conquered. The giant dragon boss on floor 20 has finally been conquered. Just as Loki swung a full power blow at the giant dragon, a prompt appeared ahead. Hangside skill fearless. The soul has surpassed its limits. Berserk skill continuously increased by 2 levels. Current level is 6, accompanied by a roar. 2 sharp slashes fell instantly, striking the boss's neck on the spot. Immediately afterward, everyone launched a general offensive against it. But in less than a moment, the boss's defense took effect again. Damn, this is a big trouble. At the same time, the boss suddenly opened its eyes. The next second, he started to rush around aimlessly. Whenever he crashed into the giant wall, the huge dragon horns broke off in response. Just as Jenna was still worried about Loki, he stood up again. Then he grabbed the boss's neck tightly with both hands. With his sudden force, the boss, whose neck was torn apart, immediately looked up and howled. Then only a roar was heard. The next second, the boss's neck was ripped off by Loki. At the same time, a prompt appeared ahead, achievement completed, and the Dragon Slayer skill has also been mastered. And Loki at this moment also fell into a state of exhaustion. All state attributes decreased by 90%. Seeing that he was about to fall from the sky, Jen appeared in time and saved him. Just then, Belkacite was anxiously reminding him, "It's not over yet." The boss's body suddenly launched an attack on them. Damn, why? Can this guy still move? Even the two of them were helpless against it, because they had lost their blessings. But Loki comforted them not to worry, because Iorka has completed the magic chanting. As he raised his hands high, the next second, a fierce flame burst out. In less than a moment, the huge flames surrounded the boss. Is Iorka's fourth stage fire magic, right? Immediately, he changed his hand gestures. A huge flame immediately gathered together, and the next second, a spark of fire erupted from the ground. The powerful force even stunned the people present. With a loud bang, the stage ended. Everyone's level was raised, and the following item was obtained: Best Emil. Then a blue light appeared. The second floor has been successfully conquered. The player's newbie status has been upgraded. Low-level underground dungeons have been opened. Exploration dungeons have been opened. A new facility has been unlocked. Attention, there is a hero waiting for promotion. The dimensional rift has been opened, and at this moment, BRGC was very surprised, because it was the first time he had met a human who could fight a dragon one-on-one. Then Loki started counting the personnel. No one. The first team died. The second team had 3 heroes left, and EDC was very remorseful, because the second team did not fulfill their responsibilities. Don't blame yourself. Thanks to you, we were able to survive until now. Take care of your team. Don't collapse because of this. Although the third team was completely wiped out, it is much better than a total wipeout. And now, there is a big problem with the team personnel distribution. But the most important thing now is that everyone needs to rest. The scene changes. The player sent Loki a warhorse statue again, although he doesn't really like it. On the other side, EDC, who had returned to his room, let out a sigh of relief. He survived again this time. But it's still just me. It started. The heroes from Niflheimu. They've finally started to move. Facing their recruitment information posted on the forum, Loki was extremely shocked at this moment. Not long after conquering the second floor, at this moment, Jenna was wondering whether to go to the storage area, but because he was too tired from training, he gave up on that idea. Do the difficult task last time. Many heroes returned to the embrace of the goddess. Arthur from the second team had been a 2-star hero since being summoned. He was an enthusiastic guy, and had a very strong comprehension ability, so Udisi liked him very much. But that doesn't mean the third team and other heroes are bad. They just lacked experience fighting bosses. Their death just reflects the importance of teamwork. Looking at the items displayed in the storage area, the crowd felt a mix of emotions, and this also gave Udisi an incredibly huge psychological burden. The scene changed. The player logged back into the game, and he received a notification that he can now advance in star level, but that requires using the Ultimate Promotion Stone. Note that the Ultimate Promotion Stone can be made by combining a lower-level promotion stone and lower-level material. Then the player immediately built a conversion room. Immediately afterward, the door of the conversion room slowly opened. The conversion function has been activated. You can obtain various materials by converting heroes, and the conversion room, after merging, is the second way to make useless heroes useful. With the appearance of a golden light, conversion was successful, and a lower-level spirit stone was obtained. When the benefits of merging greatly decrease, conversion will be used. That kind of guy doesn't even have the value to be merged. This is not a good sign. As the player pressed the confirm button, the next second, the ultimate promotion stone was made. Then Yssair happily brought the promotion stone to Loki. Congratulations, you are now a 3-star hero. There are still 4 more upgrades to become a 7-star hero, and Loki was very curious how many intervention points he had collected now. He wanted to get in touch with the player again, but Yssair was stuttering, and Loki could tell at a glance that he had definitely used the intervention points to surf the web. However, fortunately, he still had about 30 minutes of usage time left, so Loki didn't pursue him any further. That will be enough. Go get ready. Immediately afterward, Loki came to the promotion room. The moment he placed the promotion stone on the platform, a dazzling light shot out. And when he came to his senses, he realized that he had entered that world again. At this moment, a crying boy caught his attention, but because the surroundings were blocked, he couldn't do anything either. However, the crying sounds were too moving, So Loki immediately kicked over the wooden board next to him. Damn it, this guy is really annoying. After a moment, Loki successfully advanced to a 3-star hero. His level and skills were improved, now he can change jobs. Looking at the sleeping Yssair, Loki unceremoniously woke him up and signaled him to come to the room for a detailed discussion. At the same time, the player summoned many more heroes again. It looks like you'll be busy tomorrow. The scene changes. At this moment, Yssair stated directly that he was actually surfing the web to help Loki, and he had collected 2 important pieces of information. The first, that the player has joined Loki's fan club, which means that guy has realized Loki's greatness. So what is the second piece of information? The second is information about Niflheim. Niflheim has launched a recruitment campaign. The recruitment criteria are level 20 and above 3 stars for heroes who are about to change jobs in the second server. Hearing this, Loki immediately asked him to show the details. The next second, Yssair showed the recruitment information on the forum. The specific information is as follows, and the specific information is as follows. Loki will train your hero according to your request. The duration is 10 days. Please leave your coordinates in the comments section, latitude and the hero you will be sending. And Yssair was very dissatisfied. Someone actually dares to impersonate Loki, but Loki appears unusually calm. It seems they have already begun to act. He himself is in the game world, but the author posting the recruitment is Loki. The only ones capable of doing this are the heroes of Niflheim. And Loki did not expect that these heroes would actually interfere with the user's system. See, their authority is greater than I imagined, and these recruitment conditions are as if they were set up for me. It's open. The space-time rift connected to the outside is finally open. Just after the two discovered this article, Yssair is very confused at this moment, because the real Loki is right here. Then who exactly uploaded this article? And Loki already has an answer in his mind. That is the number 1 ranked Xilisi, and the number 2 ranked Unizi. But this is most likely the work of Unizi. The service they mention in the article is actually to accept applicants' requests and train them. Let the heroes in the highest level facilities receive guidance from instructors. Immediately afterwards, Loki decided to apply. Since the player joined Loki's fan club, it also that he knows Loki's true identity. Then he signaled to Issa that he is going to send an email. The next second, a virtual computer appeared instantly in front of him. And at this moment, Loki is somewhat puzzled. Why hasn't the player replied to the email he sent last time? The scene switches. Idisi had just walked out of the storage room when Loki called out to him. After a moment, the two returned to the living room and began to talk, and Loki saw at a glance that this guy is under a lot of pressure recently. Although the members of the second team have become more diligent in training, the guys on the first floor, their mentality seems to have changed. Since the third team was wiped out, they have changed their desire to fight, and this is an inevitable result. After all, the survival rate of combat jobs is extremely low. In addition, the current personnel distribution in the hall is very uneven. To solve these problems, they must have enough training and experience. The main reason for the third team's wipeout is because they did not have enough combat experience, and since there is no time for regeneration, it leads they cannot use battle replays from Loki and others to learn from. Furthermore, the facilities at the training center are not very good, so the premise to change the current situation is on how many resources and facilities the player can provide them. Hearing this, EDC became much more silent, because he thinks Loki is very amazing, knowing everything clearly, and being very calm and collected. His combat ability is also very strong. Compared to him, he is simply insignificant. But Loki comforted him not to overthink. After all, he had said before that this is not something he can do alone. Then he informed EDC that he will leave here in a month. So during that time, EDC must replace him in completing what he should do. It seems you are going to complete even better things. Of course, that way they won't be hindered by others. And EDC was very curious. Where exactly is Loki going? To another hall. Hearing this, EDC was immediately stunned. And considering that EDC is, besides Loki, the most important hero, and that he possesses indispensable leadership ability, Loki then told him some related matters. After a moment, EDC was very shocked by this. There's actually a previous one of this place. Of course, maybe there are even more now, who knows? But they will probably only encounter about 10 or so. So Loki indicated that he didn't need to worry too much. Then I'm counting on you. And after clearing floor 2, Loki has now obtained Unyielding and Dragon Slayer. Among them, Unyielding can delay the onset of abnormal conditions. It is the greatest skill against rage. And Dragon Slayer has extra bonuses when dealing with dragons. At this moment, Loki looked at the scenery outside the window, lost in thought. Maybe he will encounter the heroes he personally trained. The scene switches. As soon as the player logs in, he opens the space-time rift, When the space-time rift is open, the protection measures of the hall will become ineffective, making it vulnerable to other players' invasions. As the player presses the confirm button, the next second Yssair waved his hands. Then the space-time rift slowly opened. Although opening a space-time rift is not a good thing, at least Loki can do more things. And the opening of the space-time rift also. That Niflheim has accepted the player's application, but Yssair is very curious. What kind of email did Loki send to the player? The first is the application for training qualification, because the comments are not displayed publicly, so Loki had the player reply with some information that only the heroes of Niflheim would know. The second is strategies. Loki sent some strategies to the player, because relying solely on the previous strategies is no longer enough. Currently, the main focus in the hall is to nurture low-level heroes, because among the low-level heroes, there are still many promising individuals. But if you want to increase efficiency, you must give the low-level heroes a new set of training methods. As for the last point, Loki informed the player not to completely rely on his strategies. Waiting-style operation requires flexibility and adaptation. 1. He will have the opportunity to make his own decisions. With the appearance of a blue light, Loki slowly walked in the space-time rift. Although the opening of the rift will cause the hall to be invaded by other users, it also that when he trains in the Niflheim hall, this hall will become stronger. It's starting. Their adventure has begun. Just before they were about to go to Niflheim, at this moment Yellen was training with Bjergizi. From their fight, it's not hard to see that Yellen has made a lot of progress. Even when facing Bjergizi's fierce attacks, he was still able to deal with it calmly. As the two of them made their final strike, Bjergizi was seen ducking to avoid the spear, while Yellen lost on this move. At the same time, Luigi found Yellen. He said that he wanted to talk to him. The scene changed. The two arrived in the room. It happened that Iorka had just finished playing chess. So Luigi signaled to Iorka to leave this place temporarily, because he had some things to tell Yellen and Xena. Not long after he left, Luigi got to the point. Xena, pack your things and prepare to leave this place. After a moment of explanation, Xena was very shocked at this moment. So all three of us are going to another hall. Luigi affirmed this. They would train there for about a month. That would be a good experience. But Yellen was very puzzled. Isn't there someone more suitable than him? But didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? Then Luigi signaled Xena to leave this place. He wanted to talk to Yellen alone. Not long after Xena left, Yellen anxiously asked, "Is it the place you mentioned last time?" Of course it's called Niflheim. A month is completely sufficient for them. But Yellen was different. Because he might never be able to return here. That place is very dangerous. Currently, the position of instructor is still vacant. Dika alone cannot solve everything. You don't necessarily have to choose to become a warrior. You still have a choice now. However, Yellen firmly stated that he must go there. Indeed, this is the Yellen that Luigi acknowledges. Then he signaled Yellen to leave Idith's team, and Yellen will face a year-long training. However, this amount of time still cannot change their fate. But if in the gears of fate, time will be about 3 times faster. A moment later, Bjergizi was complaining why he couldn't follow Luigi to that place. Hearing this, the other two also started to make a fuss. But Luigi said that he would arrange for them to go later. But before that, he hoped that they could follow Idith's instructions. At this time, Bjergizi curiously asked Luigi, "Are you sure you will really come back? Have you ever thought about staying there forever?" Although Luigi did have such a thought, he still comforted the crowd not to worry. He would definitely return here. The scene changed. The Niflheim airship landed in the waiting room. After paying the fees for participating in the training, at this moment, the three were already fully prepared. I didn't expect them to leave so quickly. Looking at such a spectacular send-off scene, Luigi was very surprised. At this moment, Yssair, who was on the side, flew to Luigi's side crying, because he heard bad rumors that Luigi would never return here. So, in order to reassure him, Luigi made a promise with Yssair. He would definitely come back, so stop crying. With the appearance of a blue light, let their adventure begin. Just a sharp glance made everyone present feel extremely shocked. Some people were even scared into a state of fear, and the man determined that he was at least a high-level instructor above level 70. After the three of them went to Niflheim, at this moment, Xena looked shocked. This was the first time she had seen such a large airship. After all, in her impression, airships were exclusive items that only nobles could use. After confirming the identities of the three, they finally boarded this airship. At the same time, the training receptionist Lytle immediately greeted them. Next, he will lead the group to Niflheim. And Xena on the side was very worried. Will we really be okay? Luigi responded to this. There are also many other heroes here waiting to come over, so don't show such a completely ignorant look. At this time, a prompt came from the front. Niflheim airship Land 07 is about to take off. The next second, a blue light appeared. Then the group flew out of the 1935-dimensional Tanir. Then they slowly moved towards the direction of Niflheim. At this moment, the three of them were very surprised by everything in front of them. But Luigi was urging the two of them, after visiting appropriately, come back in. They still needed 2 days to arrive. Looking at the tall tower and the ruined city behind them. Is this what Tanir looks like after its destruction? The Landron 7 airship needs to travel to many different dimensions to carry those heroes who are participating in training programs, including Luigi and others. There are more than 20 people in total. The rest of them were taking different airships. And at this time, Shenna was very confused. The Tanir city where they were is a barren land, while the scenes in other waiting rooms are different. Why is that? But even Luigi doesn't know about this. At this time, the broadcast came with news that they would be landing in Niflheim soon. Then Luigi immediately signaled Jenna to bring Yellen to the deck. The scene changes. They arrived in the 1106-dimensional Niflheim. At this moment, the receptionist was signaling everyone not to look around. After all, the outside is very dangerous. But the next second, the crowd looked extremely shocked because a huge airship suddenly appeared above them. This is the Sigdalipa Linea, a huge ship that can carry 37 combat airships. As for the ones around it, they are airships responsible for escort. As the airship moves forward rapidly, the group arrived at the port of Niflheim. The full view of Niflheim was revealed before them, just after Land 07 safely landed. At this moment, Arn was very surprised by everything in front of him. Even Jenna did not expect that there would be so many people here. At the same time, a voice in front called out to them. He is the senior instructor in charge of the 7th term students, the Jimbula. And Loki is very familiar with him. However, he seems to be a little different from the illustration. Then the instructor signaled everyone to enter the elevator in order, and the fat guy beside him just questioned him once and was severely beaten by the instructor. The speed was so fast that even Loki couldn't see his movements clearly. After all, only those who have reached level 70 are qualified to become senior instructors. Even if everyone present attacked him at the same time, there would be no chance of winning. After a moment, the group rode the elevator to the training ground on the 2nd floor of Niflheim, and everyone was shocked because this was the largest training ground they had ever seen. Then the instructor instructed everyone to line up, since the director was about to arrive, and the warrior beside him was very dissatisfied with this. An invisible force enveloped him. The powerful pressure instantly put him into a state of fear, and those participating in the training were mostly captain-level heroes. So using power to control them was the best way. If you behave arrogantly here, you will be crushed by a truly powerful being. Just conducting a skill test before training made all the instructors feel extremely shocked. Looking at the rows of skills with extremely high proficiency, is this guy really a 1-star hero? While everyone was waiting for the director to arrive, at this moment, Huang Mao raised a question to the instructor. Training according to your method, can we really become stronger? The instructors then responded to this. If you do as we tell you, then you will definitely not regret it. At the same time, a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. And he is the director in charge of this training, Ikeli. Then he indicated to everyone that he would not force everyone to train. If there is anyone who cannot adapt, they can leave here at any time. After all, guests are guests, just like he once was. And at this time, he suddenly asked a man a question. How many airships does your territory have? The man replied that he only had 2. That's really too few. You should know that Niflheim has a total of 427 airships. It's probably about 210 times the difference. If we were to compare combat power in detail, our combat power is more than 3,000 times theirs. The reason why you are able to come here is because the master has high expectations for you. So do you know how to respond to the master? Is your master worthy of your efforts? I mean, can your master be compared to Loki? After completing the training, what kind of fate awaits you? At this moment, Ikeli stated his point of view. Most people will die without any meaning. But it's different here. As long as you prove your worth, you will be able to get the corresponding return. You will have the opportunity to become a member of Niflheim. There are 2 purposes for this training gathering. The first is to obtain a large number of gacha gems, and the second is to introduce more talent. No matter where the humans are from, the master will accept them unconditionally. After all, he once was an enemy of Niflheim, but now he is staying here. Ikeli was not born in Niflheim. When Loki failed to conquer the floor buses at the beginning, he lost a lot of combat power, and he took the opportunity to invade Niflheim. One of the heroes originally is suggested to execute him, but due to the shortage of manpower, so Loki can't. And at this moment, Jenna doesn't understand what he is talking about at all. Loki then explained it to her. What he means is that the top 3 will be owned by Niflheim. In other words, your waiting status will be changed to Niflheim. Those participating in the training are all heroes favored by each master. The heroes who stand out in the training will become members of Niflheim. At that time, they will negotiate with their original masters. The price will vary between 1,500 and 5,000 gems. The price is very generous, so basically every master will accept it. And this is exactly what Yssair is worried about. Then the director formally announced that the personnel allocation will begin next, dividing them into 2 professions, warriors and thieves. Loki and Arn chose to become warriors, and Jenna chose to become a thief. Then they each went to the next round of assignment. The scene switches. At this moment, the instructor announced to everyone that they would start the test next. According to the current skill level, the students will be divided into 4 levels: lower, intermediate, upper and highest, providing corresponding training according to the different levels. And Arn, who is level 20, because his gun skill has not been raised to level 4, so he was classified as lower. At this moment, it was finally Loki's turn to be tested. And at this time, the 2 of them felt extremely shocked. Looking at the rows of skills with extremely high proficiency, is this guy really a 1-star hero? Then the instructor signaled Loki to wait here for a moment. The Brigadier General will talk to him personally. And at this moment, Loki suddenly remembered that the former Brag also was a 1-star hero. When he participated in the battle at the beginning, he also appeared to be very flustered. What a strange feeling. The heroes I have raised are standing right in front of me. Just then, Kelly was seen slowly walking towards Loki. Are you Yssair? And Loki immediately entered combat preparation. Judging by your appearance, you didn't come here to talk, did you? Just then, a sharp blade was already placed at Loki's throat. I guess you're here to interrogate me, right? Of course, he affirmed this. Although the current Loki is very outstanding, he still has no chance of survival facing him, and he is very curious why the man would reply to Loki's long-lost message on the forum. How did you find out? And what is your true identity? This is really interesting. Want to know who I am? At this moment, he muttered, come out. The next second, a tornado appeared out of thin air. I guess you're omnipresent in Niflheim, right? Uni? At this moment, he slowly knelt down toward Loki. Unizi greets his master. Just through the simplest skill test, he made a 6-star hero willingly submit to him. He even scared the director so much that he wanted to commit suicide to apologize, because his true identity is the master of the entire Niflheim, Loki. Just after Unizi recognized Loki, at this moment in the Tonner Hall, the newly summoned hero, Gilbert, came to report, and the coach Adika warmly received him. He had learned from others that if one cannot quickly adapt to this world, they will die here. But looking at the skinny Deka, he found it hard to believe that Deka had the ability to teach him well, so he suddenly exerted force on his hand. At this moment, Deka's expression changed strangely. I should remind you, I came here earlier than you. The rules of this world are different from the world you came from. If you train hard, one day you will surely surpass us. Then Deka suddenly exerted force, but if you don't do so, you will surely face death. Just then, Idas Deka. And he came this time to scout a few suitable talents for the team. After all, after Aaron left, 3 positions on the team suddenly became vacant. Deka introduced a few candidates to Idas. Roderick has a very strong sense of responsibility. He should be a good match for you. Annan is always full of energy and fighting spirit, so he is also suitable to lead the team. They are able to adapt their abilities according to the changes in the team. Bennick and Lilanize are a good match for Annan. After all, they always train together. These 3 can't help but make Deka reminisce about the past. It's really enviable. And just then, a purple light suddenly came from behind. Has the master summoned again? But the door on the 2nd floor is not the summoning place. At this moment, Burgess felt excited. After all, he hasn't encountered a powerful opponent in a long time. As the door slowly opened, several figures appeared before everyone's eyes. On the other side, facing Unizi's sudden greeting, Loki appeared very calm at this moment. You were a bit late coming out, weren't you? And Unizi immediately apologized for this, and Ikli was shocked, because the person before them was their master, Loki. At this moment, Unizi said to him with a smile, this Loki. So how should you atone for hurting master? Hearing this, Ikli immediately pointed his long sword at himself. Then he was going to apologize with his death, but Loki stopped him. After all, ignorance is bliss. At this moment, Urnezi said that he wanted to have a detailed talk with Loki in another place. With the snap of his fingers, the two of them instantly appeared in a garden. Looking at such a familiar scene, Loki recognized it at once. This is the 13th floor area in Niflheim. Then Loki asked his question. How did you know my true identity? And he responded to this. Loki disappeared for 3 months is a top-secret event that only people above the 12th floor are allowed to know. And the information has not been leaked, so if someone from another realm knows about this, then he must be Loki himself. That's not enough on its own. When he learned about Loki's disappearance, he concluded that his master must have entered Mobius. Only Ickley knows Loki's identity. Urnezi and his secretary Nislade. Then he asked Loki if he wanted to meet the other heroes. Currently only he and Lady Jin are here. Nihaku and Nikdek are currently carrying out tasks. Isn't Hellas here either? And Urnezi affirmed this. That's a bit unusual. Then Loki asked Urnezi, don't you hate me? Are you just treating us like pawns? Of course, they don't have that idea. After all, it was Loki who gave them a second life, always using his wisdom to lead them to victory. Without Loki, Niflheim might have ceased to exist long ago, so they always feel grateful to Loki. At this moment, Urnezi indicated that Loki could rest earlier. For this, he prepared a villa for Loki. But it was rejected by Loki. He is no longer their master now. Then, no matter what kind of tempting conditions he offered, Loki still maintained his refusal. 5. Urnezi reluctantly agreed to Loki's request. Loki motioned for him to open a portal, to teleport him back, but try not to be too conspicuous. Urnezi, even without me, you did very well. And he is very curious. Does he still see him as his master now? Of course, he gave an affirmative answer to this. And just then, a powerful pressure suddenly. Where exactly is the master, Urnezi? It seems that Lady Jin has noticed this place. He's the one who wants to see Loki the most. Please leave this place as soon as possible. Although he is usually very calm, when he gets excited it will be endless. As Loki slowly walks through the teleportation gate, he instantly returns to floor 2. If you need to find companions, they are over there, and Loki is very puzzled. Why is this guy following me? Of course, it's to protect the master's safety. And at this moment, Loki has only one thought, that is to go home. Despite the entire Niflheim's 6-star heroes willingly submitting to the alien hero, not only preparing a king's castle for him, and even handing over all the permissions on the spot, all just to keep him here. What choice will Loki make in response to this? Right after Loki returned to floor 2, he is currently lying in bed, lost in thought. Urnezi has arranged everything very well, and the place where Loki lives is the 5th floor of the student dormitory. This was originally the floor allocated to instructors. But due to the sudden fire on the 4th floor allocated to Loki, a fire broke out, so he was forced to move here. Loki, wearing overalls at this moment, is very handsome. At the same time, Nislade next to him asked Loki, if you feel inconvenienced again, you can move to floor 13. But it was rejected by Loki. However, you shouldn't have revealed my identity to others, right? Of course he confirms this. Then Loki turns around and leaves this place. The scene changes. Jenna and Aaron greet Loki. Jenna says the facilities here are very nice, so he slept very well. However, Aaron's condition doesn't seem too good, and Jenna learned from others that Niflheim is a great place to inquire, and seems to have never tasted defeat. Everyone thinks he's invincible. Indeed, what Aaron inquired about was also the same. Never tasted defeat? That should be referring to the battles between players, right? This is a very nice place for them. No need to worry about being merged, and no one will care about a hero's origin. At this moment, Loki asks the two, do you all want to become outstanding talents? But they reject the idea. After all, everyone is running away. Neil is waiting for them, and Loki knows that when they become outstanding talents, the hero's stay or leave can only be decided by the player. They do not have the right to choose. A moment later, Instructor Erd begins the lesson. As we all know, the rules of this world are completely different from reality. So how should we survive in this place? The answer is information. What are attributes? What are skills? In different types of tasks, how should we conquer them most effectively? The types of enemies and the formations they adopt. Have you thought about it seriously? At this moment, Xena only feels like she's heard these things somewhere before, and this is the inevitable result. Loki had once personally explained it to her. Then the instructor takes out a chessboard. We need to realize that we are just the master's chess pieces, and heroes are born to be the master's toys. If you cannot realize this point, then you will not be able to survive. The scene changes. At this moment, Loki is still very puzzled. Why would Urnezi know that he came to Mobius? And he explains it to him. He once said that there is a deep connection between players and heroes. due to the existence of interference. When the hero becomes more powerful, then the connection with the master will become closer. So when Loki came to Mobius, the five of them noticed it immediately. But this rule only applies to people on floor 13. He denies this. Unizi and Akali, although both are 6-star heroes, their combat capabilities are worlds apart. Even if 95 of 100 heroes launch an attack on these 5 heroes, they will not win. And this is all thanks to Loki's hard work on them. So this kind of thing is possible. As Unizi raises his hand and waves it, countless windows instantly appear in front of him, and Loki is incredibly shocked by this, because he can actually control the system. It seems that you are not ordinary heroes. If they were to be classified, they would be more like 6.5-star heroes, although they are in Mobius. They also have a place on Earth. Even Loki did not expect that heroes could be so powerful, and he is very puzzled about why he came to Mobius. At this moment, Unizi explains this. The closer the connection between the hero and the player, it means that the player is closer to the hero. Perhaps this is why Loki appears in Mobius. What is the difference between a 7-star hero and a normal hero? They have surpassed the constraints of the system. Player? When the game malfunctioned, Unizi had once fought against a 7-star hero. His level was 315. Although he managed to repel him, it shocked Unizi greatly. After all, the highest level in the system is only 99, and he knows well that Loki has not lost his master's permissions. If it's him, even without the Heavenly Palace book, he can reach the level of a 7-star being. However, the current Loki has no such thoughts. Then he asks Unizi, Silisi shouldn't be looking for me, right? Of course he confirms this, because Silisi went to investigate something. Then, where did the elves in the waiting room go? Unizi didn't explain this. He only stated that he now replaced the position of the elves, and Loki was very curious. How much longer can Niflheim hold on? Are you referring to its forced deletion in 6 months? Then Unizi stated that there was no need to worry about this at all, because Niflheim's intervention power is much greater than other regions. Judging by the current intervention power, Niflheim can hold on for at least 10 more years. At this point, all the doubts in Loki's heart were finally resolved. Then he used magic to take Loki to a certain place. This is a castle that they specially prepared for Loki. The painting on it is a scene of their challenge of floor 80. This was the most memorable experience for them. When he learned that Loki came to Mobius, he felt very happy, because he could finally see Loki, and he believes it's time for Loki to take his rightful place. Master, please stay in Niflheim. Although Loki has now become a hero, with the help of Unizi, he can still become the master. At this moment, Unizi slowly knelt down. He is willing to hand over all permissions to Loki. As for Tanya, there is absolutely no need to worry. Just establish an alliance with them. They can become even stronger, even without Loki. Master, we need you. At this moment, a prompt appeared in front. Unizi is transferring all permissions. Do you accept? Just standing on the training ground, he made a 6-star hero willingly submit to him. Since the master made me so strong, then I will also make the master stronger. Right after Unizi handed over all the permissions, at this moment, Loki calmly stated that he is no longer the master. Although he said he would do everything to help Loki, he still chose to refuse. It's not that he's not satisfied with Niflheim or these heroes, but that his mentality has changed a lot at this moment. Moreover, he has already decided to return to Tanya. Upon hearing this, Unizi finally chose to compromise. But this does not mean that he gave up, and he is very curious. What if Loki ultimately cannot return to Earth? After some contemplation, Loki responded at that time, I will do as you wish. Then Unizi immediately activated magic. The next second, another Loki suddenly appeared before him, and he believes the master doesn't need to waste time on studies. This puppet will go to class instead of you. Since you have decided to go back, at least we should make full use of the time here. Then Loki acquiesced to this approach. On the other side, Eren is now entering a dream. In the dream, everyone is experiencing a desperate battle. Everyone is looking forward to Eren bursting into action with force. All of Eren's stats instantly increased by 1000%. Through his tireless efforts, in a very short time, the enemy was wiped out. But in the end, Loki still died in front of him. Just as he was extremely sad, the next second he suddenly woke up from his dream. Was it just a dream? The scene changed. In the classroom, Jenna is fast asleep, and looking at Loki beside him, Eren now seems to be preoccupied. On the other side, Loki, led by Nislade, came to an elevator. This is an elevator exclusively for high-ranking personnel. It extends all the way to Unizi's garden. After a while, Loki arrived at Unizi's garden via the elevator, and as soon as he made a suggestion. How about giving Tanya 1 million gems? but it was rejected by Loki, and he indicated to him not to do anything that would interfere with Taunir. At this moment, Eurydice felt extremely disappointed. However, there are still some things that I need your help with. Upon hearing this, Eurydice immediately became extremely excited. Then how should I help you? Can you stay a little further away from me? I'm under a lot of psychological pressure. The scene changes. Loki arrived at a rocky area. This is black iron, several times harder than steel. Looking at the sword marks covering the black iron, the only one who could do this is that guy. The master of the heavenly sword Clausalas, Lidigene, the third-ranked hero in Niflheim. He was a 2-star hero since birth, but his talent is incomparable to any other hero. Now the most perfect swordsman is standing in front of Loki. At this moment, he slowly knelt down towards Loki. Just like the master made me stronger, I will also make the master stronger. Clearly a level 99 6-star hero, but he only has the stats of an initial 1-star hero. This startled Loki. Did he break the black iron with such stats? Right after Lidigene knelt before Loki. He was very surprised at this moment, because he couldn't even sense Lidigene's presence. This is the effect of the final evolution of the immersion skill. More importantly, he has now reached the realm of being one with the sword, and Loki was very curious. Do you still train like before? You can use the permissions Eurydice gave you to check it out. The next second, Lidigene's attribute window appeared before him. He has the attributes that a 1-star hero should have. Did he break the black iron with these stats? At this moment, Loki felt extremely excited. How about we start training? The next second, Loki immediately entered a berserk state. He suddenly launched an assault on Lidigene, but it was easily blocked by him. No matter how the man attacked, he could not break through his defense in the end. He didn't even move an inch from his position, and Loki at this moment was very shocked. Clearly his stats were higher than his, but why could he still keep up with his pace? At the same time, a slash was seen going past. The man's shield was instantly cut in half on the spot, and when he came back to his senses, Lidigene's longsword was already on Loki's neck. At this moment, he slowly knelt down towards Loki. Please forgive my rude behavior of drawing my sword against you. However, Loki did indicate that he didn't need to be so restrained, and Loki believes that he and him are not in the same league at all. But he expressed his denial of this. If their levels were the same, maybe he wouldn't be Loki's opponent. At this moment, Loki said to him, "You are the most talented hero under my command." When he was still at level 7, his lower-level swordsmanship had already reached level 10, although he was honored to receive such high praise from Loki. But he believes that the most talented hero should be Xalesi. Loki does not deny this. Lidigene is just slightly inferior to Xalesi in terms of overall aspects. In fact, the strength of the 5 of them is not too far apart, and there are always variables in battle, so anyone can become the strongest hero. So now, I will fight until I am satisfied. On the other side, Xena asked Yalin about her doubts. Don't think that Han has become much stranger lately. Besides becoming more aggressive, Yalin didn't see any obvious changes. But Xena always felt that something was not quite right. The scene changes. At this moment, Loki is sparring with Lidigene, and he noticed that Lidigene seemed to have changed his swordsmanship. Objectively speaking, the current Loki is very powerful. The berserk and composure he possesses, as well as skills such as unyielding, have a high evaluation. If he were the owner, he would be willing to pay more than 5,000 gems to buy him, and Lidigene's value can no longer be measured with gems. Loki, who stayed in Taunir, had never tasted defeat. Whether it was Belkast, Yalin, Xena, Eurydice, and Roderick, these heroes, none of them could defeat Loki so perfectly. He has always fought with weak opponents. But now things are different, because standing in front of him is a true monster. At this moment, Lidigene is encouraging Loki. Although the training time is not long, you have grown a lot. If you continue to develop like this, you will soon master the ultimate swordsmanship. After demonstrating a strong sword, is it a soft sword this time? It seems that the attribute values do not affect your action. Then what kind of technique will you demonstrate this time? You will know if you try. At this moment, Loki, who had taken the familiar position, swung his sword at Lidigene. Even though his total stats are only 40, Loki could not harm him in the slightest. Then Lidigene explained, "It's not about having great strength. That makes swordsmanship stronger. Numbers do not represent everything." Along with a heavy blow from Loki's command, at this moment Loki curiously asked him, "How much power was contained in my sword?" "It's about 1/8 of your strength value, and you probably about 3 times your own power." Just as Loki had expected, Lidigene is indeed very strong. I am honored to receive your praise. Calmness and rage should have been incompatible skills, but they both appeared on the man's body at the same time. but this also indirectly made him a well-rounded hero. And Litigine determined that Logi has the potential to become a 7-star hero, because he has a unique physique. During Logi and Litigine's sparring session, on the other side, Ikeli visited Logi many times, but he didn't get any response, and he just wanted to apologize to his master for his rude behavior. The scene changes. At this moment, Litigine murmured, based on the current situation, in less than a year, Master will definitely be stronger than now. After all, Logi's fighting style is very different from his, possessing excellent swordsmanship and various skills. In fact, Logi is closer to the existence of Silici, who can deal with various emergencies, a well-rounded hero. Even if you search all over Mobius, it will be difficult to find a 3-star hero that can compete with Logi. If he continues to grow at this speed, he will definitely become the strongest. But Logi doesn't think it's that, because Litigine is the hero whose strength is closest to Silici. If the opponent is a human, he has absolute confidence in winning, so Logi believes it is incredibly difficult to defeat Litigine. However, he holds a different view. After all, Logi is able to maintain his composure while using Berserk. This is Master's biggest advantage. Calmness and rage should have been incompatible skills, but they both appeared on Master's body at the same time. This clearly has already broken the limitations of the window, and Litigine guessed that the current Master is closer to a 7-star hero. Although their levels exceed 100, they are similar to Master in terms of skills. They all possess incompatible skills. If their skill slots have no restrictions, then it would become an existence that destroys balance. And he discovered through investigation that 7-star heroes have another characteristic. Their synthesis efficiency is very high. Normally speaking, during synthesis, more than 90% of the information is lost. If the synthesized piece has 100 points of power, then the synthesis target can only gain 10 points of power. And Logi was very curious, are 7-star heroes different? At this moment he murmured, I noticed that Master's swordsmanship is from formal training, but the Master who stayed on Earth should never have received sword training. However, your swordsmanship has the characteristics of a soldier. Could it be that 4-star hero Xiela? That is to say, the talent I possess now is all because of the merge with a high-level hero. Litigine denied this. Synthesis does have some impact, but not as much as imagined. And he observed that hero's swordsmanship was at least intermediate level or above. But can you use his swordsmanship now? We have to try it to know. At this moment Loki immediately fell into memories. Just then, a blue flame was burning fiercely. The next second Loki suddenly opened his eyes. A figure quickly attacked Litigine. Basic swordsmanship increased to level 9. At this moment Loki swung his sword, but it was instantly blocked by Litigine. This attack was very good. But he still reminded Loki that excessive synthesis is not a good thing, because the information of those guys is easily confused with one's own. If you synthesize excessively, Loki will easily lose himself. Hearing this, Loki immediately said that he would be more cautious in the future. After all, he was still thinking about achieving the state of unity of man and sword in the future. At the same time, the maid prepared lunch for the two, so Loki suggested chatting while eating. On the other side in Tanir, a team finally passed floor 18 after a fierce battle. At this moment, they were encouraging each other, hoping that one day, they could be like the third team and live on the second floor. At the same time, Yidisi was watching all of this not far away. It broke through. Loki's basic swordsmanship finally broke through to level 10, and next, what he has to do is to evolve the basic swordsmanship to the ultimate. After Yidisi had watched for a long time, they were now training in the duel room. Even when facing a 3-person siege, Yidisi did not fall behind at all. At the same time, Roderick swung his spear and attacked the two in front of him, just as the archer was at a loss. The next second, Yidisi had already teleported behind him. I told you a long time ago, this is a battle that puts your life on the line. Don't relax your vigilance just because it's a 5 versus 2 situation. If this were a real battle, you would have died here long ago. Then they started the battle again. Although they had improved a lot since last time, they were still no match for the two. After all, when facing enemies who are human, they would still be hesitant. However, Yidisi still chose 3 people to become members of the second team. The scene changed. Yidisi first invited the 3 to a feast. Then he stated his purpose from now on. You 3 are members of the second team. However, some were happy and some were worried. The woman was worried that the tasks on the second floor would be more dangerous. After all, she had heard that Dylan had died because of this, and his personality was very timid. Maybe he was not suitable to join the second team at all. Then you should choose to stay on the first floor. But even if you stay on the first floor, you still can't escape the fate of death. You might be sent to higher floors alone for exploration, Or maybe you'll be used as a synthesis material. Since the third team was formed, the atmosphere in the waiting room has changed a lot. Now they have broken through floor 14, and soon they will arrive at floor 18 where you are. At that time, your chances of entering the second floor will be even less. Therefore, he hoped that everyone could think carefully. After a moment, Rosa and the team was very dissatisfied with this result. However, Lemon expressed sincere blessings to the three. The scene changes. As the synthesis lock slowly opened, he were instantly converted into 3 lower-level soul stones. Then, through materials, 3 ultimate promotion stones were synthesized. The player gave the stones to 3 people, Anne, Bennick and Lilini. At this moment, all 3 of them became 3-star heroes. On the other side, Daiko was seriously injured during a duel with Gilbert. It seems I have become stronger than you now. Does this mean I have become a second-floor candidate? Of course, maybe the player will assign you to the 4th or 5th team. At this moment, Gilbert looked at the second floor, revealing a wicked smile. The scene changes. At this moment, Loki was sparring with Lady Jin. When a skill reaches level 10, Loki must divide his skills. If the basic swordsmanship is likened to training, then intermediate swordsmanship can be seen as a real battle. From intermediate level onwards, it becomes a battle of tactics. You need to protect your own territory while invading other people's territory, and that is the essence of ultimate swordsmanship. The type of swordsmanship you use is just a means to attack the enemy. The master has built a territory for himself, but it is not yet complete. You must build strong walls, so no enemy entering the territory can survive. The next second, under countless slashes, Loki broke through himself. Basic swordsmanship was upgraded to level 10. Now his swordsmanship has reached the maximum level. After meeting special conditions, the skill can be evolved. At the same time, facing Loki's sudden swing of the sword, Lady Jean showed a satisfied smile. Then he raised his hand to block Loki's attack. Immediately after, a sword could flash by, instantly cutting through the black iron behind Loki. At this moment, he murmured to himself, when the master's swordsmanship reaches its peak, even without touching the enemy, you will be able to kill them. However, Loki knew well that it wouldn't be that easy. Then Loki talked with Jolens. It's been too long since we left. I wonder how the training is progressing. Immediately he signaled him, tomorrow night, open the dimensional gate to where Mudenik Diki is. You mean the 0584 dimension? Luigi affirmed this. Because it's time to send him there. Extreme effort. Is it really worthless in the face of talent? Both born as 1-star heroes. Zena is already invincible among heroes of the same level. But Yelon still performs very poorly. Just after Luigi finished his training, at this moment Nizalade is tidying up his room, and he noticed the Phantom standing aside, so he signaled to Urnezi to dismiss it. Because he has some things to explain personally this morning. The scene shifts. The 2 people outside the door have been waiting for a long time, and Jenna noticed that Luigi seems a bit different today. Although it's not clear which aspect it is, but she believes that her intuition will not deceive her. It seems this guy's eyes are very sharp. At this moment, Zen is already tired of the classroom's monotony, but what she finds amazing is that those courses were all mentioned by Luigi. At the same time, Luigi gestured to Yulun to come to the back garden after class today. After a moment, the crowd began their practical training. Today's test content is cooperation, and Luigi noticed that Zena's growth rate is very outstanding among 1-star heroes. She has all kinds of skills, allowing her to be very flexible in battle. Among heroes of the same level, she is already invincible. Even if she is the only one on the team, she can also defeat other teams on her own. In contrast, Yelun's performance is very poor. The scene shifts. Under Luigi's guidance, Yelun came to a portal. Passing through the gate, they arrived at the Sky Garden. At this moment, Nizalade slowly said, "This is the Sky Garden on the 13th floor of Niflheim," and Yelun was very shocked. Because he knows that the 13th floor is inhabited by Nifu, the strongest hero in Heim. At the same time, Urnezi slowly appeared before him. "Nice to meet you. My name is Urnezi. I am the master's right-hand man." At this moment, Luigi asked him, "Has the dimensional gate where muting is located opened?" Of course, he affirmed it. And at this time, Yelun still doesn't understand what is happening in front of him. Luigi said to him, "Didn't you say you wanted to become stronger? I want to fulfill your wish. Of course, if you refuse, it's okay. You can take everything you've learned here back to Tanir and become an instructor." And Urnezi advised Yelun that it would be more appropriate to choose the latter. After all, he's seen too many people trying to make up for talent with hard work, but in the end, they will all encounter a giant wall that they cannot surpass. But there are exceptions to everything. There's a guy whose talent is even worse than yours, but he reached the same height as them. No matter who trained him, he didn't make any progress. Then how did he become stronger? You'll know when you go and see for yourself. Then he opened the gate to the 0584 dimension, the place where the World Team competition was held 2 years ago. Now looting lives there. But that dimension will continuously devour life. Back, there were many guys who hoped to get guidance from looting and went there, but in the end, they all died in that dimension. The survival rate there is less than 3%, so if you cherish your life, don't go there. But if I can survive, I can become stronger, right? Then I'll choose to go in. I don't intend to send myself to die. I just want to do what I can. Please remember, the passage of time in Runan is different from here. After some contemplation, Yalun resolutely stepped into the dimensional gate, and Luigi asked Nesi a question. Do you think he can survive? The probability is very low. If he comes back, send him back to Taunir immediately. What if he never comes back? At this moment, Luigi fell into deep thought. Then he spoke slowly. This is the path Yalun chose himself. The scene shifts. Under the training of Lidi Jin, Luigi has made great progress. Although there is no change in level, he has gained many skills. The lower-level sword escape technique has been upgraded to ultimate swordsmanship level 1, and the escape technique was separated. His berserk and unyielding skills have been greatly improved. More importantly, Luigi has transferred to a warrior. Thus, he gained the qualifications to enhance his skills. Zena has also successfully transferred to a thief. Due to her 37-game winning streak, she has been exempted from group training. Now, is trying to combine weakness perception and rapid shot. She will learn more things from Rex, who is ranked 13th. On the other side, Urnezi gave Luigi a ring. This ring proves that Luigi is the master. It also has a function. No matter when or where, Luigi can communicate with them mutually. And he can also control the status window, or the system lock. However, if the master of Taunir reaches the warrior level, this effect will fail. After understanding everything, Luigi is preparing to return to Taunir. However, Urnezi looks reluctant. So Luigi promised him that before returning to Earth, he will come back here again. And at this time, Luigi suddenly remembered an important thing. Then he indicated to Urnezi to open the weapon warehouse. He wanted to take the weapons of Niflheim. Peace-level equipment had been placed in the warehouse for over 500 years. Everyone knew they were extremely valuable, but the man on the spot threw them into the furnace. Because only he knew that, by sacrificing high-level equipment, he could unlock the legendary hidden levels. Just after Loki decided to take the weapons of Niflheim, Urnezi brought him to the warehouse. Looking at the rows of neatly arranged weapons, Loki picked up a top-grade steel sword to examine it, but Urnezi thought that this low-level weapon was not worthy of his master. He led him to where special weapons were stored. The weapons stored here were Als level or above. They were the real treasures that Loki had personally crafted. As the door slowly opened, 132 precious weapons were revealed before his eyes. Then Urnezi began recommending weapons to Loki. Wuju can ignore defense and deal damage to the target. It is a very useful weapon for conquering the giant tower. And Loki suddenly remembered the black dragon on the second floor. If he had had this weapon at that time, he would have been able to ignore its defense, but its usage is very limited. Loki wanted a weapon that was even better than this. Then how about this one? Balasi can ignore all physical defense of the target, but due to its powerful physical penetration function, the user is also unable to perform physical defense, and it cannot cause damage to magic defense. So in the end, Loki did not choose this weapon. Then how about this spear? Even if you don't know the art of the spear, you can use it. It has great power, capable of instantly killing dozens of enemies. As long as Loki is willing, he can take all the weapons here. After all, these were all crafted by Loki himself. But Loki had a different opinion on this, because without the help of these heroes, Loki could at most only create B-grade equipment. Moreover, these weapons should all be used by heroes, so he wouldn't take them away casually. It seems the equipment here is still far from meeting the master's standards. After thinking for a moment, Loki spoke towards him. He murmured, I want to create a weapon myself. Hearing this, Urnezi immediately opened the portal leading to the manufacturing room. Then Loki instructed him to prepare all the materials. With a wave of Urnezi's hand, the next second, Loki obtained the permission to make weapons. Immediately he chose to create a growth-type weapon. At the same time, the materials needed to make weapons fell into the furnace one after another. Materials ready. Furnace ready. Then Loki issued a call-up order, and the old man at this time felt puzzled. Isn't the master not here? But then he was shocked by everything in front of him, because Master Loki was standing in front of him. First call-up order, gather all blacksmiths above level 1 here. In a moment, hundreds of blacksmiths gathered in the manufacturing room. Magic casting type self-purification flow. It can adjust according to the master's battle mode, make corresponding adjustments, And next, Loki is going to forge an exclusive weapon, but Reincarnated started to worry. After all, the difficulty of creation is much higher than expected. At least it's hell level difficulty and above. Then this must be the difficulty when creating a divine weapon, probably God level. It may even be a higher level. Generally speaking, the difficulty of creating weapons is divided into 8 levels in total. But if you want to open hell difficulty, you must sacrifice the corresponding equipment. According to the level of sacrificed equipment, it is also possible to unlock hidden levels. As Loki pressed the start button, he placed 3 weapons above S level into the furnace. The next second, a window prompt appeared. You have sacrificed the proper offering, opening the real gates of hell. Difficulty Super God level. Loki did not flinch in the slightest. After all, he had already thrown the weapons in. Then he pressed the confirm button. Immediately, all the games were presented in front of him. Looks like the first level is a cube puzzle. I don't know if you're ready or not, Uni. Of course, he replied affirmatively. At the same time, countless cubes suddenly appeared before their eyes. The puzzle game officially began. To create the strongest exclusive weapon, Loki actually started playing Rubik's cubes and jigsaw puzzles in the manufacturing room. Everyone thought he was crazy, but only he knew that every time a game level is cleared, a powerful ability would be infused into the weapon, and there were actually 21 such levels. Just after the puzzle game officially started, the Curse of the Blind was activated the next second. Then Loki lost his sight. But this didn't stump him. After all, he was already familiar with all the strategies. After a series of skilled tapping, in just 14 seconds, Loki successfully cleared the puzzle game. And because the interference power was transferred, the manufacturing plant started operating. At the same time, the second rhythm game officially began, and Loki, relying on his outstanding reaction, quickly cleared it. At this moment, the first furnace reacted. Immediately after Loki cleared the third game, Screw Cube. The furnace was infused with Hell's magic power. Pinball. 5th level Square Shape. 6th level Find the Difference. Loki was clearing various games at an extremely fast speed, and Reincarnated, who was on the side, seized the opportunity to add various materials. With each of his clearances, the game difficulty would increase, but this didn't stump Loki. In a short while, Loki solved 13 puzzles within 5 minutes. And this was just the beginning. The 14th level, the Rubik's Cube puzzle, was divinely difficult. The rules were the same as the previous Rubik's Cube puzzle, but this time with double the penalty. But Loki still completed it under pressure. Then a prompt came, Shape Complete. Enter the next stage. The 15th level, Find the Maze Exit. Completed. Then the weapon gained automatic recovery, special attribute and hardness enhancement abilities. The next second, the 16th level Jigsaw Puzzle and the 17th level Spot the Difference appeared before Loki at the same time. But he still cleared them with incredibly fast hands. Then a red light appeared. Immediately afterward, the weapon gained self-evolution, self-judgment, and forceful attack abilities. At the same time, the game finally reached the 21st level. However, Loki seemed a bit tired at this moment. But luckily, he still crafted the scabbard. Now only the last level remained. Complete 32 jigsaw puzzles within 5 minutes. Then Loki completed the puzzles with incredibly fast hands. With each tap of his, the weapon inside the furnace would change once, until he pressed the last key. The next second, a golden light appeared. Immediately after, a message came, Weapon creation completed. But it doesn't look like there were any mistakes. Of course, allness confirmed. At this moment, all the weapon's attributes were clearly displayed before his eyes. Bifrost Grade Excellent. Possesses unlimited growth capability. Note 1, because it is a special weapon, ownership cannot be transferred. Note saves user data and self-evolves. Note 3, connected to the ring, the proof of heaven's fall. And Loki was very puzzled. Why is this thing connected to the ring? It looks like you secretly put something inside it behind my back. Then he began to explain. He had inserted a dimensional jump. This way Loki could summon the weapon from Niflheim at any time. Although the Master is already quite outstanding, no one can predict what will happen in the future. If the Master allows it, he is willing to leave Niflheim and stay by Loki's side. After all, if the Master dies due to an accident, then they would lose their reliance. When Loki is in danger, that can summon weapons from Niflheim 3 times. Then are there any things to be aware of? During the main task, the power it can provide is very limited. Because the coordinate distance is very far, Loki may only be able to use it once. But he stated that in order not to make his master suspicious, he would try not to use this power. Then he gestured to Ulnus to dispose of all the outdated equipment. Now he also misses his master a bit. It seems like it's time to go back and give him a big surprise. He just made a simple slash, yet it shocked all the instructors present. Even Baishalin was so frightened that he used a berserk skill on the spot. Eld had taught thousands of students, but he had never encountered a hero as talented as Loki. It was the first time he had ever seen someone hurt an instructor. After creating the strongest weapon, Loki and others were now attending their last lesson, and Jenna was very curious. What exactly will the last lesson teach? Then the instructor began to explain. Those heroes wielding spears, or longer weapons, must always maintain an appropriate distance from their enemies. In a one-on-one battle, you must never let your opponent take up space. And the core of an assassin is to hit the enemy's weak points. By showing diverse movements in an instant, can the enemy not be able to predict your attack? Next, the instructor will provide one-on-one guidance to help you overcome your shortcomings. After a moment, it was soon Jenna's turn to train. Jenna suddenly launched an attack at her. Even she was very surprised. Most students, after realizing the difference in power, would give up close-range combat, but Jenna did not do that. On the other side, Loki just swung his sword once and instantly knocked the instructor back, and the instructor felt incredibly shocked at this moment. Am I not even able to defeat a level 20 hero? The next second, he suddenly entered a berserk state. Just at this moment, Eld gestured for him to calm down. That's too much. Then he deactivated the berserk, and Eld was very surprised. Until now, he had guided thousands of students, but he had never seen a hero as talented as Loki. Even though Baishalin didn't use his full strength, a student being able to injure an instructor was the first time he had seen that. The scene changed. Loki tidied up his room. After all, this was his last day here, and he was very curious as to why would arrange a first-place banner for him. This was in order to better deliver the weapon to Loki. Jenna was ranked second. She, like Loki, possessed outstanding talent, but unfortunately, Loki was going to take her back to Tonir. At the same time, Loki suddenly remembered that Eekli seemed to have wanted to apologize to him all the time, so he left a letter instructing the maid to pass it on to him. After a moment, Ulnis was very reluctant about Loki's departure. He expressed his deep reluctance. Although he wanted to persuade Loki to stay here, Loki had already decided to return to Tonir. But Loki still expressed his gratitude to them. After all, as their master, he had asked these heroes to go into dangerous battles. If I were you, I would have grown tired of my master long ago. But except for Silas, none of you have shown any dissatisfaction. Although he wanted to give Ulnis some rewards, he was truly powerless at the moment. Upon hearing this, Eurynice immediately showed a smile. If you really want to do something for us, then you can contact us occasionally. That ring has communication function. Although it can't last too long, contacting us once a week is not a problem. He expressed his innermost thoughts to Loki. He wanted to know if the master was doing well. If the master needed anything, they would immediately rush there. After some thought, Loki agreed to his request. And then he suddenly remembered that Litigine seemed to have something to tell the master. Then, while saying goodbye to Litigine, he gave Loki many sword techniques. Everything that needed to be said has been said. If the master needs him, he will immediately go there. The scene changed. Loki boarded the ship to Tonir, and Jenna was very excited, thinking that when they get back, they should see many new heroes. With the activation of the dimensional jump, the next second everyone appeared in a sea of fire. This flame is truly magnificent, and Loki knew that now was not the time. He would see him when he became stronger. 2 days later, the ship arrived at the 1935th dimension Tonir. Then the two slowly walked off the ship, and at this moment, the Elfisayer went straight towards Loki. I thought you wouldn't come back. Niflheim is much larger than Tonir. Didn't they ask you to stay? It seems you rejected them for me. And Loki was very curious. Has there been any changes in Tonir recently? Of course, Ysayer said with certainty. You will definitely be surprised. Just check the summoning log. But the result made him feel extremely shocked, because the master summoned a 4-star hero once again. You know, the probability of summoning a 4-star is only 1%, and he succeeded in summoning 2 times. This guy's luck is too good. Just as Loki returned to Tonir, he looked at the huge change before his eyes, and was extremely shocked. I didn't expect it to have 3 floors already. It seems that we don't have to worry about being invaded by enemies now. The people living on the first floor are useless. The second floor is for support classes and backup personnel for the team. As for the third floor, it's for heroes participating in floor conquests. And now Loki was very curious whether the master had checked the email he sent. In the previous email, Loki mentioned 2 points. One is to use high-level summons to make up for the lack of combat power, and 2, don't overly rely on Loki's guides. He asked Ysayer how many people are currently on the 3rd floor. Ysayer said that there are about 15 people, which means that the 2nd and 3rd teams have been formed. Then, it's time to conquer floor 21. At this moment, Ysayer hesitantly said that during the time you were away, they had made a conquest of the giant tower, and have currently reached floor 25. Upon hearing this, Loki immediately felt extremely shocked. They actually managed to conquer the boss floor. Although it was as Isair said, many things have changed, but this was far beyond Loki's expectations. Then he gestured to Izar to bring up the logs of the master's high-level summons. It can be seen from the logs that the master had made 5 high-level summons in a row. The next second, a message caught Loki's attention. Because the master had summoned a second 4-star hero. Killed, so this startled Loki. You know, the summon probability of a 4-star is only 1%. This guy actually managed to summon 2 times. If it was just summoned, maybe Loki could still defeat him. But now he should have grown a lot. Loki wanted to view the recording of their conquest of floor 25. But he could only request this when the master logged in. I'm looking forward to seeing their performance. The scene changes. Bearjeezy is undergoing swordsmanship training. At this moment, Loki appeared slowly behind him. It's so late, still taking it out on the dummy, and at this time, Bearjeezy proposed to have a practice match with Loki. Of course, Loki immediately agreed. With a sudden swing of his sword, the dummy in front of him instantly shattered into pieces. At the same time, the two started chatting. That sword you have looks quite good. If I defeat you, this sword will be mine. And Loki refused. The next second, Bearjeezy suddenly launched an attack on Loki, but it was easily blocked by him. Then the two launched an especially fierce offensive, and at this moment Loki realized that Bearjeezy's lower-level swordsmanship had reached level 9. Faced with his slash, Loki easily dodged it. Then he swung a heavy blow in retaliation. The powerful force even sent him flying dozens of meters away on the spot. You should at least take a rest before fighting me. And now Bearjeezy felt extremely shocked. Looks like you become stronger again. Then he slowly walked toward the door. There are indeed many unpredictable things in this world. I never thought I would lose to a child. If it's you, you should be able to tell from appearances, right? At this moment he gave Loki a piece of advice. You have to be careful. The scene changed. Loki arrived at the new dormitory. Each corridor had 5 rooms. It seems that the master allocated them according to the team. At this moment Loki lay down on the bed, muttering, "Third team. It has begun. The battle to become the strongest hero has finally begun." After Loki returned to Tanir, he quickly gathered everyone for a meeting. Oka said, "This is such a rare opportunity. How about we throw a party?" But this was rejected by Loki, because he thought that it was more important to resume training as soon as possible. And at this moment, a noise from under the table caught his attention. The next second, Loki suddenly kicked out. "It seems a little mouse sneaked in here. Since I've been discovered, then there's no other way." Then he spoke to everyone. "My name is Lakalbakshoy, a member of the famous Storm tribe. I'm completely different from you weak humans." Hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Just when he was still thinking of showing off, the next second he was picked up by Loki with one hand. "What's the deal with this monkey?" Yidis explained. "He was a member of the 3rd team that was summoned a month ago. Now he is yelling at Bearjeezy. You who were completely helpless against my sister yesterday, why aren't you coming to help me?" Hearing this, Bearjeezy became furious. And at this time, a fierce claw-like attack suddenly attacked Loki, but he easily dodged it. This is a unique attack method of the Beastmen. The Beastmen live in the east of the Empire, a very rare race. Just as he was still thinking of attacking Loki, the next second he was knocked to the ground by Bearjeezy. These guys' way of thinking is different from humans, and they don't seem to like humans very much. It seems things have become troublesome. The scene changed. Loki carried Lakalabi to the 3rd floor of the dormitory. Even he didn't expect that the master would actually build a forest for them. But he didn't seem to see a single person. At this moment, a voice caught his attention. Then 2 figures appeared behind him. This guy was too noisy, so I silenced him. One of them spoke at this moment. "Looks like your hen Yizalate, right? He's waiting for you." Then they turned around and disappeared into the forest. Loki was feeling very confused at this moment. And at this time, a voice came from ahead. "I've been waiting for your arrival." Then a figure suddenly appeared before him. "I am Kushabigsho. Nice to meet you. I've heard of your story. You're the strongest guy in the hall."
Right.
He had seen Loki fighting enemies before, which made him feel very excited, because he could finally have a match with a strong guy. The next second he launched an attack on Loki, but Loki easily blocked it with a raise of his hand. At the same time, he took the opportunity to kick at Loki. The powerful force even shattered the entire ground on the spot. This startled Loki. "This kid actually has such a powerful force. It seems you've been waiting to fight me all along." Of course, after all, there is nothing more fun than fighting a strong guy.
Right.
At this moment, he launched an attack on Loki again, and at this moment, Loki slightly frowned. 3rd team, it does seem to be, they conquered floor 2. Just flashing a sharp look, He scared the always arrogant Bear GZ to the point of being unable to move, because from the first moment he saw Kusha, his instincts told him he couldn't defeat him. Even Logi couldn't help but exclaim that his skills and attribute values were comparable to a low-level 5-star hero. Just after the two sides started fighting, at this moment facing Kusha's attack, Logi suddenly swung his sword. He immediately sent him flying tens of meters away, and in the moment he was sent flying, he actually managed to seriously injure Logi. This made him realize that Kusha was stronger than him in all aspects. From the beginning, the two sides in ability values showed a huge difference. In addition, he had mid-level or higher skills, not to mention a special skill that can increase his own stats by 20% when he is on the verge of death. In other words, he is at least among the top-ranked 4-star heroes, even comparable to a low-level 5-star hero. If Logi had not learned Man and Sword as one, then he would have fallen far behind. At this moment, Ysayir immediately stopped the two from fighting, but Logi said that they were just greeting each other. Of course, Kusha agreed with Logi's statement. The next second, the two sides launched their attacks again. Logi slowly calmed down, focusing on feeling the power contained in the great sword. Although he was not as proficient in all swordsmanship as Ledijin, but he could focus on one direction, and after understanding this fact, he learned Man and Sword as one. At this moment, a heavy sword strike went towards Kusha, but it was blocked with one hand. Then countless figures launched an attack on Logi from all sides. While Logi was stunned, Kusha had already appeared behind him. Then he raised his right leg and heavily chopped down on Logi. At this time, Logi quickly used his berserk skill to block it. It's getting late, let's finish this quickly. Hearing this, Kusha immediately used his exclusive skill. The next second, a powerful energy instantly exploded. Is that your true form? A big level exclusive skill. The heir to the human king? I finally understand why you are called the Beastman. On the other side, Bear GZ got up early in the morning to train, but when Nilisha asked why, he didn't respond at all. See, that being called weak has hit you hard. I don't care what they say about me. When Kusha and his group first arrived here, they cleared 4 floors in one go. Their strength is so great that there's no need to participate in Dekka's training. Therefore, the master might directly arrange for them to rest on the 2nd floor, and a few weeks later, their group passed floor 25. At this moment, even Yidisi was incredibly shocked, because he never thought they could pass floor 25. After that, in order to reward them, the master renovated the hall. He even created an entire force for the 3rd team. Just then, Lakali found Bear GZ. He wanted to have a match. You're the strongest guy here, right? Of course, for now I am. The scene changes. Bear GZ effortlessly knocked Lakali to the ground, and when he faced Kusha, he realized how insignificant he was. I heard that the black-haired man here is the strongest. Although you're not bad, you are not qualified to challenge me. When facing a truly powerful enemy, Bear GZ's instinct told him that he could not defeat him. He realized that he was still too weak. Whether it's Loki, who killed the dragon, or that powerful beast, he cannot defeat them at the moment. But he firmly believes that one day he will defeat them. At the same time, facing such a fierce beast before him, at this time, Loki couldn't help but show a smile. Looks like I need to teach you a good lesson. Shock was shot. Kyush was actually summoned here with a contract. But the other members of the team were unaware of this. Less than a moment after the two sides began fighting, the surrounding area was leveled. Looks like you are still worth the wait. And at this moment, Loki was already covered in wounds. If they kept fighting like this, Loki might die because of it. After all, his combat power was too strong, and he also had the ability to transform. Although his personality is a bit strange, this flaw can still be ignored. At this moment, he muttered to himself, he shouldn't have let Lakali invite Loki. Because his parents were killed by humans, so he hated humans very much. Their race is interested in powerful warriors. Although they don't like humans, they won't hurt innocent people either. Then he started eating meat by himself. And at this time, Loki also stated his purpose for being here. He hoped that when conquering the tower, everyone could help each other. Of course, you don't need to worry about that. After all, they came here with a contract. Hearing this, Loki immediately felt very puzzled. Then Kusha started to but when their homeland was shrouded in darkness and was about to disappear, a voice appeared. It said that he could save this world, so they accepted this task. But the others in the team didn't hear this voice, but since they have come here, then they will complete the task well, but he hopes that Loki can tell the others